The main character kicked things off by telling them his whole story. He'd been an orphan since childhood, hunted monsters just to survive and earn money, until he finally revealed that in the kingdom, they call him the #1 adventurer with an A rank. The main character and a bunch of others rode out on the platform, while right ahead a severed, toothy monster head bounced along for all to see, surrounded on every side by cheering people, backing them with a huge arch looming behind. Aldred threw up a wave and flashed a grin, and everyone, kids, adults, all of them, rushed over yelling his name. Now that his hand was starting to drop, he actually believed life had finally eased up, like the hunger in his chest was gone for good. Aldred landed in a huge room and flashed a sweet smile at everyone nearby, while round tables dotted the space all around him. After a while, Aldred's smile vanished. He exhaled hard, stared at the floor, and a short distance away, a group of people watched him, clearly embarrassed. Aldred strode down the street, convinced he was still 27, and wondering how much longer he could keep chasing adventure. Lately he'd been holed up in the capital, and weird new people had started reaching for him, so he pictured the women's faces and the man's too. Aldred was suddenly on the field, perched on the ground and staring up in awe, while a huge mansion loomed behind him. Flowers crowded around his feet, and a tailwind snatched their petals, flinging them into the sky like a living burst of color. Outside, the world went pitch black. The mansion's lights died out, and across the city, bright glow started spilling from the buildings instead. Aldred sat at a round table in the room, candles flickering while wooden mugs of drink sat in front of him, and with him there were 3 other people. Then one man snapped out that Aldred was dying to disband the team. The dark-haired man shut his eyes and muttered that he'd seen this ending coming, while the blonde man stared in shock. The girl's cheeks flared as she whispered that this could actually be real. The dark-haired man slumped against the table and snapped that the leader made this call himself. Sure, maybe the others were still green, but he was nearly 30. Aldred tore his gaze away and muttered that the guys probably already knew exactly what they'd do next. The blonde guy grinned and announced he'd been invited to join the Royal Knights, and the other guys nearly couldn't believe what they'd just heard. The dark-haired guy said he was planning a trip, and the girl's cheeks flared as she admitted she'd been invited to the Royal School of Magic. She fully intended to study there. The guys pressed Aldred, asking what he wanted to do next, and Aldred grinned like he'd just cracked a secret. He was craving a calm, peaceful life back in Norland. The guys stared at their leader in total shock. The guys kept grilling Aldred about his plans, and once it was out, Aldred's regret hit hard. Still, the blonde guy backed him up without hesitation. Aldred shut his eyes and confessed that he'd dreamed for ages of seeing one flower field again, and the guys practically gasped, because they'd never seen Aldred like that before. Aldred raised his mug for a quick sip, and the dark-haired man pressed him again about his plans. Aldred set the mug down, dropped his gaze, and flat out said he wasn't hungry anymore. Starting now, he was done with the grind and living carefree. The guys stared at Aldred, nodded, and backed his choice. Then they snatched up the wooden mugs and clinked them together. Aldred jostled along in a cart, leaned toward the window, and told himself he'd cut the team loose so there'd be no extra noise, because he was sure this was the right move, and the road ahead was still a long, long way. A month flew by, and Aldred was up on the wagon's roof when it suddenly jerked to a stop. Someone shouted that they'd finally reached their destination. Aldred snapped his eyes open, rose to his feet, and started scanning the area like he was hunting for answers. Aldred spied a tiny settlement and saw grape plantations wrapped around the crowbars. Then he said the place's name, Norland, and froze, staring in shock as he reached out and touched the grapes. A girl in a hat marched up to Aldred right as the guys argued about where he came from, and the hat wearer turned out to be Aisha. The guys strolled through a quiet rural settlement, and the streets were bursting with blooming flowers. Aldred grinned as he soaked it all in. The guys bumped into local residents along the road, people out there harvesting crops, and Aisha said, "We're at the elder's place," while Aldred beamed, totally lost in the flowers blooming right in front of the house. Aldred grinned and said he'd been here 9 years ago, yet the flowers still looked unreal. Then Aisha stepped into the house, and a girl was waiting for them inside. A blonde woman rushed up to the guys and blurted that Aisha had dragged someone in for real. Then Aisha planted her hands on her belt and declared, "This guy's from Avalon and he wants to live here." The woman shot her hand up and said the men could ask her husband. Then Aisha slapped on her hat and geared up to leave, and when Aldred thanked her, the woman warned the head that a guest from Avalon had arrived. Men clutching their books started blurting that he was an elder, and Albus leaned in hard. He was dying to know why Aldred had come to them. Aldred's cheeks flared as he confessed he'd fallen for the beauty of this place the last time he visited, and when Albus smiled back, he said other villagers had shown up for the exact same reason. Meanwhile, a blonde woman was deep in conversation. Aldred's cheeks flared when the sweet aroma of apple mint tea hit his nose, and there it was, one steaming cup waiting on the table. He grabbed the mug, took a sip, and mumbled that this stuff was so relaxing it felt like it was melting his worries. The man and the woman broke into smiles and said Aldred had finally loosened up, because before he'd been painfully gloomy. Aldred flushed in embarrassment, and Albus leaned in like, "Don't be shy anymore, just be yourself from now on." What? Aldred beamed and shot his hand up. The man and the woman locked eyes, burst into laughter, and Albus said Aldred could tag along for now. They'd find him a spot later. So Aldred sat on the chair, then suddenly dropped his head, and the woman erupted into laughter again. Albus planted his hands on the table and said Aldred's next move was still a long way off from lunch. Aldred's face burned red as he started imagining it. Aldred stumbled into the street, stared ahead, and blurted, "Finally, I'm back here again." Flower petals whirled through the air around Aldred as he stood there, gaping at the endless sea of blooms, then tears spilled down his face. Aldred froze in shock, then frantically wiped his tears with his sleeve as petals spun around him, and plants burst into bloom, his face burning red, until he stared down and saw a single flower petal sitting on his hand. Aldred stepped across the field, lost in thought about how the flowers here swap colors with every season, though he couldn't even remember who told him. Then he snapped his gaze ahead in shock, and there she was, the girl. A long flow of blonde hair fell over her shoulders, and a braided flower crown sat on her head. Then she felt it. Someone was behind her. She spun around, and there stood Aldred. There she sat, ringed by blooming flowers, a tiny bouquet clenched in her hands, and Aldred couldn't stop himself from asking, who is she, and why is she surrounded like this? Aldred felt a bead of sweat crawl down his face, and he gawked at the girl with his mouth hanging open, while her cheeks burned bright with pure embarrassment. Aldred didn't take his eyes off her for a second. He greeted her with a shaky, timid voice, and the girl's cheeks flared as she clutched a bouquet in her hands, all embarrassed. Then she started scrambling, fussing, and making these weird, awkward noises. The girl snapped into a deep bow, shouted good morning to Aldred, and then bolted like a rocket, gone in seconds. Aldred's eyes went wide as he realized he really did look that scary. Night rolled in fast, darkness swallowed the streets, and the stars flickered to life, and Aldred slipped into Aldous' house, calling out, "I'm back." Aldred's cheeks flared as a blonde woman stepped up in front of him and beamed, and somehow it felt totally fine that someone waited for him at home, while Albus set the plates on the table, and Aldred and him dove into a lively talk about how stunning that flower field was. Aldred sat at the table, cheeks burning when Albus said this place is pure magic. Then the cool grass beckoned as he laid down and sighed, and soon he and the other residents made a habit of escaping there to truly relax. Albus blushed hard when his wife brought up that it was beneath that very tree they first met. Then he had the nerve to propose to her the exact same way, and when they laughed, he begged Fiona not to embarrass him. After that, Albus marched up to Aldred and told him straight that he needed to see their daughter. Aldred's cheeks flared red the moment he spotted the blonde girl standing beside Albus. Albus announced her name was Flora and that Aldred would now call their village home, and there she stood clutching a handkerchief, so flustered her face burned with embarrassment. Flora fixed her gaze ahead and called Aldred's name out loud. Albus chimed in that the guys had already crossed paths. Aldred then said he and Flora had spotted each other under a tree in the field, and Fiona stood off to the side, smirking and chuckling like she knew the whole story. Aldred stared around, utterly lost. Then Aldous said he'd make Aldred stay the night with them, and that Flora would have to look after him. Flora hesitated for a beat, then shot off and ran away. Aldous immediately apologized for his daughter's stunt. Aldred rubbed the back of his neck, wondering if Flora was just shy, because when she bolted like that, he couldn't help but feel awkward. Everyone crowded around the table, piled high with food, and Aldous announced they were throwing a feast today. Then Fiona chimed in, saying the village had a new guest and everyone should take note. Albus cradled the bottle in his hands, grinned, and bragged that it was a drink brewed from grapes grown in Aisha's garden. Then he started pouring, while Flora stared at the filling glass like she couldn't make sense of it. The guys clinked their glasses and started pounding drinks for the village's new resident. Aldred took one sip and his face lit up, calling it insanely delicious, and that made everyone cheer right next to a hunk of cheese sitting on the table. Flora stabbed the food with a fork, then glanced up at Aldred, and the moment their eyes met, Aldred grinned, mouth open in pure delight as he thought how insanely tasty that cheese and bread were. Plates of food sat in front of Aldred, and he grabbed the bowl and started piling it high, until the portions on the plates vanished one by one. The girls stared at Aldred in shock when he bragged that the food was so good they could rake in money from it. Then Fiona started hyping Flora for every dish she'd cooked. Flora turned beet red and thanked the guys for all the praise. Aldred kept eating with that spoon. Then a weird, impossible sound erupted, and everyone snapped their heads to Flora in shocked silence. Flora's eyes burned with embarrassed tears as she blurted, "Maybe Aldred wants seconds," and Aldred snatched the plate, then shoved it right into Flora's hands. Flora's cheeks flared pink. She shut her eyes and blurted that she was about to take a supplement. Then she started sliding a heaping full plate of food to Aldred. Aldred stared at Flora and thought, give it time, she'll stop being shy and will become friends. He prayed that at their next meeting she wouldn't bolt. Then darkness rolled in and the stars started blinking to life overhead. The very next day the guys marched to Aldred, only to find things laid out beside him, and the girls standing there with baskets in their hands. Albus told Aldred he could come to them anytime. Aldred bowed his thanks and praised their hospitality. Albus stared at Aldred, wondering if he had real skills or just wanted a place to work, while Aldred gazed at the flowers thinking, yeah, I want to finish some quests. Aldred snapped back that he wanted to hunt, and Albus grinned because Aldred would be a huge help, because their village barely had any hunters at all. Flora strode up to Aldred and told him she decooked him dinner, and Aldred immediately thanked her for the generous kindness. Flora's eyes dropped to her own hands, embarrassed, yet she never told him she shouldn't have to be thanked because Aldred just felt her warmth and thought, she's really nice.
What?
Aldred and Albus strolled through the village, trading plans as Aldred revealed his future home would be in the west, near the flower field. Sunlight poured over the vines as Albus told Aldred he could pick any empty house in the west. Then the crew ended up down by the river. Then at one of those suggested houses, Aldred instantly froze up and shyly shut down every place they tried to show him. The guys ended up at another house, tucked deep in a ring of trees, and Aldred rubbed his chin like he was plotting something. Then they pushed onward. The guys stomped across a creaky wooden bridge, and Aldred flashed a grin at the fish churning in the river below, while Aldis dashed ahead toward the last house. The guys pushed into the house and the place swallowed them in dust and dark gloom, while the ladies just stood there horrified. Aldred dropped his gear by the entrance, spotted the box, and grinned like he'd found something big. The guys ended up on the street right outside the house, sitting on the ground and devouring sandwiches when Aldred snapped, if there's anyone in this village who can make furniture, I'm moving in. Aldis shot back, easy, he lives across the street from you. Albus jabbed his finger at the house, snapped his gaze to Aldred, and said the master's name was Toke. Then he promised they could visit him tomorrow. Aldred thanked him for the help, and the two men took their leave. Aldred grabbed a dustpan and broom, threw himself into cleaning the house, scrubbed and swept the floors, only to end up so dirty he looked just as wrecked as the mess. Aldred scanned the room, and it gleamed like it had been scrubbed within an inch of its life, so instead of hauling himself to Toke tomorrow, he figured he'd take a bath right now, then dumped water from the bucket into a wooden box. Aldred snapped 2 bracelets onto his arm, raised his hand in front of him, and started chanting. Then the magic sign flared, and water poured into existence. Then a flame clawed its way out of the magic icon and scorched the water. Steam surged up fast, and Aldred snapped his head out in panic. He told himself it should have gone smoothly, but he was still trapped in the water. Aldred stumbled out of the tub, draped a towel over his shoulders, and started hunting for his clothes. Then the door swung, and right on cue Flora marched in from the street, grinning as she announced she'd brought dinner. Aldred tossed his towel aside and then froze, completely exposed in front of Flora. Her hands shot up, and the tears just poured out of her eyes. Flora bolted out of Aldred's house, convinced the gap between them had shrunk, 1 step toward him, then 3 steps right back. A tiny village sat tucked in vineyards on every side, while a dark forest loomed beyond the fields, and the sun blazed high overhead. Aldred sprawled on the floor as the sunbeams blazed over him. Then he pushed himself up and declared, "It's really morning." Aldred's place was a tiny 1-story house, a chimney jutting right out of the roof, and the sun blazed over the tiled walls. Then Aldred grinned and said, "I've got my own home now." Aldred threw on his clothes and headed out toward Toke, and when he replayed yesterday's nightmare with Flora, he thought, maybe I should try to get along with her, until the truth hit, and it was the exact opposite. Aldred showed up at Toki's place, marched onto the veranda, and started climbing the stairs. Right there on the veranda sat a table and a set of chairs, like they were waiting for him. Aldred dropped into a chair and erupted in delight over how gorgeous it was, while Toku stared out the window, stunned that a grown man could be this blown away by something as ordinary as a chair. Toku grinned and hurriedly told Aldred he was grateful for the praise. Aldred stared at him, stunned. Then Toku swung the door open and invited him inside. Toku clutched the vegetables in his hands and asked Aldred to come have breakfast with him, so Aldred stepped into the house and said yes. Aldred slid up to the table, practically salivating for breakfast. Then he flopped down and sighed, loving how warm and comfy the tabletop felt under his hands. Plates piled the table and the guys dove into the meal. Aldred was loving every bite, while Toku kicked off their breakfast recipe, and Aldred kept shoveling food down greedily. In the room sat a sink and a stove, and Toku's stomach twisted with worry for Aldred, because he hadn't eaten since last night. Then Aldred stepped in and soothed Toka's panic. Plates and little boats sat on the table, and Aldred was all set to spill what happened yesterday to Flora. Then he swallowed it and changed his mind, while Toku stepped in, pushing harder and harder to get him to talk. Toku wouldn't let it go. He demanded to spill yesterday's story, and Aldred swore Toku was nothing but a rowdy troublemaker. Then Toku erupted, yelling that Aldred was cheating with Flora, and Aldred snapped back as he started recounting what happened yesterday. Toku clasped his hands, burst into laughter, and bragged that Flora had actually seen him naked, while Aldred blushed hard and puckered his lips, mortified. Toku burst into non-stop laughter. Aldred snapped that he needed to stop already, but being around Flora made Toku squirm so hard he swore they'd drift even farther apart now, and he admitted the truth. He and Flora almost never even talked. Aldred lined in and insisted it wasn't because Toku's face looked too terrifying. Then Toku just kept frowning over and over. They bunked at Tawaku's place, then hit the workshop. Aldred straight up ordered them to haul in every basic household item. Wooden planks sat beside Aldred, and Toku snapped his hair into place, telling Aldred he'd have to tough it out with no furniture for now because the orders kept piling up, but he'd still build him a bed. Toku jabbed at the sofa and told Aldred he could have it, and Aldred immediately dropped into a nearby chair, right when Toku snapped, "Hold up, I'm not done fixing it." Even though Aldred hesitated, he still dropped into a chair and grinned, claiming this one was perfect for him in the bedroom, while Toku stepped aside, watching. Tawaku jabbed a finger to the side and promised he'd grab another chair from the warehouse, just in case Aldred got visitors, though Aldred couldn't help wondering if Tawaku was so used to loneliness that he couldn't stop planning for it. The guys ended up at Aldred's place and Toku dropped onto the sofa, groaning that he was wiped out, yet still had to measure under the bed. Aldred slid a drink right into his hands. Toku snatched the glass and out of nowhere flashed back to yesterday's story with Flora, while Aldred snapped that Toku was acting like a kid, and Toku just kept cackling happily. Aldred snatched the glasses and carried them over to the wooden table, grinning as he told everyone the house's furniture had finally gotten way more comfortable. A closet, a table, and a bunch of chairs materialized in the room, and the guys immediately started debating how comfy everything was, while Toku lounged on the couch. Toku grinned and promised he'd absolutely show you where to snag those cozy little home treasures, and Aldred thanked Toka for the big help. Next day, Aldred and Aisha showed up on the street, and Aldred leaned in to tell me he lives right next to Tokuku. Aisha wiped her face with a towel, and the guys kicked off a heated discussion about the move. Then a stranger started closing in on them. Flora trailed right behind Aisha, and the moment Aldred locked eyes with her, the terror hit them both, because Aldred couldn't figure out why Flora was here at all. Aldred turned pink, froze with his head bowed, and Flora loomed behind Aisha. Then Aisha snapped her eyes shut and let out a heavy, helpless sigh. Aisha shoved Flora aside. Flora stumbled back in panic, and the guys awkwardly exchanged clumsy greetings. Aldred and Flora faced off in dead silence, and Aldred's gaze slid to Aisha. Her gloom was crushing. Then he shut his eyes and realized Aisha looked like she had the whole game figured out before Aldred suddenly dropped to one knee in front of Flora. Aldred blurted out an apology for what happened yesterday, but Flora snapped back that it wasn't his fault. Then she crouched down, looked him in the eye, and asked him for forgiveness. Flora clapped her hand over her blazing red face, while Aldred figured she didn't hold it against him at all, like she was apologizing to him right back. Aisha coughed hard, snapped the guy's attention to her, and said, "I'm heading back to work so you can go home with the guys." Aldred and Flora were betrayed with embarrassment as they stared at Aisha, and the guys looked totally stunned by her bold suggestion. The guys strolled along the great plantation when a lone man came marching from the opposite direction. Trailing right behind him was a small horse, packed and ready. Flora stared at Aldred, dying to know what he had in store today. Then Aldred strode up and said he wanted to meet the village hunter. Flora blinked and said, "You've only been here 4 days, aren't you rushing way too fast?" Aldred and Flora finally caught up, and the guy blurted that he wanted to be useful to the villagers. Aldred burst out laughing, promising they'd have plenty of meat soon, while several girls came strutting their way, giggling and laughing at full volume. The girls strode past the guys, and Aldred snapped his head around to stare. Then he blurted out, "Why does everyone here dress like that?" Flora lifted a hand toward the flowers and grinned, as she said the plants here never stop blooming, so everyone tries to keep up with that perfect year-round beauty. The guys rolled up to Flora's house, right as they ran into Flora's father out on the street, and Aldred told him that his place has gotten way more comfortable since they brought in furniture, then pushed for a chance to meet the village hunter too. Aldred stared at Flora and broke into a grin. He couldn't wait to start working. Flora's father laughed and said, "Then I'll introduce you to the village hunter." Aldred flipped into a whole new outfit, gloves snapped onto his hands, and a bow with arrows slid onto his back. Then he grinned, thinking, my sword s not needed, now I move out. Right in front of Aldred, a man stood there with a short girl in tow, claiming he was Lawrence, a village hunter. Aldred looked them over and demanded to know, were these two father and daughter? The man and the girl spun away from each other in disgust, and the girl snapped that Aldred was wrong, like, those words sounded absolutely outrageous. Lawrence shot back that the girl beside him was Karina, his student, then she jumped in and introduced herself, I'm 12. But the moment Aldred didn't even bother mentioning that she was a hunter, Karina's anger flared like a match. Aldred flashed a grin and shrugged off the whole debate. Man or woman didn't matter one bit. What mattered was deadly hunting skills, and the rest was noise. Karina lit up with a matching smile, agreed with every word, and promised she'd help the village. Lawrence stared at Karina and told her she had to keep studying, again and again, before she'd finally earn her place as a hunter, and Karina shot back that she'd get it done in the fastest time possible. Right then, two girls stepped into view near the guys. Karina jabbed a finger at the mountain. Yep, that's where they were headed. Lawrence shot Aldred a grateful nod for backing her up. Aldred grinned and teased that Lawrence looked just like her father. Lawrence's cheeks flared, and he gave Aldred a slap on the shoulder. The guys strode down a tight little trail, hemmed in by towering trees, where mushrooms sprouted right from the roots like little signs of life, and while they went, they argued, pretty excitedly, about just how perfectly placed the village really was. Aldred slammed the brakes and asked what fruits could actually grow here, and Karina started naming types one by one like she was reading them from a treasure map. Then Lawrence leaned in and asked if Aldred had ever even heard of fruits like that. In the forest, the guys' voices carried through the trees. Aldred even claimed he'd heard rumors about it. Then Lawrence shot to his feet and held up the same fruit they'd mentioned earlier. Aldred gasped, clapped a hand over his mouth, and leaned in to closely inspect it. Lawrence started chomping on fruits and handed some to Aldred too, and while Aldred chewed, a memory hit him hard. When he was little, he'd gulp down everything in a row, and it always landed him in trouble. Karina perched up in a tree, surrounded by scattered fruits, then snatched one and tossed it to Aldred. This is aloy, she said. Its peel is tough, but the flesh tastes incredible. Karina shot her hand up and warned, there's a nasty bitter taste right under the peel, and Lawrence burst into laughter, insisting that was exactly the most delicious part. The guys kept trekking through the forest, then the ground rose into a rugged mountain area. They halted by a bush, and out there in the dirt, fresh animal tracks stared back at them. Lawrence dropped down beside the animal tracks, swore they were fresh deer prints, and told the other guys watching nearby to listen up. The guys kicked off a plan to hunt that deer, but they stayed on high alert, and Karina and Aldred slipped along the bushes, peering in and checking everything. Aldred stomped on a branch and snapped it underfoot, while Lawrence stood right behind him, staring. Then an eerie, shimmering glow started pouring out of Aldred. The guys huddled together in the bushes, then they spotted it, a deer standing nearby, calmly munching grass, and the whole crew started plotting their next move right there. Aldred grabbed the bow and arrow, set his sights on the deer, and Lawrence and Chris hovered right beside him, watching every move. Then, after a tense beat, Aldred loosed the arrow and it slammed straight into the target. An arrow slammed straight into the deer's head. He let out a heartbreaking cry, and a brutal, loud crash blasted through the whole neighborhood. The guys closed in on the deer sprawled on the ground, and Lawrence blurted out that Aldred's shooting skills were so sharp they might even outshine his own, making Aldred's face go hot with embarrassment. Then Karina jumped in, laughing, saying Aldred truly shoots better than her teacher. Lawrence stared at Karina with tears blazing in his eyes and roared that she better not talk about him like that. Then Karina shot back that fine, she'd become Aldred's student instead. Lawrence grabbed her by the head and yanked her in close, shaking her like he couldn't hold himself back. The guys stumbled into the village with a deer carcass in tow, and the whole place went quiet, then erupted as the locals stared in awe at the massive deer they'd finally taken down, while Lawrence proudly said, Aldred's skill is the reason we can fill our bellies with enough venison. What? Aldred flashed a grin, strode right up to the villagers beside him, and introduced himself. Then the whole crowd lit up, greeted him with pure joy, and he bowed back, thanking them for their amazing hospitality. Aldred and the villagers started slicing and butchering the meat right away, Aldred figuring some of it would go to the residents, the rest would be sold, and the leftovers would still be put to good use at home. Then Aldred hurried to Flora's house, and she swung the door open for him. Flora's face flared red as she greeted Aldred, and he instantly scratched the back of his head in total embarrassment before thrusting the bundle into her hands, saying it was a gift for their kindness, so Flora thanked him and invited him to stay a while. Flora told Aldred he could stop by for dinner tonight, and the second those words hit, his face went beet red. Then he blurted out if everything would be okay. Flora nodded and said yes. Aldred found himself at Toke's wooden house, barrels stacked by the door, and he hauled up right there, ready to open it. He'd brought meat. Aldred reached for the door, and just then Aisha stepped right in front of him, shot him a disgusted look, and greeted him. Aisha clasped her hands and said she'd handed Tauka a chair to fix. Then Aldred gripped a handful of nuts and started treating the kids. Toku gripped a stool in his hands, snapped a glare at the girl the moment she said his chair nearly caused a disaster, then tightened his hold on the bar and shot back that things should be handled properly, not like Aisha. Aldred shut his eyes and blamed it all on Aisha. Then Toku jabbed a finger at the warehouse and growled that he'd give her 0 more discounts. The workshop door slammed shut, and as Toku kept grumbling, Aldred couldn't help laughing. Aldred tore open some meat, said he was finally repaying Toku's debt, and right after, the dude dove straight into how to cook it up so it was pure deliciousness. Right then Aisha burst into the room, hovered over a piece of meat, and declared that it pairs perfectly with a grape drink, leaving the guys staring at her in pure shock. A wooden stool sat by the guys as they hashed out the future design of Aisha's chair. Then Aisha suddenly blurted, "What if Aldred has a reward for me too?" And she pressed her hand to her face, lost in thought. A thick forest crowded around Tuaku's house, and Aisha was already chirping that they should visit every single place and stuff themselves with venison, when a girl in a dress with her hair down stepped into the doorway, and Aldred's face flared red as he blurted, all confused, "Who are you?" "What?" Aisha shoved the basket of food into Aldred's hands and admitted that, nope, she doesn't always wear the same outfit. Aldred froze, totally stunned, because he straight up didn't recognize her at all. Then Toku burst out laughing and roasting Aisha, and she snapped at him to shut up. Aisha yanked Takaka by the ear, and right in front of the guys, Flora popped up holding a basket. Then the guys greeted her, and Toku introduced himself to her with a smile so frightening it made the air feel colder. When the guys tried to explain away Toku's terrifying expression, heat rushed into his cheeks. He blushed hard too, while Flora giggled through her own blush and introduced herself to the guys. The guys dumped the groceries onto the table, then they instantly started arguing about what kind of stew they'd make and who was cooking which part. 2 chunks of meat sat on the table, and Toku gripped the spice boxes in both hands. Then he declared he'd prepped everything perfectly for cooking. The guys took turns nodding along with Toku while he handed out the cooking jobs. Aldred grabbed the roasting, Aisha tackled the meat, Flora was set to saddle the sake with that sweet wine drink, and Toku made sure he personally handled the vegetables. On one table sat a basket of veggies, and on the other lay several long looms, while Aldred grabbed the vegetables and gushed that Toku's soup was incredible. Toku grinned and said he had a few tricks up his sleeve. Aldred and Aisha were hacking through meat while Aisha shot threats at Toku, who stood there clutching mushrooms. Aldred then slammed into chopping vegetables and tossing them into the pan to fry, and the rest of the crew stayed locked into their jobs. Aisha shut her eyes tight, drool slipping as she sighed that some smells were straight up heavenly. Toku clutched the cabbage and snapped that she needed to rein it in, then cut the meat. Aldred stirred veggies in a frying pan while Flora stood beside him, grinning like she was enjoying the whole show. Flora blurted out that Aldred looked like he was actually enjoying himself, and Aldred nodded like, yeah, she got it right. Then Tak leaned in, dying to know who Aldred used to be, and the moment he spilled his past, the girls stared at him in shock. Aldred grabbed the meat with the tongs, then broke into an awkward smile when the girl promised them they'd feel safe, because Aldred was with them and he could fight off monsters. Aldred tossed the meat into the pan, swore he'd retired from the case, and warned the guys not to count on him, so they went straight to work, drilling into cooking like it was their next mission. Aldred and Flora locked eyes and burst into smiles, while Tuku stared at the pensive Aisha. Then the guys fired up the meat, sliced it up, and tossed the veggies into pots and pans until everything was cooking hot. Aldred and Aisha slid plates onto the table while Flora and Toku hovered by the kitchen tables, and Aisha grabbed a piece of meat with her fork and popped it straight into Aldred's mouth. Then Aisha shot up a finger, Aldred chewed the meat and grinned that it was actually pretty good, and Toku side-eyed him like, "So, something happened between you two." Aldred just snapped back, "Now we're fine." Aisha clutched a plate of meat, spun away from the guys, and Flora marched right up to them, dumped the plate on the table, then grinned wickedly and taunted that Aldred had sauce all over his mouth, and Aldred just stood there, utterly lost. Aisha started hurling insults at him without even glancing at Aldred, and Aldred snapped his head up in shock, while smoke curled from the chimney on the roof, and the guys finally finished cooking the food. The guys dropped into their seats, staring at a feast of meat dishes laid out before them, and they lined in, practically breathless, admiring every single one. Then the guys started debating how there must be more meat, while Flora and Aldred never stopped shoving food in their mouths even as they cooked. Meanwhile, the girls snapped into an argument, and Aldred sat on the sidelines, terrified, watching it all unfold. The guys grabbed forks and Aldred declared it was time to test the food. He was praying everyone would love the cooked meat. Then they spearheaded the meal with their forks and dug in. Aldred shut his eyes and trembled with pure delight, and then she started praising the guys for how well they could cook, while Flora shut her eyes too, clapped a hand over her mouth, and said Aldred had done a great job as well. Aisha's cheeks flared red as she shot up a finger and nodded along with what the guy said. Then Toku stared at the meat and told her she'd really given it her best. Toku turned his head and muttered that Aisha's steak looked a bit overexposed, and Aisha just shrugged back that she was totally happy with everything, while Aldred backed her up, and Flora insisted the wine had to come with bread and salad. Toku dug in with a fork while Aisha slapped together a sandwich for herself. Aldred copied everything she said and practically declared it so damn tasty. Flora just beamed, and then Aisha dove into the soup and swore it was even better. The guys kept chowing down and trading recipes, and then Flora plucked a berry and popped it into Aldred's mouth. He chewed it up, looking sheepish as ever. Aldred's eyes lit up. He finally clocked they were pico seeds, each one ready to drop its own flavor magic. He glanced at Flora and thanked her, and there she was, grinning with a spoon in her hands, sticking her tongue out at Aldred like she was daring him to enjoy it. The guys wiped their bowls clean, and boom, a tea set slid onto the table. Aldred praised how crazy good Flora's tea tasted. Flora blushed and thanked him, and Aisha and Toku just sank into the moment with their eyes closed, sipping like they'd found heaven. Aisha spun toward Toku and teased her, asking if she looked like a princess, and right after that, the guys dove into a full-on debate about who drinks tea, how they take it, and what they'd do next, while empty cups piled up across the table. The guys spilled out onto the street, the girls sprinted in circles chasing each other, and the boys huddled up swapping plans for their fishing trip, which they actually went on. The guys wound up by the river while Flora hung back behind them and finally tried to catch her breath. Then the crew started chewing over Aisha's stamina, and right after that, they kicked off their shoes and left them on the shore. The guys ducked their heads into the river to cool down, and Aldred grinned as he surfaced, straightened his hair, and stared straight at Toka. Toku's face burned with embarrassment as Aldred cracked that his hairstyle looked weird with wet hair, and while the girls sat on the shore dipping their feet in the waves, Aisha started copying Toka's moves. Toku stared at Flora and she even teased his hairstyle as weird. Rage flared in Toku's chest. He stormed down onto a rock, but Flora tried to brighten his mood. Aisha broke into loud laughter and started mimicking Toku. Then a sudden jet of water blasted right at her, and it was Toku behind it. Aisha was soaked and had no clue why he did it. Aisha blasted Takaka with a spray, and a bunch of that water splashed Aldred too. Then the guys snapped into a frenzy, soaking each other and shouting arguments as they went. Aldred's clothes were soaked, water sliding off him as he stared forward, and there was Flora, cheeks burning red while she reached her hands out toward the pool. Flora's clothes clung to her, and she and Aldred were soaking everything with loud splashes, while Tuwaku and Aisha turned it into a full-on water fight, slapping each other with every splash. Flora's hair and clothes clung to her as rain-soaked dampness dripped, her cheeks burning red. Then she drenched Aldred with a splash and burst into loud, reckless laughter. Aldred slid his hands into the water and swore he'd spray it too. Then he suddenly froze dead still and blushed so hard it was instant. Flora threw her arms wide in shock, staring down at her soaking clothes, and then burst into a loud, mortified scream, while the boy's shoes just kept standing there on the shore. Toku wrung out his clothes and went, Aisha sure lets loose, and we're not even a couple, while Aldred toted a spare set and grinned like she already knew something. Toku grabbed a towel and started wiping his head, while Aldred's cheeks flared as he stole glances at the girls perched on the log. Aisha stared at Flora and scratched her own head, and Flora pulled her hands up over her drenched body. Aldred marched over to the girls and pressed a towel into each of their hands. Then Aisha grabbed the towel, covered her head, and looked away as she thanked Aldred for stepping in. Aisha locked eyes with Flora and couldn't stop praising her gorgeous legs, right when Aldred was handing Flora a towel. Flora yanked herself back fast, covered up, and blurted that Aisha's legs were prettier instead. Aldred's face went red and he just stared straight ahead, mortified. Aldred blessed her even more, squeezed out a silent scream, and shoved the towel into Flora's hands, because in that moment he swore he was staring right at her legs. Flora blushed, looked down, and quietly thanked him for the help. Toku gripped his fishing rod and announced, "I'm going fishing," while Aisha smiled and said they'd link up with the guys a bit later. Aldred's worry spiked when Aisha was drenched to the bone, but Aisha just grinned and told him not to fret. There were tons of rocks on the shore to help them. After a bit, the fish finally started biting, and the guys stood on the stone bank of the river, Aldred yelling that he'd already hauled in his 6th fish, while Toku shot him a look and snapped that he only caught 3 and that it wasn't fair at all, with one fish still circling in the water. Fish schools darted beneath the waves as the guys stood on the shore and hauled in the catch, with a wide river stretching out, boxed in by thick, dark forest. Aldred snapped back into action and started biting again, and Toku's fury exploded. Then Aldred peered into the bucket of swimming fish and swore they'd caught more than enough to feed the entire village. Aldred grinned while clutching a bucket of fish and bragged that he'd caught a ton, but Toku fumed in silence and refused to answer. Then the girls marched up to the guys, already expecting them to be done fishing. The girls rolled up on Aldred and started gushing over his perfect catch, while Tokus fumed off to the side. Then his fishing rod suddenly jerked, and he snapped into action, hauling the line in fast. Aldred and the girls stepped aside, cheering Takaya on with everything they had, and then Toku yanked the fishing rod hard and screamed at the top of his lungs. A huge fish exploded out of the river, only for Takaka to grab it and find it was tiny after all, and the guys immediately showered Toku with praise for his skills. Aisha stared at Toku and warned that the fish would squirm out of his hands and drop straight back into the river. Then Toku snapped at her with a vicious glare and started hurling threats. The guys huddled up and started brainstorming what they could cook with that fish, and Aisha jumped in to call out Toku's failed catch. Then everyone broke off into pairs and started swapping ideas. Toku stared at Aldred, baffled by his whole fish plan, and then Aldred started explaining, straight up, how to cook fish the right way. The guys stared at Aldred in shock. He clearly didn't expect all that attention, and embarrassment crept over him. And then they flared up a fire, started cooking fish, while someone called Aisha from right behind him. The girl in the apron jutted a finger at Aisha and snapped that she was dodging work again. Then she launched into her rant. The stranger stared at Aldred in shock, then dropped to a bow and introduced herself like it was fate. "I'm Ina," she said, Aisha's sister. Aldred shot back his own name, meeting her face to face. Toku told Aisha she had to get back to work, and Aina jumped in to back him up. Aisha kept her eyes on the fish cooking and promised that the moment she took a bite, she'd go straight to work too, and then Aina started calling out for the guys. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Avalon, a grand building filled with breathtaking architecture erupted in screams. Right at the center of it all, a blond man shouted in furious disbelief, seething over Aldred's disappearance. The dark-haired man heard the king's screams and instantly recalled what Aldred's companions had whispered about where he'd be. Then he pressed on, keeping the hunt for Aldred's whereabouts going with non-stop talk. The king cracked his legs together and growled that Aldred's rest was over. He had to get back to the kingdom right now. The dark-haired man bowed hard and promised, without a second thought, that he understood. Aldred, Flora, and Toku each grabbed a stick loaded with fried fish and dug in. Then the guy in one booming voice declared, "This fish is unbelievably tasty." The two sisters chewed in peaceful silence, and Aina whispered that this fish wasn't bitter at all. It was downright delicious. Then Aisha started parading Aldred's exact cooking lines like a trick, and Toku's eyes widened in shock at her sly game. Around the campfire, the guys lounged, and Toku declared that Aldred should start selling fish. Then he cracked a grin and started handing everyone fruits. Flora bit into the fruit and instantly blushed. Toku squeezed the sweet juice over the fried fish, and the two sisters just kept going, devouring every delicious bite. Aldred cradled the fish in his hands and stared at the guys, happy smiles, and the moment hit him. Today was unreal, and he wanted every single day to feel just like this. The guys lounged on logs, munching leftover fish, while backpacks and empty wooden buckets sat right beside them. Behind their backs, the river shimmered with a dense forest crowding the edges like a living wall. A giant bird soared high in the sky, then an arrow slammed into it, and it shrieked in agony while flaring its massive wings wide. A bird with an arrow is going to drop to the ground, so Karina sprints over, grabs the fallen thing, and blurts out that Aldred is the real deal, a shooting master. Aldred lifts a finger and says, with a straight face, he only felt the wind moving just right. Aldred smirked, saying he'd seen enough of life to know Karina hadn't. Then he insisted that only hard work and experience would save her. Karina just shrugged and slipped off for fruit. Meanwhile, Aldred stood there, hanging carcasses from a tree like it was routine. The guy halted by the bushes and Karina shot him a grin, saying a real hunter is always interesting to women. Then Aldred's face went beet red with embarrassment. Aldred grinned, but it was shaky, and the guys plunged into berry picking. Then the conversation spiraled into wild love affairs. After that, they marched back to the village, and the kids greeted them there. The kids couldn't stop wondering who Karina snagged this time. She'd caught a rabbit. Aldred chimed in that rabbit's sprint like lightning, and Karina spun around and shot back that whoever's best at knocking birds out of the sky would get to decide. The guys erupted with excitement. While the kids dug into their freshly picked fruits, Aldred whipped around and headed off, leaving the guys behind. As he walked, he ran into a girl and handed her the herbs he'd collected, and she eagerly thanked him for the help. The kids scooted away from the guys and started waving goodbye, and Karina glanced at Aldred like, "So you really did get used to them," while Aldred waved back at the guys with a grin. Sunbeams spilled over the village as Aldred threw open the creaking wooden windows and stared out, soaking in the gorgeous view waiting right outside. Aldred's room was packed with a huge bed, a closet, a bedside table, and even a little chair. Meanwhile, Aldred and every villager were gathered at the well, hauling water like their lives depended on it. Aldred stumbled home, and when he saw the table piled with all kinds of food, he dug in right away, snatching bites with a happy, satisfied grin. Then Aldred stumbled onto the street and ran into Flora, and the guys lit up as they greeted each other. Right away they started harvesting vegetables, chatting nonstop, and then they dug in and tried everything. Aldred stood before Flora and started laying out his next moves for the day. Then he leaned in and said he wanted to develop land near his home, and Flora listened so hard she suddenly flushed bright red. The girl shot her hands up, balled them into a fist, and declared she was going to help Aldred till the soil right by his house. Aldred nodded along with Flora's idea, and the moment he did, Flora's eyes lit up. She swore she'd go ask her father for tools and rush right back. Then she bolted home. Aldred just stood there, amazed at how incredible Flora was. The guys ended up right by Aldred's house, tools scattered around their feet, and they immediately started arguing, so loudly, about where they'd kick off their plan. The guys threw on gloves and gripped their gardening tools as they debated planting radishes first, then carrots, and finally cabbage, while Flora beamed like butter wouldn't melt. Flora dropped into a squat and started hacking at the grass, while Aldred crouched nearby and copied her with the same rhythm. Then he studied the gardening tool, glanced at Flora, and matched her every move. Flora glanced at Aldred and said he was great with the instrument, and Aldred immediately looked away, mortified, because he'd basically learned it just by watching Flora. The guys piled up grass and filled wicker baskets, then they leaned in to trade stories about Aldred's old life, while Aldred kept bouncing between a shaky smile and nervous muttering about monsters lurking out there. Aldred's stomach dropped. He was sure he'd nearly spilled everything about the fights and way more. Behind him, Flora stood there, mumbling to herself in a tight, jittery whisper. Aldred spun around and demanded, "Flora, are you okay?" Flora shot up, snatched another instrument, and blurted that if a monster showed up, she'd bolt in pure panic. Then the guys scrambled to their feet, ready to start plowing the land. Aldred swung and pounded the ground, while the guys right there kept shoving through it non-stop. Then Aldred wiped the sweat off his face, breath burning. Aldred wiped his face and stared out at the freshly plowed field, while Flora stood beside him, clutching a small vessel as she beamed and showered him with praise for what he'd done. Aldred snatched Flora's mug and took a drink, and then she started laying into me about how Aldred needed to use that plowing tool the right way. Flora's cheeks flushed as a huge smile spread across her face, and when Aldred caught her looking, he couldn't help thinking how perfect it would be to have a girl like her beside him. Maybe he could still live a truly good life. Aldred threw himself into hunting and fieldwork day after day, and then, right on cue, the fruits finally started to sprout, while the guys kept digging, working, and fertilizing the harvest. Aldred stared at the sprouts, and Flora told him this wasn't optional. Harvesting had to wait, because she was standing there holding a basket stuffed with plants. Aldred sat out in the field, hands deep in the plants, and he couldn't stop thinking about how most of his life felt spent right here. Flora jumped in and helped him cultivate the field, and the two of them were having a blast the whole time. Then, after a while, they hauled a basket of grass together and pulled off their very first radish harvest. Aldred twirled out in the fields when Flora stormed up with a basket in her hands and greeted him with a smile. Then the guys kicked off a heated talk about the harvest and how they'd help each other. Flora's cheeks flared red. She looked away, shoved the basket into Aldred's hands, then dared to suggest they grab lunch together, and Aldred instantly said yes. The guys decided to head straight for the flower field and tear into lunch there, then just stood among the blooms, chatting like they couldn't stop staring at how gorgeous it was. The guys stared at the flowers and started trading theories, while Flora snapped her gaze away and dropped down beside a nearby bush. Aldred watched her closely, totally clueless about what she was about to pull. Flora clutched a handful of flowers and told him, "Not all blooms are for eating, some can heal you." Aldred stared at the flowers as Flora raved about them, then he dragged his hand to his chin and started thinking hard about what it all meant. Aldred couldn't forget the girl's legs and her dress. Then he admitted that 9 years ago someone had already told him about it, and the moment he heard a crash, fear slammed into his chest. Flora crumpled to the ground and groped toward her basket, crying her heart out, while Aldred snatched it up and stared at her tear-soaked face. Aldred snatched a handkerchief and started dabbing away the tears streaming down Flora's cheeks, then told her to stay strong and wait, just for a little while. Flower petals swirled through the air around the guys as Aldred stared at Flora's face in shock. Her eyes were glassy with tears. Aldred stared at Flora's face, thinking hard, and the moment he did, her cheeks flared redder than ever. She opened her mouth like she was about to fight for the right words. The guys stood there staring each other down, while flower petals spiraled through the air. then Aldred's stomach suddenly growled like it had a mind of its own. Flora slapped a hand over her mouth and burst into laughter, while Aldred's cheeks went red. He scratched his head like he was piecing it together and apologized for the whole misunderstanding. Flora strode forward with a bright grin and declared that it was already lunch, time to move, while flower petals swirled through the air around her like a celebration. Aldred trailed behind her, staring at the petals. Then, right on cue, his stomach growled loud enough to betray him, and before Flora could even get a word out, he cut her off, muttering that maybe she could speak up later when the moment finally hit. Flora's face went crimson, her lips trembled, and the tears were about to spill. Aisha stared at her like something was off and snapped that Flora still hadn't told him a thing today either. The girls lounged around a table laden with a tea set, while Flora suddenly slumped, hands dropping to her feet as she shrank down to nothing, right across from Aisha, who sat opposite with her hands clasped, glaring at her with pure displeasure. Flora stared at the tea set and answered Aisha's question with a confident yes, and Aisha immediately realized her best friend Flora had really come to her for advice. Aisha introduced Aldred, then glanced at Flora's class, her skin tanning under the sun, and Aisha's eyes narrowed because she could tell Aldred had a crush on Flora, but his shyness kept him from ever admitting it. Aisha stared at Flora's puzzled face and thought, Flora's always been gentle and so tuned in to everyone, because she's gorgeous too. But deep down, Aisha bets Flora's struggling, since she can't bring herself to admit her feelings to Aldred. Flora's cheeks flared even brighter as Aisha dropped the bomb that she'd liked Aldred 9 years ago, and embarrassment swallowed her whole. Aisha slumped against the table and let out a heavy sigh, realizing she still didn't know the full story of the past, because those guys had already crossed paths 9 years ago. Aisha pictured how the guys would have rubbed off each other, and then she remembered Flora was only 9, while Aldred was 18. That's the moment Flora's heart got stolen. Aisha stared at Flora and told her Aldred himself remembered her from that meeting. Then Flora glanced down and started fidgeting in her chair, smiling like she couldn't hide it. Flora fired back that Aldred had stumbled onto a memory from 9 years ago, right when Aisha blurted in shock, "You figured it out." Flora told Aldred, "I already warned you about the flowers," and Aldred shot back, "Yeah, I heard that from someone else." Then Aisha clenched her fists and screamed, "Everything's going perfectly." Flora threw her hands to her face, burst out with joy, and when she realized Aldred remembered her, she couldn't hold it in, she started crying. Aisha's cheeks flared as she clutched her face, then blurted out that Flora had been secretly thinking about Aldred this whole 9 years, and Aisha couldn't stop calling it pure genius. Flora pressed her hands to her face and started spinning her head around, and then she blurted out that she was so happy she couldn't even think straight. Flora stared at Aisha and kept talking. Then Aldred swept her tears away with his handkerchief, standing so close it made the whole moment feel electric. Aisha's face twisted in shock. Aisha clapped her hands over her face, thinking Flora was completely hopeless, and Flora shot back in a trembling voice, "I couldn't have done anything else." Flora clasped her fingers and the girls kept trading everything they knew about Aldred, while the cups on the table sat empty, as if even the drinks had run out. Flora raised a finger and told him she and Aldred came here all the time, but the moment Flora caught herself thinking, she glanced aside and looked away. Flora shot her eyes down in sheer embarrassment and blurted that they accidentally bumped into each other while working, and Aisha stared back at her so strangely, drool sliding from her mouth. Aisha slammed her fist on the table and roared that Flora was still just a child. Then Flora, trembling, asked if there was anything else she could do. Aisha pressed her chin, thinking hard, then poked her finger into Flora and commanded, "Go to Aldred, get close, cuddle up to him, and spill your feelings." Flora threw her hands over her face and shrieked in pure embarrassment, screaming that she couldn't believe she'd done something this humiliating. Then Aisha shot back, "So what can you offer, Flora, in a moment like this?" Flora snapped her hand to her mouth in shock when Aisha warned that if she didn't move right now, another girl would snatch Aldred away. Aisha grabbed a cup and the girls kept gossiping about Aldred, like he was the dream groom, and then Aisha leaned in and urged Flora to confess to him right then. Tears welled up in Flora's eyes, and with a shaky voice she blurted out, "I'm so painfully shy, I can't risk losing this relationship." Aisha stared at the flowers in deep thought, convinced there had to be a way for Flora to say what she felt on her own. Then the idea hit and she told her, "You can express feelings with flowers just like Flora's father did." Flora slapped her hand to her face and yelled that the plan was a great idea, and then Aisha rushed in to hype her up, reminding her that those other girls could snatch Aldred away. Flora's face flared even redder as she said she got it. She'd snatch those flowers for Aldred, hand them to him, and then spill her heart. Aisha just grinned at her like she couldn't wait. Meanwhile, Aldred and Karina trekked through the forest, thick, lush bushes pressing in on both sides, while scattered tables and tree stumps lurked around every bend. The guys caught a weird sound mid-step and slammed on the brakes. Aldred stared ahead with wary eyes, while Karina stood right behind him, tense and ready. Aldred scratched his face and muttered that the forest felt way too strange today. Then Karina shot back that even the animals were unnaturally silent. A sudden clatter of hooves ripped through the air, and Aldred instantly snapped to attention. Aldred drew his bow and nocked an arrow, and Karina copied him without missing a beat. The guys leaned in, aimed in sync, and argued over what they saw. 2 deer were slipping in from the west. Branching horned deer burst out of the bushes, and Aldred and Karina clocked them instantly, then loosed their arrows. The guys loosed their arrows and they slammed into the animals' heads, boom, sending every one of them crashing to the ground. Then they lowered their bows and stared at the fallen bodies. The guys hauled themselves over to the animal bodies and bragged about their amazing catch. Then, all right, time to head back to the village. Out of the bushes, someone lunged forward, Karina's teacher. He grinned like he'd won, and Karina froze in pure shock, heart pounding as fear slammed into her. Karina clenched her fist and blurted that the bear looked like it was coming for her, and the man rubbed the back of his head, admitting her fears weren't for nothing. The man held up a chunk of wool, and the guys immediately swapped theories. Maybe those bear tracks they'd spotted weren't a fluke, and they needed to rally more hunters and warn them fast. Karina clung to her nerves as the guys started talking her down. The men exchanged looks, and the teacher snapped that bears don't always barge into villages, but they can still sneak right into the flower garden. The teacher tenderly stroked Karina's head, and as Aldred watched, a cold worry hit him. Maybe they needed help for the village, but with the guild miles away, he'd better be on guard himself. The teacher ruffled Karina's hair and burst into laughter, and Aldred stared at a far-off flower field just to look away. Then his thoughts snapped into place. He had to keep the villagers safe from that bear, no matter what it took. Aldred eyed the forest like it might bite, then braced himself. He'd have to grab that sword again soon. The guys packed it up and headed back to the village. Karina's teacher barked that he'd hold the elder back. She should rush to the south, and Aldred needed to warn everyone in the flower field. Then the guys scattered and sprinted off in different directions to carry out the orders. Aldred sprinted past the vegetable field straight for the village, and right as he burst in, the kids were out harvesting. Then their faces lit up, and they started calling his name, grilling him about hunting. Aldred shot past the kids, kicking up a cloud of dust as he sprinted, then hurried up to the man and blurted that a monster had shown up in the mountains, so he raced here to warn everyone in the flower garden. The blond man screamed, and then he and Aldred launched into a tense sprint of a discussion about the monster and what it could unleash on the villagers, until Aldred bolted off to track down more people and warn them right away. The blond man warned everyone about the monster. Karina's teacher echoed the same terrified news, and the villagers all fell into fear. Aldred blinked into a field and ran into a woman with her children, warning them of the danger. Then he snapped into action, roaring at the top of his lungs, demanding anyone in the flower garden come running. The flower garden was empty. Then, after a bit, the guys ended up at Tuaku's place. Toku gripped a bow and lined up his shot, while the others debated the red bear. Aldred just watched Tuaku train, grinning like this was all too perfect. Toku couldn't stop trembling with nerves. Sure, he said he could make bows, but his shooting was still trash, so he drew back and loosed an arrow straight at the target. Toku's arrow slammed into the tree trunk, and Toku froze like a statue, no twitch, no movement. For a moment the guys stared at the silence between them, all of them speechless. Toku shut his eyes tight, let out a heavy breath, and declared he was already better than before, while Aldred stood aside, drenched in sweat, and the guys leaned over the target, jawing about archery skills like it was game time. Aldred was chatting with a girl and an elderly woman when Alba suddenly bolted toward them, screaming that he couldn't find Flora. The village streets were empty, no souls in sight. Albus and Aldred exchanged worried looks, saying they hadn't seen Flora in ages. Maybe she'd gone off to the vineyards. Albus stared at the ground, frustration burning, and blurted that he was praying Flora was in the vineyards. Then his expression crumpled even more. Albus stared down and blurted that he prayed it wouldn't go down like 9 years ago. Then Aldred opened his mouth, but right in that instant, someone cut him off and the trouble started. Aisha sprinted toward the guys, tears streaming as she stumbled up to Aldred and clutched his hands, trying to gulp in breath and force out words. Aldred snapped to it. Something was wrong with Flora. Aisha clung to him like her life depended on it, and Aldred pushed through the fear to figure out what was making her shake so badly. Aisha couldn't get her emotions under control. Her cheeks burned red, tears poured down her face, and all she could whisper was Aldred, Flora. Aldred froze, staring at her in pure terror. Fear ripped through Aldred. He shook, snapped his eyes up in terror, and clutched Aisha's tearful hands while Albus stood beside her, desperately trying to calm her down. Beyond the thick canopy of green, towering high mountains rose like giants, and out in the far distance, you could hear hooves pounding the trail. A bunch of deer were bolting for their lives, one of them even missing a horn, leaping from rock to rock as drool streamed from its mouth. A lone-horned deer tumbled off a towering stone, and when it hit the ground, the rocks started trembling before shattering into tiny pieces. A giant monster lunged out from behind the rocks, jaws wide and fangs bared, snapping at a one-horned deer as it charged after it. The monster lifted its clawed paw and slammed it into its jaw ** snap. Then the deer bolted, weaving through the tight, shadowy gaps between the thick tree trunks. A thunderous blast ripped through the whole area, and a towering cloud of dust shot skyward. Then the deer started collapsing as tree trunks and stone boulders tore apart around it, leaving nothing but blazing fervor and flying shards of rock everywhere. The deer sprawled on the dirt, tree trunks and rocks hacked around it, and with drool spilling from the monster's mouth, it slowly started to open wide, like it was about to strike. A lone figure trekked through the forest, and the monster instantly snapped awake, eyes locked, hearing dialed to max, then rose and started stalking the surroundings, drool and blood dripping from its muzzle. A black monster erupted onto a huge boulder, claws hooked tight as it clung there and scanned the area, then it spotted someone nearby. The monster leaned over the edge. Flora sat at his feet, kneeling on the cliffside, quietly plucking herbs while a little basket waited beside her. Aldred burst into his house, all tense and on guard. Then he shoved the door open, staring hard at the bandage-covered sword, and muttered that he never imagined he'd swing a blade again. Aldred still remembered the moment he found Aisha in tears. She screamed that Flora might be hiding where the red bear appeared, so Aldred clenched his jaw and tore into the ribbon wrapped around his sword. Aldred sprinted through the forest, then ripped across a blooming flower field with his sword thumping at his back, but even that didn't feel as brutal as the mountain hunt, because these new trainings were on a whole other level, and as an adventurer he had to hurry, no excuses. Aldred sprinted through a sea of flowers, crushing blossoms under every step, his face blazing red as his teeth clenched tight like he was chasing something only he could feel. As Aldred sank into twilight, pale flower petals swirled through the air. He sprinted like his life depended on it, desperate to dodge the monster's fight, because that's why he'd come here in the first place, to retire. Aldred gripped his sword tight, his cloak snapping in the wind, and with everything he'd ever asked for finally in his hands, he realized the only thing that kept him fighting was gone. Aldred kept sprinting, a sword still sealed in its sheath slapping at his back. When that flickering light snapped into view, he swore the blade was suddenly back in his hands like before, so why was he fighting with it all over again? Aldred couldn't forget Flora's smile as she looked at him. Then he realized he wasn't just fighting for a priceless spot in Friends, he was doing it to protect someone he truly loves, Flora. Aldred replayed Flora's every expression in his head, convinced he'd fallen for her the moment he met her, and swore he'd protect her at any cost. Then he slammed to a stop and started choking on his breath. Aldred skidded to a stop and stared into the pitch-dark forest thicket, his sword hilt pressing under his back. Then he forced air into his lungs and pushed forward, wrestling through the thick, thorny shrubs. Sweat beaded on Aldred's face as he jolted his gaze around in panic. Thick, wild bushes were closing in on every side. Aldred caught a heart-tripping scream, and he pictured a panicked Flora, frozen stiff with a handful of flowers still clutched in her hands. Then heat flooded his face with fear. A clawed monster with its jaws wide open tore after Flora, and when it swung a paw at her, she crumpled to the ground and shielded herself with her hand. Then Aldred burst in beside it, sprinted straight at the beast, and roared at Flora to duck. Flora snapped to obey Aldred, dropped to the ground, and clapped her hands over her head. Then Aldred barreled between her and the monster and smashed it with a devastating strike. Aldred's punch slammed the monster's neck, and the thing reeled, drool spilling from its mouth, while Flora lay on the ground and Aldred, sword in hand, had dragged the fight away from her. Flora clutched her head, then snapped upright and stared at Aldred, standing right in front of her. The monster tried to grin, but rage surged in its face. Aldred demanded to know how the girl was. Flora gasped his name, trembling with fear, and sank back down on the ground. Rage surged through the monster as it snarled and snapped its mouth toward the armed Aldred. Meanwhile, Flora's face crumpled in tears as fear clawed at her, and Aldred shot her a hard look, saying this place was too dangerous and that Flora had to get out. Aldred's face turned crimson, he froze on the spot. Then Flora's tear-streaked expression punched straight into his memories, dragging up a tiny, tear-stained girl who looked just like her. Aldred still remembered that blonde girl standing there, smiling up at him like she'd just won the world. Then he carried her in his arms across the field and couldn't stop thinking about the way she'd told him her story about flowers. Aldred stared at Flora, shaking on the ground, and his mind raced. Was this the same girl he'd saved 9 years ago? Before the monster could lunge, it yanked its jaw wide, and Flora snapped her gaze away, totally startled. Flora shrieked Aldred's name as the monster's clawed paw hovered over him. Then Aldred snapped out of the way and slammed his sword up just in time. only for the creature to lash out and pin it in place with its own paw. The monster reared up on its hind legs and clamped onto Aldred's sword, and Aldred fought to hold it back as tension slammed through him. Then he snapped that Flora had to get out, that he'd be fine, but Flora pushed back, trying to argue. Aldred grinned at Flora and told her he'd never lose to the Red Bear again, because she still remembers that incident from 9 years ago, while Flora just stared ahead, completely mesmerized. After Aldred spoke, Flora's expression flipped, heat rushed to her cheeks, and tears of pure joy shimmered in her eyes. Flora clutched the flowers and bolted, while Aldred and the monster grappled for space. Aldred clenched his teeth, finally sensing his sword, then swung it hard as the monster recoiled. The monster started circling and snapping its fangs, and when Aldred yanked the sword hand out of the way, the blade erupted with a blinding flash of light. Aldred braced in a fighting stance, and his sword kept blazing brighter with every heartbeat. Flora crouched behind a tree, staring in total disbelief. Then the monster barreled in, and Aldred snapped into action, striking back as they crashed together. The monster bared its fangs and slammed Aldred with a clawed paw. Then Aldred ripped his sword up for a strike, and the moment it landed, that brutal paw shattered into dust. The monster stared at its own paw, stunned, then its parts started dropping to the ground piece by piece. Aldred snapped into a fighting stance, sword gripped tight, while Flora's jaw fell open in pure shock. Aldred snapped into a fighting stance and launched himself at the monster. Then flashes of bright light erupted around it as the thing screamed in furious, deafening roars. After a while the monster crumpled to the ground, tree trunks and leaves sprawled right beside him. Aldred stood over it, sword gripped in both hands. Aldred watched the glow in his sword fade, then slid it into its sheath behind his back, because once mana was poured into it, he believed it could sharpen its traits and punch straight through a dragon, and even the brutal hard skills of a giant. Aldred's cheeks flared with a blush, and then Flora lunged into his arms, her face burning red, tears spilling in her eyes. The guys squared up and Aldred shot Flora a quick, "You okay?" She admitted she was a little scared, but Aldred stepped in and saved her. The guys trudged through the flower field in awkward silence, and nobody knew what to say, especially Aldred, who stared at Flora and realized the girl he'd saved 9 years ago was her, and the memory hit him so hard it felt unreal. Aldred's face burned red. Flora was just a friend anymore in his heart, and he had no clue how to say it. Meanwhile, Flora stood off to the side, staring straight ahead. Flora halted in a sea of flowers, locked eyes with the tree, and couldn't look away. Leaves and petals swirled through the air around her like the world had gone magical. He skidded to a stop in a flower field beside a tree, and Flora's mind jolted back to an incident from 9 years ago, because Aldred admitted he'd only just remembered it and rushed out an apology. Flora snapped her eyes shut and started spilling how she tried to wipe that incident from her mind, yet it wouldn't budge, while Aldred opened his mouth to talk, and Flora cut him off mid-sentence. Flora's cheeks flared red, she grinned and thanked Aldred for saving her, and Aldred just laughed, rubbing his nose, then stared in shock as Flora stood right in front of him, clutching a flower in her hands. Tears welled on Flora's face as the wind whipped through her hair, and with a trembling smile she admitted she'd loved Aldred for the last 9 years. Aldred's cheeks flushed red as he gasped in shock, while Flora shut her eyes and smiled like she already knew the truth. Then Aldred rubbed his stinging, watery eyes, wondering if her words could really be true. Aldred snatched the flower from Flora's hands and she swore, "Hand this to someone you like, then you two will be together for sure." Aldred grinned at Flora, then blurted that he loved her too. Flora's cheeks flared, and tears suddenly shimmered in her eyes. Aldred clutched the flower Flora had pressed into his hands and lunged forward to hug her hard. Flora blinked in shock, then broke into a hug of her own, squeezing him right back. The guys stood there and crushed each other in a big hug, while tears poured down Flora's face and flower petals swirled through the air like confetti. Flora pressed her hand to Aldred's smiling face, then Aldred mirrored it, brushing Flora's red cheeks. Right after that, the guys lunged to meet each other's hands. The guys burst into kisses right there in the flower field by the big tree, and petals plus flying leaves swirled through the air like the world exploded around them. The guys stumbled into the village, where bright flowers had been planted by the little low-rise houses, and Flora and Aldred were greeted by the villagers with huge relief. Thankfully, the guys were totally unharmed. Then Aldred and Flora slipped into step, walking hand in hand. Albus spun around in pure panic when one villager shouted, "They're back." The moment those words hit, Albus, his wife, and Aisha bolted toward the returning guys, only for Aisha to dash ahead and beat him to the punch. Aisha clung to Flora, her cheeks soaked in tears, and she kept screaming Flora's name over and over without stopping. Albus stared at the two girls, completely stunned. Aldred stared in terror at the fallen girls. Flora and Aisha were down on the ground. Aisha's eyes went wide. She focused on Flora's wounds and even apologized for what she'd done. Then the two girls grabbed hands and pulled themselves up. Flora stood beside her parents while Albus insisted she wasn't really hurt, and Flora nodded along. Then the other villagers rushed in to greet the guys. Everyone was just thrilled they were back. Flora clung to her mother, Albus rose and flashed the girls a warm smile. Aisha wiped at her face with both hands, and Aldred stood off to the side, grinning like he was loving every second. Ancient folk swarmed up to Aldred and started slapping him on the back, shouting in one roaring voice that if he truly needed to charge into the danger zone for Flora, only Aldred had the right to choose it, while Aldred quietly assumed they had no clue what he'd been through in the past. Tawaku clapped his hands and grinned, saying everything was safe now thanks to Aldred. Aldred shot back his thanks for the kind words. Then the girl stepped aside, voice urgent, and started telling them about the monster that attacked Flora. The moment the villagers understood that Flora had truly been mauled by a red bear, their faces went blank, then total silence slammed the air. Flora still remembered Aldred charging into that monster with his glowing sword, and when she started to speak, she said the bear attacked her. Then Aldred stepped in and shielded her. The villagers started whispering in fear about Flora's past, until Flora reassured them that Aldred had already handled the monster, so there was nothing to worry about. Toku and Aisha stared at the guys, stunned. Aldred shut his eyes and started digging through the back pocket of his trousers, because he was a former adventurer, and then he yanked out the fangs and claws from the dead monster and held them up for everyone to see. Karina's teacher snatched the monster's claw into his own hands and started studying it. Then he fired back, asking who would have ever guessed Aldred could handle something that brutal by himself, and Aldred couldn't stop wondering if he was really that legendary. The villagers froze in eerie silence, staring at Flora in pure terror. Then she snapped her hands up and spilled the whole story of how Aldred fought that monster. Aldred hung off to the side, cheeks blazing with pure embarrassment. Toku and Aisha stood beside Flora, while Karina shot up her finger and said Aldred was seriously amazing. Then her teacher backed her up with a nod. Aldred rubbed the back of his head, nerves rattling, and Karina snapped and started swearing at him. Right then, her teacher ordered them to go fetch the red bear's body, and Aldred insisted he'd go too. Karina's teacher flashed a wink and told Aldred to rest, we'll handle everything. Aldred still had to stay right by Flora. Karina stood beside me, smiling like an angel. Aldred stared at Flora's flushed body. The teacher and Karina packed up and made their move, and the rest of the residents rallied to help them. Aldred and Flora's family even bowed a little to show their gratitude. Then Toku pulled Aisha back in, and Flora kept cheering Aisha on. Toku spun around and started roasting Aisha, but her glare turned vicious. She snapped that Toku needed to shut up, so the girls linked hands and rallied each other with big cheers. Flora's cheeks went hot, then she grinned and told Aisha, if you hadn't stopped me, I'd still be hiding everything. Aisha and Toku grinned at Aldred and told him Flora would have to spill the stories to the guys in full. Then Aisha and Toku slipped away, while Flora's parents stayed with Flora and Aldred and decided to leave with them too. Flora stared at Aldred, watching his cheeks go a little red, and he silently admitted today had been brutal, so Flora decided it was time to put her family first. Flora's mom slipped her hand onto her shoulder, flashed a warm smile, and told Aldridge to take care of their daughter. Albus just grinned and backed up every word. Flora's cheeks flared red the moment she heard her parents speak, and when Aldred stared at her in shock, his lips suddenly curled into a grin. Flora spun toward her parents, threw her arms wide, and roared that she didn't get a single word they were saying, while Aldred just stood off to the side. Flora's parents locked eyes, burst into laughter, and told Aisha's story, that Flora had slipped into the forest for that exact flower, the one peeking out from behind Aldred. Aldred and Flora yanked back in shock when Flora's parents declared the confession worked. Then the guys were officially a couple. Flora couldn't even get a word out, her face burning with embarrassment, while Aldred shot a scared look at the flower looming behind him. Flora's mom clasped her hands, grinned, and told them the guys deserved a break so they could crash at Aldred's house. And the moment the words landed, the guys froze, staring at Flora's parents in pure shock and fear. Aldred was stunned and blurted out to Albus what their words could mean. Then tears of pure joy poured from Albus' eyes as he grinned and said his girl had grown up and would soon be a bride, and Aldred had to step aside, cheeks burning even hotter with embarrassment. Flora's parents strode up to Aldred and told him they didn't mind calling him father-in-law, trying to soothe everyone, while Aldred started trembling like crazy. Flora and Aldred flinched in pure embarrassment and locked eyes. Then Flora's mom shoved her forward and demanded, "Aldred, take care of our daughter." Flora suddenly ended up in Aldred's arms, while the kids huddled side by side, staring at her parents like, "Wait, what?" Her mom and dad just grinned, waved them over, and clasped hands. Aldred and Flora froze where they stood and clung to each other, cheeks burning with embarrassment, while low-rise buildings and scrubby plants sat behind them. Flora and Aldred stared at each other, nerves buzzing. Then Aldred finally snapped that it was time to head home. Flora nodded right away, and the sky above the village unfurled in fluffy clouds drifting by like it was promising a calm ending. Side by side, the boys headed for Aldred's house, and the whole place felt eerily still. Then Aldred swung the door open and greeted Flora with a grin, and she barely moved, just stood there, staring straight ahead. Before stepping into the houses, Aldred turned to Flora and promised, "From now on, my door is always open for you. You can come anytime, no second thoughts." Flora's cheeks flared red as she stared right back at Aldred. Flora's cheeks went a little red, she grinned and said she got it all. Then Flora and Aldred slipped inside, with Aldred gripping the door handle. Flora scanned the room, wooden table, matching chairs, and sunlight spilling in through that tiny window, and the girl smiled and promised, "Soon, this house will be ours, both of us." Flora beamed at Aldred and promised, "I'll make some tea, so you can finally rest for now." Then she kicked off her outdoor shoes and slid into her slippers. Flora slipped into the kitchen, spotted the pans and pots, grabbed a clear jar of dried leaves, then hurried to the teapot, only to find even more food jars waiting right beside it. Flora shut her eyes and kept brewing tea, smiling like nothing could touch her, while Aldred slid into the chair across from her and stared back at her with a grin. On the stove, the kettle started roaring into a boil, and Flora kept stirring the tea ingredients without stopping. Then she grabbed the dried fruits and smashed them into the glass teapot, ready for the steep. Flora snatched a kettle of boiling water, brewed her tea, and tossed in fresh mint leaves. Right as the fragrant steam reached Aldred, he shut his eyes and let the scent hit like pure comfort. Flora grinned and said she was almost finished, then grabbed a paper bag, emptied the sweets onto a plate, strained the tea, and poured it into cups like a pro. Flora slid the tea set onto a tray and carried it to the table where Aldred was waiting, then announced she de-brewed it with apples and mint. Aldred thanked her, grabbed the cup, and dove straight into a sip. Aldred's face flushed with pure joy, warmth started glowing off him, and he burst out that the tea was unbelievably tasty, while Flora slid into the seat across from him, cheeks rosy, smiling shyly as she clutched her cup in both hands. Then Flora shut her eyes, pulled the cup to her lips, and let the warm tea flood her senses, steaming hot, just the way it should be. Flora snatched the teapot, filled Aldred's cup, and offered him a refill. Then Aldred gladly held out his cup and smiled at her, even as Flora worried she might be doing something wrong. Aldred's cheeks flared as she flashed a sweet smile and said she was doing everything right because honestly she was thrilled. Flora grinned at Aldred, and the moment she saw that, Aldred's ears shot red with pure embarrassment. There's still tea left in those cups, and the guys keep cooking together in the same kitchen, with a bunch of plates piled up on the table, each one packed with different dishes, because they're not just cooking, they're spending every second having a blast. The guys kept chatting all the way to sunset, Flora clutching a fork in her hands as she burst out laughing with Aldred. Then they dove straight into washing the dishes, and by the time they were done, it was pitch black outside and the sky had erupted with bright stars. Aldred and Flora slumped into an empty table, eyes dropping in embarrassment as silence swallowed the room, while a ribbon braided with flowers sat proudly atop Flora's head. Aldred shot his gaze up at Flora and she matched it right back, then the two of them fell into silence for a while. Aldred finally broke it with a tired smile and a heavy sigh, and soon after he called out to Flora and she went white with fear. Aldred blurted out that he wanted to take a bath with Flora, and before he could finish, she jumped up, screamed that she had everything figured out, and stormed off to sleep in the bedroom. Flora went stone still, hands gripping the table, and then she blurted out Aldred's bath talk word for word. Aldred shot back that he was sweating like crazy today, so he wanted to wash up, because, yeah, the body had to stay clean, and Flora promised she'd head to the bathroom after him. Aldred shot his hand out for Flora, refused her, and insisted they go to the bathroom together, then her face flared redder by the second. The guys piled into the bathroom, and Flora blurted out, mortified, that the bathtub wasn't even ready yet. Aldred gripped the basket and shot back that his magic would fix it in no time. Flora clapped her hands over her blazing red face. Aldred tapped his face with a finger and admitted, "Yeah, I'm embarrassed too," then added that if two people bathed separately it would drag on forever. Flora stared at him, stunned. Flora pressed her hands to her chest as Aldred closed in, then she dropped her eyes to the ground and turned away from him in silence. Flora shot Aldred a look, nodded along with everything he said, and her face stayed blazing red. Flora stood with her back to Aldred, and when he lunged, he yanked the thread from her corset, hard, making her blush to the bone. Then she spun around and screamed his name at the top of her lungs. Flora clutched her chest and stared at the floor, then shut her eyes and slowly began to tug the button on her dress loose. Flora cringed in total embarrassment. She undid her corset and ended up in nothing but a shirt, her face blazing red and her hair nearly hiding it all, while Aldred suddenly realized he'd been left standing there without a thing, then spun around in a panic to stare at Flora. Flora clutched her chopper as one strap slid off her shoulder. Aldred came up fast, both of them blushing hard from the mess. Then Aldred flashed a smile and asked if Flora was okay, and she didn't even look at him before giving a quick nod. Aldred shot a hand toward Flora's shoulder and brushed off another strap of his shirt as it slid down. Flora snapped her eyes shut, mortified, then dropped her hands to the bottom. Flora's shirt slid off her body and hit the floor, and she snapped her hands up to cover herself. Then she whipped her gaze away and told Aldred not to stare at her. Flora clutched her body with trembling hands as her loose hair spilled around her. Then she hesitated for a beat and finally peeked at Aldred with fear in her eyes. Flora's jaw drops as she starts praising magical objects like they're miracles, because with one of them, you can fill a bathtub with scorching hot water in a snap. A guy and a girl are crammed into the same bathtub, totally soaked under the water, both just staring like, wait, why are we here? The guy even shrugs and says it's weirdly convenient and cheap, then adds that he's got plenty more of this stuff stocked up, when Flora suddenly drops that she'd be ready to take a bath every single day. No one answers. Still curled up on the bathroom floor, the young man can't stop blushing, burned by the hot water and wrecked by embarrassment, his cheeks flooding red as he glances at the girl sitting right beside him. Flora just stares at the water like she's frozen, strands of hair dangling over her face, cheeks blazing red, water dripping off her face and hands as she sits way too close to the main character, too embarrassed to even speak. Both of them sit shoulder to shoulder, completely freaking out, and the guy shoots his companion a baffled glance before opening his mouth like he's about to blurt something out. He whips his body toward Flora and asks if she wants to sit closer. Then she instantly starts trembling, her face twists, her shyness spikes, and she pretends she never even heard the guy's offer. Then the main character decides to stop hesitating, scoots right up to the girl, and Flora jerks back on instinct, while Aldred just grins like he's won, proving with every smile that he isn't letting Flora go. The guy snatched her by the right shoulder and yanked her in so hard she stumbled. Snapping that she couldn't keep hiding like that, Flora squealed, clinging to him despite the pressure, and fired back that he was too close to Aldred, even as she stayed horribly uneasy. The main character takes the girl's hand, holds her close, and fires off a rhetorical question like, "So, it's time to rinse all this foam and soap off, right?" The girl doesn't fight him, she just slips her palm into his. Blushing hard at what's happening, the girl clenches her fists, shuts her eyes tight, and her cheeks flare even redder as her voice shakes. Flora promises she'll wipe those guys herself. Aldred doesn't stop her, he just shoots her a confused, raised eyebrow look. Fresh out of the bath, the guy and the girl slide side by side. Then the young man drops onto a stool and twists around, glancing over his shoulder at Flora. She snatches the towel and starts rubbing his back, and he hunches slightly, bracing as the warmth spreads. Flora, clueless to what she's doing, keeps rubbing the young man's back. His cheeks flare red, but she never notices. She just grins and carefully keeps foaming the main character's back. Her eyes sparkle with pure joy as she studies him up close, then leans in like a little kitten, grabs Aldred's shoulders and blurts out, "Aldo-san is seriously ripped." Flora darts up behind him, brushes his soft skin with her touch, rubs along it slowly, and still says not a single word. The guy clicks his teeth, his eyes snap wider with shock, and Aldred goes bright red, because Flora is snuggling up to him like it's nothing. She keeps rubbing her back harder and harder like she can't even help herself, and she has no clue how the hero is about to react. The boy squints like it's a battle, straining with everything he's got to keep his eyes away from Flora's body, and I can't help feeling weird from my own thoughts. A girl notices a huge tremor rippling through Aldo's body, grins as she stares at his soapy back, and asks if the main character really feels that good. Aldo answers, breathless and trying to play it cool, but the heat in his cheeks gives him away. She grabs the basin by her side and douses the guy's back with water, blasting away every scrap of soap and foam. Then, once she's done, she turns to the hero and orders him to stand up and face her. The young man springs up from his stool and lets the girl press in close, and Flora delicately drapes a towel over her. Then just like that, the hero's entire body erupts into foam again. The girl's thin hands drag the towel up and down her chest, churning the foam until it's thick and alive with bubbles, and the moment it hits him, it flashes through the young man's head that he's getting exactly the kind of soft contact he wants. He feels awkward in a split second, beads of sweat pop up on his face, and he can already tell what's coming next. With a gentle tug, she yanks the towel off the sore spot, and her eyes widen in shock as she drops her gaze. The moment the young man feels it, he jerks in alarm and blurts, "Stop, please." Flora snaps her eyes open in pure shock, then shudders, screams, her cheeks blazing red, because in that moment, everything finally clicks. She yanks herself back from the guy, lets out a piercing scream, then stares at him and blurts out an apology, her cheeks blazing red, totally innocent of any bad intentions. The guy shoots back with excuses, saying it's just how the body reacts and that it happens like that. She bites her lip, takes a slow breath, and finally answers that her mom warned her about stuff like this. Still totally lost, but now it clicks, and she knows exactly what she has to do. Hearing those words, the main character freezes, face burning, then gapes at the girl, totally lost because this is spiraling way too fast. He thinks he knows what Flora will do next, but he still can't bring himself to stop her. Kneeling there, the main character's companion stares in pure confusion, squirming like she can't stand it, but she won't back out now, not after going this far. The guy blurts her name, trying to stop her, but she snaps back that if she doesn't get a little help with this mess that just exploded, washing more will turn into a full-on nightmare. With both hands, the girl clamps down and presses. Instantly, the guy jolts and trembles from head to toe. The main character shuts his eyes tight, sweat rolls down his cheeks, his forehead flushes red, and then Flora slides closer just a little. The guy tightens his hands into iron fists, while the girl ahead of him stays kneeling in front of him. With a hushed shush, the main character tightens his lips, draws his eyebrows down toward the bridge of his nose, and fights to stay calm, because it's killing him inside. San admits the girl's touch feels nothing like his own hands, it's totally different. His hands kept twitching through the whole motion, start to finish. Then the hero let out a shaky breath of embarrassment, cracked his eyes open, and stared straight at the young maiden. He tells Flora to clench tighter on what she's holding and speed up every move, right now, and she snaps to attention, looks him in the face with a faint blush creeping across her cheeks, then nods and admits she finally knows how to act. She grips the long part of her body even tighter, then swings her arms with furious power, because I've got no strength left to keep myself under control. While all that chaos unfolds, the guy locks onto a crazy thought that just hit him and decides he has to try it, no excuses. The main character clamps his once relaxed hand into a brutal fist, spins toward Flora, and demands she take that part in her mouth. She freezes, blinks in shock like a duck, and stares back with eyes blazing. Flora cracks her mouth just a little, blasts scorching breath across the already blazing par, and then leans in to watch every detail. After that, the girl parts her full lips and speaks. Right when the main character's companion sees him, an image of that guy flashes in her mind, right back to that awkward look he wore when he stared at her earlier, so the girl instantly decides, I think I love Aldo-san. Flora's mind replays the hero's laugh, those little moments, that funny look with his wet, messy hair, then his bright smile as he hands her flowers, and she can't stop hunting for why she's falling for him. And yeah, Aldo's mind rips back to the day he first met little Flora. She grinned at him like the sun, squinting with pure joy in her glorious dress, and in that exact moment she liked him. The hero flashes back to the moment he saved Flora the instant he saw her, and suddenly her older, more grown-up image hits his eyes. There she is, standing there with a basket, wiping sweat off her forehead like she's trying to breathe through the heat. He remembers the way she cried happy tears when he handed her flowers, and then it finally clicks. He realizes he's in love with her. The young man finally admits what he feels for Flora, and in the bathroom you can hear wet squelches and rough grunts coming from behind the door. Flora's companion pants like she's been sprinting, clutching herself up with trembling hands so she won't drop to the floor, because after the praise hits, the pleasure spikes harder than ever and the guy basically gasses her up. Flora, you're absolutely incredible. The young heroine keeps crushing it, and when she hears he's already rushing over, she surges forward even faster, ready to grab the rewards of everything she fought for. That girl keeps mumbling and snapping her head around at full speed. No one has to tell her to do it. She already knows exactly how to act. Flora halts mid-step, tears shining in her eyes. She hums like she's asking a question, warmth flooding her mouth as wave after wave rolls in, and she doesn't flinch, just swallows it all. She feels slick fluid leak from the corners of her mouth, mixed with saliva, and she buries her nose into a soft place, while the man doesn't even try to move her away. Her hands shake so badly that she has to hook herself against the floor or she'd topple right over, tears streaming past her lashes as she whispers through her breath, eyes narrowed tight until her eyebrows pinch the bridge of her nose. Finally, once it's over, the girl shuts her mouth and never speaks again. The guy snaps his gaze to his companion, still dazed from the spell's grand completion, while Flora leans in and studies him closely as he softly cups her cheek with his palm. Then they lock eyes in total silence, because somehow everything is crystal clear without a single word. Right as the silence starts to choke the air, the guy's soft voice finally cuts through. He thanks the girl for helping him, and that simple word lights up her heart. A smile blooms across her face because she just made the person she loves feel seen. The heroine grabs the man's hand and pushes it up to her warm cheek, eyes fluttering shut as her smile blooms wider. And right then, Aldo realizes this night is about to get dangerously hot. The guy hustles the girl out of the bathroom and straight into the bedroom, slams Flora down onto the bed and crushes her with a passionate kiss. No space left between them, fingers tangled together so tight it's like they're one heartbeat, while faint, muffled murmurs drift through the room. He jerks back, taps the tip of his nose to hers, and exhales right into the girl's parted lips. Right when their lips almost meet, Flora bursts in. He lets out a shaky breath and shuts his eyes tight. Flora instantly erupts into a scream, blaming the main character, and is out of control, touching for everything that's gone wrong. Suddenly, the main character snatches the girl by the inner thigh and yanks her around in one brutal jerk, flipping her from her stomach so she's facing him. Flora gasps, blushes harder, and locks eyes with the young man as they crash into each other's gaze. Aldred steadies her and tells her this is normal, nothing to be ashamed of. Then the girl's body trembles. She lets out a soft, sweet moan and covers her eyes with her eyelids. She shoots her eyes open, knowing she's almost done, then tells the guy, "Keep that pace and I'll finish this job." The heroine grips the sheets like they're the last thing holding her together, her fingers white and her whole body trembling, while screams and guttural grunts ricochet off the walls. The girl parts her lips just a little, desperately trying to catch her breath as pleasure still ripples through her body, curls her left fingers tight, then turns her gaze away with wet, shining eyes. The main character shoots Flora a quick question, "Is everything okay?" And she nods, "Yeah, I'm ready," then extends her hand and reaches for his, ready to touch him. Then Aldo-san booms that he's going in, and the young man parts his lips, freezing for a split second like he just heard the world shift. The girl shrieks and scrambles to crawl up, saying it hurts as she squeezes her eyes shut. She never expected that sharp jolt, and her mouth falls open in a silent, pained moan. He stares at Flora, hesitates because he won't hurt his companion, but she slips her hand into his, laces their fingers together, and with tears shimmering in her eyes, she begs Aldo-san to keep going, even through the pain. The heroine throws both arms around the man's neck, hugs him tight and pulls him closer, while Flora narrows her eyes, lets out soft little moans, and drags her eyebrows down to the bridge of her nose. She cracked her eyes open, parted her lips, and stared at the young man across from her, utterly lost because they'd crossed the line already, and now there was no turning back since both of them were chasing pleasure. Both hands are tangled together. He clamps down on her hand and pins her to the bed, and the room erupts with grunts and screams of pleasure as they pull each other in, heads pressed close. Flora desperately wants to call the main character by name, but when she tries, her mouth spits out only messy, impossible syllables, nothing that makes sense, while her hair tumbles down and shrouds her face. Aldred closes in on Flora's flushed face, exhales straight into her lips, locks eyes with her in silence, and swears he doesn't need a single word, because they both already feel how deep their love runs. Flora and Aldo seal everything with one soft, gentle kiss, and the heat on their cheeks jumps way higher than before. The guy and the girl snap their hands over their eyes and mumble close into each other's mouths. The girl's companion swings his leg up and tears away, only to feel the man surge forward again, speeding up. With her left hand, she snatches the crumpled sheets, her fingers shaking as she screams with zero control. Flora, squirming with embarrassment, blurts that something huge and solid is happening inside her, and she can't even deny loving every single rush she's felt. The heroine stares straight at the guy's face, cheeks burning red, while her hair is tangled and draped over her eyes. Even though he only needs to tell Flora a little bit more, the moment it clicks, he'll be ready to finish. So he clenches his teeth, exhales in harsh little bursts, and pushes forward with everything he's got, desperate to reach the end. With a voice that shook, the companion nods and tells him to go ahead, swearing it'll all be okay. Then the man narrows his eyes, hisses through his teeth, and admits he's almost ready. After they traded emotions back and forth, Flora and Aldo locked eyes, grinned like they couldn't believe it, then burst into laughter. Because yeah, they were totally flustered, cheeks blazing red, sweat beading at their faces, but they pulled it off. Flora tilts her head and crashes into a playful kiss, nibbling his lower lip, and the guy sprawls his strong arms on the bed, then shuts his eyes and gently brushes his lips against someone else's. Next morning, the first sunbeams slipped through the house's glass windows and over the fields, and the main character, still tangled in an embrace with his companion, slowly stirred awake, both wrapped in the same blanket from the night and curled up on a comfy, soft bed. He blinks awake as sunlight pours into the room, cracks his eyes open in a sleepy daze, and there's Flora still curled up and dozing on his chest, exhausted from that brutal, stormy night. The main character twists his head toward the sleeping young maiden, squinting hard as he studies her, still blinded by the light after that long night. Flora's eyelashes flutter as she softly sniffs, still keeping her eyes shut, soaking up the warmth from the main character's chest. Sans reaches for the heroine and brushes her cheek with his fingertips, gently sweeping the hair from her eyes while she's still lost in sweet dreams. She never even feels him there, so Flora just hums softly. The young man jolts his eyes open, looks stunned, and suddenly gets it on how to wake up his sleeping, stubborn companion. The main character lightly presses the sleepy girl's cheek with his knuckles and starts to stroke her. She mumbles under her breath, still fast asleep and oblivious, her lips tightening into a thin, quiet line. The young man jumps into even bolder action. He pokes the other guy's cheek with his index finger, over and over, while Aldo clamps down on his laughter and keeps gently teasing his companion's hair. It doesn't help, she just smothers her face in the pillow, trying to shake him off like an annoying fly and seeing zero way out. Then Aldo lunges to Flora's ear and bites down. Flora snaps her eyes open wide and erupts in a shocked scream. The guy snickers, saying the girl finally blinked awake, and Flora instantly fires back, "Did you see everything?" The moment the main character hears that, he flashes a bright smile at her, while she trembles with nerves. Feeling uneasy, the girl yanks the blanket over her head, burying her nose in it, groaning that come morning she'll look absolutely terrible. Then the man softly cups her sharp chin and pulls her close to him. He says the only thing he saw was her sweet sleeping face. Then, still drowsy and lazy, he leans in and kisses Flora on the lips so gently it feels like a secret. Right after, both of them cover their eyes, and even with the night behind them, they're still totally embarrassed, staring at each other. Meanwhile, two cooing owls peer through the window at the lovers, grin to themselves, and quietly hunker down to watch the main character and his companion. Aldo and Flora press their foreheads together, and they close their eyes as relief floods in. Then Aldo smiles and says it's unreal to wake up beside the person you love. The girl shoots out her hand and brushes the guy's cheek. He gasps, snaps his eyes open, and stares at the heroine like, "Wait, what?" Flora drags her fingertips over the young man's skin. With a dazzling smile, Flora leans in, squints at the hero, and invites them to cook together, have a blast, and even meet the guests, because the big truth is, they're not alone anymore. He clamps the stranger's palm tighter to his own and flashes back to the night, dark cloak, sword in hand. Then, after a beat of silence, the guy nods right along, agreeing. The young man nods and says, "From this moment on, you and I, everything together," then pushes for breakfast cooked side by side. The girl grins, shuts her eyes, and you can tell she's loving the choice. Flora pushed herself up from the pillows, yanked the blanket off, and nodded, then asked if she and Aldo could whip up breakfast using the radishes he'd grown himself. With a playful squeeze of the blanket, she tipped her gaze straight at him. The moment the girl slides out of bed, her once hidden curves show up in full view, making the young man snap his eyes open, turn bright red, and burst out with an embarrassing, loud shout. Now the action rockets to the vineyard. Two people in hats stand there with baskets, plucking huge grapes hidden deep in the vines, while the sky stays blazing bright with not a single cloud, teasing that rain is coming. Since morning, Aina's been glued to her sister and friends' stories about how Aldo-san crushed the red bear all by himself. Then she snaps her eyes open in shock and clenches one hand into a tight fist. Aisha nods and asks if Aina really expected this from the young man, and the white-haired guy grins that he's just relieved the main character finally showed up from Norland. Aina can't stop talking about how cool Aldo is, while the three of them huddle around a table in a clearing, trading fresh, jaw-dropping news. Toke lets out a chuckle and says that when Flora was in danger, Aisha completely freaked out. The girl beside him folds her arms tight, pouts in pure annoyance, and stares straight ahead like she's frozen. Right at that exact moment, before he can even finish, Aisha swings her heel and smashes the young man's bare leg with everything she's got. He howls in pain, but clamps his mouth shut after that to keep from ruining her name. Toke slams his face into the table, fighting to keep the pain moan from spilling out, while the girl whips her head away like she didn't see a thing. Then she claims everyone was saved because of Aldo, and she practically dares you to picture what would have happened if they'd trusted some idiot who can't even handle a bow. Irritation and rage crawl across Toke's face as Aisha asks if she stepped out of line. He doesn't even answer. He jerks up, spins away, and storms out, leaving Aina sitting there in a cold, unanswered silence. The girl watches the boy vanish in silence, then snaps her eyes to her sister, brows pulled tight in pure disgust. Aisha looks off, voice low, and insists it's nothing like it seemed. Ina snaps up to object, but Toke's words don't match, so before she can say another thing, Aisha suddenly stands, shuts her eyes, and declares that it's all exactly as it is. Then she slips out, stretches like she just woke from a dream, and the sister barely gets a chance to speak. Laughing through the awkwardness, Ina says her sister will never become a sister at this pace, but now she doesn't even hear that phrase anymore. The action shifts to the village. Everyone springs to their feet, staring in awe at the gorgeous garden while their kids run wild, darting between the flower bushes. At that exact moment, the main character and his companion stood atop a hill, staring down like the world was a map, spotting wooden houses and plowed fields below. The guy drapes an arm over Flora's shoulder, and she slips one hand behind his back while the other rests on his chest, then gazes off into the distance with a gentle smile. Aldo leans in and says, "The view is absolutely breathtaking." What? The young man remembers he's from Norland, remembers those old days, and feels pure relief, because now he's finally free of the royal capital. In his memoir, the main character flips through pictures of himself returning to the capital, receiving honors, getting applauded, even celebrating, yet none of it brings him joy because he feels nothing at all. He whips his head toward his companion, calls out Flora, like a promise, and confesses his love all over again, his eyes blazing with joyful warmth full of tenderness. Standing in the middle of the clearing, the hero blurted that he'd never felt anything like this, and he thanked Flora for giving him the chance to wake up new emotions, while the girl whispered back, "I felt it too, like this." Tears spring into the heroine's eyes and roll down her cheeks, not from sadness, but from pure joy, as Flora blurts out that she loves Aldo-san too, looking at him like he's everything she's ever wanted. He yanks her in tight, wraps her in a fierce hug with his hands locked behind her back, shields his eyes as she buries her face in his shoulder, and dissolves into joyful tears. The hero gently pats his beloved on the head, eases her down, shuts his eyes, and grins like everything finally makes sense, while Flora clutches his shoulder and sobs into his arms, overwhelmed beyond words. And now the two of them are convinced the legend of the paired flower really, truly came true. Now the spotlight snaps to Karun, the long-haired heroine, an A-rank adventurer and a former member of the Black Silver Squad. Right now, she's teaching at a magic school, chasing the dream she's had since childhood, but one terrifying catch is waiting for her. A girl with a high ponytail strides into the headmaster's office of the School of Magic, right up to a glasses-wearing woman with bold, painted lips. Then Karuna steps in, tells her he's quitting, and walks out. The director doesn't buy a word the teacher says. He storms off the table, calls Karun-san to wait, and promises he'll fix everything, but she won't hear any of it and just walks out of the office. Leaving the school building behind, Karun clutched her magic wand tight, spun around, blinked one last time, and then marched straight toward whatever her eyes locked onto. Turns out the School of Magic wasn't anything like what her girlfriend had pictured. A jolt of an image flashes in the heroine's mind, headmistress and two teachers crowding around her, while she remembers how discrimination rules that school, with nobles' cold formalities hanging over every single meeting. With that final push, Karun refuses to take it anymore. She storms out of the School of Magic, regret gnawing at her, but she can't stay around people like that. The Dragon Slayer's fame shot up so hard that aristocrats started chasing Karuna just to marry her, no excuses. So when the girl traps herself in a long corridor, she spots the white-haired guy rushing in with flowers in his hands. The guy halts right in front of the girl, flashes a grin, crushes a rose to his chest, and bows to greet Karunessen, Earl Clark Raymond, the head of the Raymond family. The young man closes in and shoves a flower into Karuna's hands, and yeah, it's awkward as hell. But she takes it anyway, then goes completely silent, staring at that bloom like it's asking her what she's supposed to do with it. The knight right in front of her keeps demanding Alda's location, and every single time he does, he tries to sweep him off his feet with a marriage proposal. Karuni clocks it instantly. Earl Clark Raymond's smile is just another mask, because even now he lifts the corners of his lips and meets her eyes with a "trust me" expression that feels totally staged. The girl swears she's done swallowing all this aristocracy's nonsense, and when Karuna hears that Aldo's about to bail on the team, she's so stunned she doesn't even get what he means, just pissed off enough to feel personally hurt. But now the heroine finally gets him, right in front of his eyes. An image flashes, the young man grinning and telling his friend he's headed for Norland, because he's done with the chaos and wants to live calm, steady days at last. The girl pushes deeper into the pitch-black alley, clutching a magic wand and a bag of supplies, and a sudden thought hits her. Of course Aldo said he'd be heading to that little village out in the countryside. Spotting a blazing light at the end of the transition, the ex-teacher of the School of Magic decides, quiet life sounds perfect, just stay close to ordinary people, teach them magic, and pass on everything she knows. The story kicks into a bright, sunny city. Everywhere you look, life's moving fast. People stroll, chat, and hustle through their days while horses haul sleds packed with goods, shops swing open their doors, and shopkeepers shout invites to pull customers in. Breath ripping out of her chest, the girl shuts her eyes and whispers, "Maybe everything happening to me is for the best after all." As Karun strode past the village kids, the little boys and girls couldn't stop staring. Magic was all they cared about, sparkling brighter than any noble child ever did, and you could almost see it. The teacher of the School of Magic wishing to become their mentor. Tucked inside a sea of strangers, the girl can't stop wondering how Aldo's holding up, because sure, he can wield a sword like a dream and he's great at hunting, but growing vegetables, he can barely do that at all. Clinging to the cart seat, the heroine can't stop replaying Aldo in her head. Because he never showed a lick of interest in chasing girls, she figures the main character won't land a girlfriend anytime soon, and yeah, he's probably lonely as hell right now. A grin flashes across Kurun's face before she can stop it when she imagines herself one day as a young man's bride, but she scrambles to shove those thoughts away, even though they're so darn joyful. The action gets shoved hours into the future. Meanwhile, the royal capital is swallowed by thick dark clouds, rain comes down in brutal sheets, and visibility drops to almost nothing. The hero in black robes is rushing off to somewhere, stomping through puddles like he means it. His dark hood drops over half his face, and the man's lips stay shut as he never says a word. A shadowy stranger in dark clothes halts at the Raymond's magnificent mansion, then stares at the bright windows blazing with light. Knight Zalek strips down, his hair dripping and his suit soaked through, then he balls his hands into furious fists and snaps at the prince. "Why did you come here in this weather?" A middle-aged man sits there as a young prince leans in and delivers the message loud and clear, then it becomes crystal. On the king's orders, the dragon killer Aldred must be returned. Zoke asks if Aldred's men are hunting for the king, and my mind instantly flashes an image of the royal ruler on his throne, dressed in fancy robes, talking like he has no idea what's coming. With a grin, the prince claims he's got it covered, but the truth hits hard. Only Zoke can handle that brutal task. Noticing it isn't exactly as it seems, the man shoots back, so Clark up to something again. With a quiet chuckle, the young guy leans deeper into his couch and asks whether the dark-haired old man is in a bad mood right now. Clark realizes Zoke is still stuck on Aldred and his revenge fantasy. The moment it hits, Zoke's face hardens, his lips clamp into a single tight line, and still, there's no answer. Sensing the mood shift, the Count snaps, asking what creepy face Zoke has cooked up this time, but the answer never comes. The man turns his back and storms off, saying he'll go find Aldo. The Count blurts out the fresh intel: some shady figure slipped out of the kingdom and headed west. Zohak leans in, eyes sharp, hanging on every word. Clark lays it out: it's almost certainly not the Empire of Vespania, or the Kingdom of the Sylves behind this, because the witness's story lines up perfectly with when he vanished, and the odds point straight at the wanderer who headed west, Aldred. Even the farmer backs this up. Right after the guy lends him a hand, Zoic says it all. He's still sticking his nose into everyone else's problems, and this time that help won't show up head-on, it'll come crashing in sideways. As long as the man stays in the room, the Count figures he's got more questions, so he nods and presses for one last thing: can Aldred be collapsed anyway at all? Staring the mercenary down, Clark tells him he'll do whatever it takes, but the one rule is simple: don't kill him. The main character has to stay alive. The Count snaps his legs crossed and watches that shadowy figure fade into the dark. Then Zote steps out into the rain at night, ready to clock back in and finish his job. Mouth set tight, he stares ahead as rain slashes down his face. This time, he's not letting Aldred slip away. The scene kicks into the garden. Now the main guy and his buddy Flora are seated there. He spots a radish poking out of the dirt and blurts, "Can I pull it out?" Flora leans in just a little and answers, "Go ahead." Aldred hooks his fingertips around a radish, yells, "Go on," and rips it from the earth with every ounce of strength. Then the girl beams with joy because he pulled it off perfectly. The young man stares at the perfectly round radish and blurts that it's just wonderful, because now he finally gets what joy Flora meant from her harvesting. She claps her hands and tells Aldo-san she gets him perfectly, because she's felt the exact same thing, too, out there in the garden picking her own vegetables with her own hands. He offers to pull the next one for Flora, too. Since he and she both raised this crop together, it wouldn't be fair to let all the glory fall on just one person. Suddenly the girl gasps, flinches in agony, and drops to her knees, trembling like she's barely holding it together, while the young man rushes closer, panicked, and demands what's wrong. Flora chokes out that after that very night, everything hurts because that was the first time. Realizing he'd gone too far, the hero shoots out an apology for overdoing it, but his companion waves it off. Everything's okay, even if it's just a little uncomfortable for her. With the tips of her fingers, the girl yanks up a radish, then another, mouth-watering, one after the other, judging them as she goes. The guy urges her to sample his grown crop. And right then, the hero and the young maiden sink their teeth into freshly picked radishes. Aldo chews and crunches the veggies, then grins. They're sweet and just a little spicy. Flora practically swoons at the combo, and Aldo doubles down, saying you could munch your way through an entire mountain of radishes, while the other guy insists that's flat-out impossible. The heroes decide to whip up a killer radish salad and grab every last bit they can for breakfast, so Aldo hefts the baskets and asks if radishes can even be planted in the exact same spot, while Flora tells him to start by harvesting every single old crop first. Only after she says that can you start thinking about new plantings. Then you head back to the house together with huge baskets of crops, and the main character insists that if you expand the field, the next harvest will be even bigger than before. Crossing the doorstep, Flora blurts an apology for intruding. Then it hits her hard that this isn't someone else's house at all, and the embarrassment floods in as she stays silent, while Aldo only lets out those quiet little giggles. With the basket cradled in her arms, the girl blushes and admits that after what happened yesterday, there's nothing left to fix. The main character lets out a warm laugh, then quickly apologizes for his behavior. Flora then leans in and asks him like it's no big deal, "Can you come into my house like it's your own?" And the main character shuts it down fast, saying Elgason absolutely can't because it's way too much for him. He snatched the basket back from Flora, ready to jump in and help, but she waved him off, saying it was fine and wouldn't take long because she was determined to cook the main character's food herself. Aldo stops fighting back, looks completely stunned, and blurts out his thanks as he lets the girl steamroll forward with every plan she has. Flora snatches up the apron and asks if she can put it on, and the main character nods, watching her companion tie the bow on her back. She spins around to face the young man and tells him, "Wait a second," then hurries off to cook for them, apron tied tight, clothes protected, and a flower wreath perched on her head like a little crown. Those cheeks are flushing like crazy. He can't stop staring at the heroine, completely smitten by how cute she looks in that outfit and apron. After a while, Flora finally sets the table and rushes in with a sorry for keeping him waiting, but the guy doesn't even look up. He's locked onto the red dishes, staring like the color is the only thing that matters, and Flora admits it's that radishes did it. That girl grins because the dishes look even more delicious now, and the main character studies every meal prepared for today with pure awe. The young man says, "Let's eat as soon as possible," and Flora grabs a chair, shoves it back to sit down, but even after all that, she's still squirming, hurting like she can't shake what happened last night. Clenching her fists, the girl orders the guy to start eating. She can't wait to see his reaction, and the hero shoots you a bon appetit, then raises a spoonful of soup to his mouth. Then he picked every bite with razor care, tasted it, and lit up, because the food was absolutely amazing, and that spicy little aftertaste from the radishes, unreal. The main character spots that Flora isn't eating a single bite, then presses her for what's wrong. She grins and says she just wants to watch him eat, because she's always dreamed of cooking for someone she loves. Trying to clear his throat to drown out his embarrassment, he still blurted, "So, did you really stare at me the whole time when I was in your house for the first time, Flora?" As the young maiden tries to explain, she blurts out that she couldn't help it, because the moment she accepted she'd never meet a man she liked again, he still shows up at her door, and that somehow just makes him laugh. When I see that young man smiling, Flora blurts out, asking if what she said is really that funny, and then she turns to me with this sad, pitying look, before taking a small bite of the food she just made. With a bright smile, the main character grins, and says he's only thinking about how breakfast turns magical the moment his beloved Flora is sitting right there at the table. It hits him mid-breath, having the person he loves right there beside him turns even the most boring, everyday stuff into something electric and way more fun. Right then, the ex-teacher from the School of Magic climbed off the cart and dashed down a different path, hunting for Aldo. The mercenary Zalak slips in too, tracking the main character like a shadow, except he isn't hunting peace, he's chasing the king and the count's dirty orders. He has zero clue what's coming, he's just soaking in breakfast with his companion, praying that this calm, peaceful moment can last forever. After a few days of stealing moments together with Aldo and Flora, she's forced to go back home, so she lays everything out with her lover, and he can't believe a word of the Heraldine statement. Flora stacks the laundry and everything else into a tidy pile, then tells them, "Mom and Dad said I can stay here," but her eyes light up. She's dying to visit them because she misses them like crazy. Flora gazes at the hero with hope blazing in her eyes, begging to have him by her side on the trip. She refuses to be left alone. Blushing at the shock of the offer, the hero tells them, "Of course, I'm going, because him and his companion are a real couple now, which means he has to rush to Elgiz and Fiona first, the parents of the woman he chose." But that's not the whole thing. He stalls for a second, and his companion locks in on him, eyes glued, hanging on every word like their next move depends on it. Rubbing behind his ear, he hesitates, then blurts out, I want to ask Flora's parents for her hand in marriage." Usually the marriage ceremony changes based on whether the couple lives in the city or the village, but if there's a church in their hometown, that's where their wedding vows are spoken. Otherwise, they'd have to announce it at a loud, packed event like a harvest festival, but if it's a tiny village, those celebrations don't even exist, so you've got to get the usual permission from every single parent. After that, Flora suddenly goes quiet and clamps her hands to her chest, and the main character stares at her hard, frozen in silence too, terrified something is seriously wrong. The guy leans in lower to catch the girl's face, hair spilling over it, and the moment he starts to ask a question, Flora snaps into bitter sobs, clamping a hand over her mouth to keep the crying from bursting out. This leaves Aldo completely stunned. He just freezes in shock, staring at the girl's tears, and he's got zero clue how to act around her anymore. The young man finally works up the courage to ask if he messed up, but maybe he's just pushing too fast. Still, through tearful eyes, Flora shakes her head and says he didn't, and those tears are hiding a different truth. She tilts her head up, flashes a bright smile, wipes her fingers on her own clothes, and says she's just happy after hearing it. Plus, she's sorry if her crying freaked the guy out. Right about now, the main character finally realizes he wasn't wrong about his choice. He beams, reaches out, cups the girl's cheek, gently strokes it, and wipes away those scorching tears as they spill down. In the middle of the room, the crew tightens into warm hugs. Flora buries her head on Aldo's shoulder, and the main character clings to the thought that his companion accepted him just the way he is. The moment Aldo's lover finally settles down, he pushes the idea that she should head out for business. Yet it doesn't go that way. Karina comes face to face with the guy and the girl right on the doorway threshold. Nobody saw her coming and the man just froze in a daze, but he still forced out a greeting, praying she'd keep her mouth shut and not spill any extra words. Giggling, Karina slides right into the conversation and picks the worst possible moment. She claims Aldo and Flora finally hooked up, even though she expected it to drag on, since the main guy is totally clueless when it comes to love and Flora's the kind of late bloomer who takes her sweet time. All this finally sets the guy off. He swings at the girl and barks for her to shut up. Karina instantly shrieks, totally lost on why the main character would do that, but he snaps back that it was all for prevention. After catching her breath, the girl says Flora and Aldo make the sweetest couple. Then she catches herself and blurts that they're not just lovers anymore, they're the bride and the groom. The young man blurts out that right now he and his beloved are finally getting official permission, but Flora snaps that there's no need to shout about it, because Karina turns redder with every word and screams, even louder, that their news will spread all across Norland. The girl ducks behind the main character's shoulder, and he grabs the only lifeline he can. Karina, what's really going on in the forest? She lets out a sly chuckle, then answers anyway, because that's exactly why she showed up. She shot her hands up and started waving like crazy, shouting that the red bear had been delivered. Then she and her squad grabbed every scrap of meat and usable material they could get their hands on. Tarina can still feel it. She and her crew hunted down materials while a swarm of tiny monsters came charging at the scent of that red liquid, and the hunters held them back cleanly. No injuries, no chaos, just a smooth ending. The girl decided to swing by with some meat for Aldo yesterday, but the teacher cut her off, told her to drop the guy entirely, and said to bring jerky next time instead. Clearing his throat, the hero asks when they'll finally be allowed into the forest, and Karina says as long as no new deadly monsters show up, they'll probably get in within 4 or 7 days. The young man shoots back a thank you, then heads off with Flora toward Elgis's house, while Karina waves them on, urging the heroes to stay sharp on the road. They hug tight, then set off together. Soon Flora and Aldo finally reach the girl's parents' stunning house, and the second they step in, Mom and Dad beam at them, saying they'd been waiting and cheering them on for coming back. The girl's father pumps the young man's hand hard and grins like he's known him forever, while the main character nods, wishes him a good day, and studies him closely. Then the girl's mother gestures him inside, telling them to head into the living room. Flora closes in on her mother, eyes lighting up as she realizes her daughter's brighter, happier, and more beautiful than ever. Then she tells her to hurry on, before the food turns completely cold. The dining table is loaded with food, every dish screaming, "Eat me," and the guy can't help but grin at how mouthwatering it all looks. Meanwhile, Fiona thinks, if my daughter is bringing her lover over, then I'm not holding back a single recipe. What? 4 of them sit shoulder to shoulder at the same table like they've always belonged, then clink their glasses and toast the birth of their real family. Flora's father grins like the sun is up, then Flora tilts her head and asks what's wrong with his bass. Meanwhile, he clutches a glass in both hands, smiling like everything's totally fine. He blurts out that he's over the moon about it. Flora isn't just a friend to Aldo anymore, she's brought him to the family home as her boyfriend. Then the young virgin panics in pure embarrassment and begs her dad to stop it. But Fiona refuses to let her husband feel alone. She backs him up hard, saying she's been watching him ever since Aldo-san rolled in from Norland, and she can't believe she's still waiting on when they'll finally become a couple. And when she sees her daughter blush red as a cherry, Fiona's heart swells. Elgis swings his glass side to side and says that every time Flora invites Aldo to lunch, he and his wife can't help but wonder if anything's actually changed between them. Then the main character bows his head, apologizing for his own weakness. Flora shoots up from the table, shrieking that Aldo-san isn't a weakling at all, and declaring that she's going to protect him, starting now. The girl keeps talking and she tells them the hero never clocked the desperate hints, barely even remembers what happened 9 years ago. Flora's parents lean in, begging her to keep going, and meanwhile Aldo can't tell if the person he loves is standing by him or tearing him down harder than before. Flora kept going with her tale, praising how the main character treated her with care and even fought that monster to save her, and then she snapped that Aldo wasn't some weakling. After hearing her speech, the heroine's father breaks into a gentle smile, shuts his eyes, and lets out a quiet, meaningful "I see" that hits like a promise. Elgis turns to the guy and says, "If Aldo hadn't stepped in, our daughter wouldn't be sitting in this room right now, and my wife and I truly can't thank you enough." Fiona and Elgis bow to the hero in thanks and respect, but he cuts them off fast, telling them they don't need to do all that. He tells them this is just natural for him, because he's determined to save the one he loves until the head of the family snaps back. Even if Flora is his beloved, not everyone can face a monster and force their fear to give way. Flora locks eyes with Aldo, then smiles and nods like she's signaling, "Go on, make the offer," the same plan they hammered out earlier this morning. Right in the middle of all the thanks and praise, the guy whips around to face the stunned head of the family. Meanwhile, Aldo feels mortified and painfully shy, but he clenches his nerves and forces himself to get it together. He pulls himself up from the table, then scans his parents and his beloved. Nervousness practically screams off his face before he even speaks his next words. Aldo blares out Elgis and Fiona's names, and the main character's companion gapes at him, holding her breath while clutching her chest. Meanwhile, the head of the family's wife snaps her hand to her mouth, stunned, then exhales like she can't believe it. The young man throws his feelings into the air and loudly says he wants to marry Flora, then marches up to the family to demand their approval and blessings. Flora stares at the hero, breath caught in her throat, then whips her gaze to her parents, waiting for the answer with the exact same fear trembling in her chest, like it's shared with the one she loves. Aldo-san dips into a deep bow, pure honor for the family, eyes shut tight, praying to himself that he'll finally win their consent and get the green light to marry the girl. Elgis and Fiona exchange a knowing smile he doesn't even notice, and those looks say everything already. Fiona gets it, but she keeps her mouth shut. Flora's mother nods and gives her blessing to marry Aldo-san, and even asks that he be her daughter's husband. Then Elgis, Flora's father, shrugs off any objections, saying there's nothing to worry about if Aldo is the one, and even pitches announcing the wedding at this year's harvest festival. Both parents are completely on board. He rises, stares like he can't believe what he's hearing, and still hasn't fully caught up. Then he learns Elgis not only granted permission, he even agreed to back the marriage. Right after that, the main character whips his head toward the bride and joyfully beckons her closer. Aldo and Flora, finally cleared to get married, are drowning in happiness now. Flora throws herself into Aldo's arms, clings tight as her tears spill, and as she blinks them away, her parents beam with the same joy, while Fiona wipes her own tears too. Suddenly, a brand new life kicks off, so when he talks to the family's head, he blurts out in shock, "Wait, am I really going to become Norland's next elder?" Aldo scratched the back of his head, stared at Elgis like he'd just been caught, and when Elgis asked if he really didn't remember Flora was his daughter, he mumbled a shaky, confused, "Yeah, I guess." The man clocks the truth and blurts out, "Do you really think you forgot that Flora's dad is the village elder?" The boy's cheeks burn, he stammers out an apology, and admits he's been mistaking Elgis as Flora's father this whole time. He isn't mad at all, he's chuckling, even saying Aldo-san can be wildly absent-minded sometimes. Then Elgis' wife turns to Flora and tells her to watch over her betrothed, and Flora rolls her eyes with a mortified little nod, because yeah, dessert time comes right after the talk. Over steaming tea and a slice of mouth-watering cheesecake, Flora and the main character kick back, trade their secrets, burst into laughter, and glow like everything's going right. Elgis shatters the silence and blurts out that the moment he sees his daughter with that young man, he can't stop smiling. Then the guy asks whether Flora's longtime wish finally came true, and suddenly the future newlyweds feel so awkward they can barely breathe. Fiona spills a secret about her own daughter. 9 years ago, Flora sobbed her heart out when Aldo vanished from the village, and now the poor girl is scrambling to stop her mom from telling the whole story. Flora used to sob into her pillow for hours, and her mother tells Aldo exactly why that had to happen, so he'll finally understand what an adult woman endures just to soothe a crying child. Flora presses her blushing cheeks down, and Aldo watches with a gentle, soft smile. With a shaky little giggle, the guy whips his head toward his betrothed and thanks her, because he's thrilled to be the kind of man who knows she's been thinking about him nonstop. Stuck for words, the girl blurts out that she's happy too, and look at her cheeks. After all those stories and sweet words, she's blushing hard. Aldo pushes to get the rest of the story out of Fiona, and she, not knowing what to do with herself, snaps her hands up to her face and blurts out a shaky, strangled little murmur of discomfort. Fiona's father keeps going. He says his daughter was so wrecked with emotion that even her favorite food couldn't snap her out of it, not even a parent's best efforts could reach her. Fiona stares at her parents in full panic, sure they're about to blurt everything out again. Elgiz's wife says Flora was crushed. She couldn't answer the main character's question about those flowers, so she dragged her own mother over and made her spill every single detail. Honestly, it's so sweet it hurts. Finally catching Flora's blushing, tomato-red face, the girl's mother erupts in laughter and teases if they should keep going, but the poor maiden nearly spirals, begging them to stop because the embarrassment is too much to bear. The girl's father finally snaps that Flora was set on it back then, and the girl is already losing it, screaming that it's time to finish. Right then his hands start to shake, tears pour down his cheeks, and he just can't rein in the storm of feelings inside him. At the table, panic grips everyone as the main character's beloved blurts out, "What happened?" and frets over him like her world depends on it. With a trembling voice, the guy says he's sorry he never had a family like that, and now he's practically brimming, thrilled by everything he just saw and heard. Fiona and Elga lock uneasy eyes with each other. Panicked and desperate to snap the hero out of it, the man blurts that the four of them are a real family now, so he'd better not hesitate to lean on them. Then Fiona smiles and adds that she's thrilled to finally have a son-in-law. The main character starts to apologize, but then Flora barrels in, grabs him and squeezes him tight, pressing him to her chest while she covers his eyes. Tears shine in her eyes, yet she still stands by the one she loves, insisting everything's okay, while Aldo's totally lost, like he doesn't know what to do with this sudden turn. Even so, the main guy clamps the girl's hand even tighter, lets tearful drops spill from those thick lashes, and just opens up. Flora tells him they've got each other now and there's nothing left to fear, so he looks at her and thanks her. Stepping into the yard, the girl stares at the stacked trunks and snaps that they've gotta be moved first. Then the young man nods right away, ready to jump in and help. Elgiz drags a cart with wheels behind him and tells Aldo to hop on so it won't feel so brutal. Then the main character shows his gratitude for the care. The man jumps in to help Aldo with the haul so he won't be stuck carrying it all alone, and they head off together with the cart. Elgis shoves from behind while the other guy strides ahead. The man leans out and snaps, telling the other guy his talk about becoming the village elder isn't happening anytime soon, so the main character can drop that dream for good. Even the family's head shuts the idea down. He's not ready to step away from his post yet. First, the kid has to learn how to live on his own rhythm. Aldo lets out a heavy breath, agrees, and can't stop thinking, why did I even agree to this, and why do I have to become an elder right now? What? When he finally makes it home, the young man throws a grateful thank you to the man and says he'll handle his job from here on out. Elgis nods and tells him Aldo put in real work today, so he should sit down for a proper dinner. The spotlight snaps to Karina, where two sisters and their friend gather, and that girl lays it all out, spilling every detail she learned about Aldo and Flora in one breath, then turns the question to the main character. Is she planning to get married? Karina shrugs off every question and awkwardly blurts that they're supposed to get official permission, somehow. Then she wishes them luck, heads out to cook red bear meat, and immediately asks if she can get a hand. Aisha's jaw drops, she can't wrap her head around it. The two people who couldn't even really talk to each other until now are somehow forging a stronger bond than mere love or even friendship. Toku's already decided it. These newlyweds are going to need furniture, and he's sure Aldo will have to expand the house just to make room for Flora's room. Aisha slaps her hand over her face and grumbles. That girl came to me for love advice because she's green, and now she's getting married. Horror flashes across the girl's face, because if things keep going like this, Aldo and Flora are going to have kids, and Aisha will end up being called Aunt. Tok just can't wrap his head around why his girlfriend reacts so violently. Tok scoffs at the idea that Aisha is going to become an aunt, and that spark turns into resentment fast, because she thinks Aisha has more chances than a guy ever will. Then Tok fires back that he'll start making furniture for a couple, because if there's demand, there's always an offer. Aina just sits there in total silence, watching the whole thing blow up. The argument keeps roaring louder and louder, because he's sure nobody would ever sign up for a lifetime with Aisha, and she's convinced it's impossible to picture a guy who can love even just someone, while they're still not talking about kids at all. Then it turns into a full-on round of biting insults, back and forth. Sing and Anna watches the couple in total silence, her thoughts screaming, when are you two finally going to start dating? Fiona helps her daughter pack, sliding every bag and jar carefully into a box, while her daughter's mind is off chasing something she's wildly passionate about. She whips her head toward Flora. There stands a long-haired girl, cradling a painted plate in both hands. As they draw closer, Flora's mother tells her she can take the plate with her, so Flora whips around, stunned, and asks if she's truly allowed, because that plate is the absolute crown jewel of her mother's collection. The woman gently cradles the dishes in the girl's hands and tells her the plates can forge brand new good memories with Aldo. Clutching Flora's hands, the heroine's mother leans in and begs her not to lose sight of this, no matter what happens, she'll always have a way back because this is her true home, her native family house. Tears shimmer in her eyes as she locks eyes with her mother and clenches her hands even tighter. After that final goodbye, the mother and daughter crush each other in a tight hug, tears spilling out like they can't stop them. Like this is the only time they'll ever get to feel safe again. Meanwhile, the head of the family stands around the corner, sobbing with his face buried in his hands, and he doesn't dare step in, not even once. Aldo and Flora shove a cart packed tight. He charges ahead, yanking the brutal weight behind him. Then suddenly Flora slips and lets out a terrified scream. That sweet moment is already gone, so the main character snaps, "What happened?" And the girl peeks out from behind a messy pile of stuff, admitting she only stumbled. Suddenly a voice shouts for the heroes, asking if they're okay, and every resident offers to help lift the cart if it's too heavy, yet Aldo shakes his head, saying he didn't want to be a burden. A resident hurries up to Flora and blurts, "Are you okay? I heard a monster attacked you." Flora shakes her head, "No injuries, the whole nasty thing is already over." But then the questions hit. Why would a kid like her even head into the deep forest? And now Flora's stuck, trying to figure out what to say next. Then another resident cuts in, telling them she split right after, heading straight for that one-of-a-kind paired flower. After a bit, the villagers jumped in and shoved the cart filled with supplies straight to the newlyweds' house, and they made sure everyone knew their thanks. A voice rips through the crowd asking what happened to the flower at the end. Then someone shoots back, "Everything's already obvious," once Flora moved to Aldo. With a dazzling smile, the main character strides up to his beloved and softly clasps her hand right there in front of everyone. Flora shrieks in pure terror, whips her eyes to the guy, and clamps a hand over her mouth. Right then, the main character declares that he and his beloved girlfriend are ready to get married at the Harvest Festival. The crowd erupts with pure joy, cheers blasting through the air, and then one loud voice declares, "Touch their Flora and I'll take Aldo down, no matter what." All day long, the crowd surged toward the heroes, pushing closer, peppering them with questions about that choice, and especially about their wedding. Sisters Anna and Aisha step up, meet the main character, and cheer the guy for the future wedding, then gush that they're thrilled Elgis and the others finally noticed them too. The young man beams, thanks the girls for their congratulations, then explains he was dying to tell them himself earlier. He just got slammed with other stuff, so now he's finally ready to spill everything. Right then Aldo clocks talk and closes in, hands on his hips as he asks the young hero, "So you really decided to get married after all?" And the question lands like a shock. Laughing, his friend blurts that Flora's painfully shy, Aldo's cluelessly insensitive, and nobody would have guessed they'd be together this fast. Then the young man realizes, with dread, that he seriously came to talk about his own relationship. Once the jokes are gone, Toke locks in and starts thinking way more clearly, because he's convinced this brand new family is going to need fresh furniture. The main character follows the thought, but his friend just can't figure out what else he's even supposed to be thinking about. The guy pitches an idea to expand the house, and the main character snaps out of his spiral, staring in confusion like, "Expand it? But what does that even mean, and why do we need it?" Talk tells him that family fights happen all the time, and sure enough, they might need separate rooms, but somehow it never even crossed his mind that couples quarrel all the time. While everyone's talking quarrels, Aldo's friend drops a bombshell. Once the couple has a child, Aldo won't just help out, he'll need his own separate room too, and that freaks Aldo out. He can't believe he has to shell up this soon. So right then, another friend swoops in and jokes that baby cots are always in use. That move just sparks more fury in him. He snaps that if Toku's having fun, but he clearly doesn't even get what he's really asking. The main character snaps to life and sprints after the blonde guy to clock him, muttering that he'll still be dancing, once he decides it's time to get married. When they drop the news about the wedding, one sister's eyes widen. She suddenly starts thinking, wait, did Toku finally start taking marriage seriously? And is it time she hands him her older sister as his bride? Keeping to herself and staying far from everyone, Aisha can't help but think, Flora has really come a long way, yet she still remembers those sweet love tips like they're burned into her heart. With his friends smiling beside him, Aldo can't stop worrying. He knows he can barely breathe in the royal capital, and he doesn't even dare to picture what's happening right now. The spotlight snaps to the capital, Avalon, then the king roars a barrack with his name. The old man jolts up from the throne and growls, "So when am I supposed to find Aldred?" The man grumbles under his breath that the guy slipped by so carefully, he left almost nothing behind, so tracking him down is going to take real time. That answer doesn't sit right with the old man. He roars even louder than before, demands to know what happens if another kingdom or a bunch of aristocrats finds Aldred first, then forces them to move immediately. But in that throne room, none of them, except the count, realize one person is already barreling toward his goal, right on the verge. The focus snaps to Karuna racing toward the north, map clutched in her hands until it hits her. She's headed the right way. The sorceress stares at an image of the main character right in front of her, wondering if Aldo will be shocked when he sees her again, if he'll be so overwhelmed that he grabs her and hugs her tight. Then a quick, shaky laugh snaps her back to reality, and she realizes, of course, that it can't happen. But hey, Karun won't sweat it. She's totally fine with that. With the same thoughts buzzing in her head, she turns right back on her way, humming to herself like nothing ever happened. The hero trudges home, climbs the mountain like it's a battle, and stares at the house, only to realize he's not the only one living there anymore. He swings the door open, grins, and blurts that he's home, then his eyes pop wide like it's the first time he's ever seen a girl. Flora stands at the kitchen table, spreading everything out, including the plates her mother handed her. Then she spots her lover at the door and breaks into a warm smile. She drops her work mid-task and lights up the moment Aldo-san comes back. Finally, it's just them, and they can steal a breather from all the chaos. With his hand pressed to his heart, the main character blinks hard and fights back the tears. Then the girl asks what happened to Aldo-san, and he shakily answers that he's honestly relieved, because the more he thinks about it, the more certain he's become that he's exactly where he belongs. She wipes someone else's tears with her handkerchief, and when she smiles, it's like she's daring the world to agree, because she's been waiting all day for her beloved to come back. They slide onto the same sofa, wrap each other in tight hugs, and Flora beams as she thanks Aldo for hauling all her things into her new home, while Aldo shrugs it off, saying there's nothing special about it and he'll always be there to help. Beaming, she says that right now she's leaning on her lover, and the moment he hears that, he grins back and swears he'll lean on Flora too. After locking eyes and holding the moment mid-talk, Flora and Aldo finally reach for each other and land that long-awaited kiss they've been aching for. Finally, the girl and the guy seal their lips together, pouring out all the tenderness and care they've both been starving for, and Flora whispers against the kiss before she slowly pulls back. She blurts just 2 words, begs him to take her to the bedroom, and he instantly gets it, no questions, no teasing, because he's craving the same thing his future bride wants. He scoops the stunned maiden up in his arms and carries her straight into the bedroom, pure, mortifying embarrassment for both of them, but also one they'll never forget. Flora tucks herself against the hero's shoulder, and he tightens his grip just a little, like he can't help holding on. He rushed over to the bed and laid Flora on soft, spotless sheets. Then she tipped her eyes down to the bottom of her trousers, staring up at him like, oh, what's going on? The moment she tries to ask what should be obvious, the guy stammers that the whole embarrassment only happened because of a tiny kiss. To keep the heroine from getting overwhelmed, Aldo tells her she doesn't have to talk to him today at all, just so the tension can ease up, because he's sure she's still hurting from what happened that night. Even after that warning, Flora insists she's totally fine, and she credits Aldo for helping her so much with the move, so now she wants to thank you properly for your help. Aldred rubs the back of his head, trying to blurt out an objection, but the girl digs her heels in and won't budge, because if he can't handle it right now, she's certain she can still find another way to make it work. So he finally relents, and a bold idea sparks in him, one he's dying to put to the test. The girl slowly peels off her clothes, but stops in a too-tight corset, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Then she blurts out again, asking if he's really sure he wants to do what he's been planning with her Kirby forms. Leaning back on the bed, he braces himself with his hands and blurts out that he's totally sure. Once Flora's ready, she can touch his muscles as much as she wants. But the second the Virgo reaches for the bow on her corset to untie it, he snaps, "Wait, stay in your clothes." What? With both hands, the hairline grips her curves tight, pressing her dignified presence between them and sparking a heat-soaked kind of friction. The girl catches the heat between them, and then cranks it even higher. She rolls soft little rounds in her hands and grinds them together, like she's refusing to slow down. From those actions, the guy's body shakes hard. His size seems to jump with every tremor. He clamps thin fingers around the bed sheets, then whips his head to the side. Flora pauses, checks if she's doing everything the right way, and when she lets out a ragged breath, the man nods, yes, exactly like that, and he's absolutely thrilled, grinning because he loves it. Staring down at the dignity between the forms, Flora pushes forward exactly as she's told, while the main character practically pleads, "Please don't stop." Everything ratchets up fast. She screeches that something's about to happen to her, but her words get cut off immediately, because the moment hits so hard her clothes start ripping apart. She blows out warm breath, then grins and says she's roasting, especially now that her clothes are ripped and Aldo is finally done. Fresh off a wild new experience, the guy collapses onto the pillow and rests his head, right on the edge of sleep. Almost dozing off, he lies there while Flora, chin in her hands, watches him with sharp curiosity. The girl clings to the promise she swore, slips her fingers under the knot on the main character's shirt, and slowly starts mapping his muscles with her hand. then her touch hits his chest, and Flora practically can't hold back a squeal of pure joy. Aldo can't wrap his head around one thing: does his beloved really have that crazy pull toward muscles? The answer never comes, and she keeps at it, roaming over them, then finally collapsing on her chest like she's savoring every second. Flora decides to lift someone else's hand, slides right next to the guy, and drops into sleep like it's totally perfect, so thrilled with everything that's happened lately, especially what went down last night. Next morning, the kid barges into the kitchen and tells her Aisha and Tok are here. Flora snaps to work to wrap things up fast, and the hero, unable to resist, leans over the wall just to see. Right in front of him, those lunchboxes gleamed, packed with mouth-watering sandwiches and snacks he couldn't wait to get his hands on. With a bright grin, Flora admits she went a bit overboard, because she hadn't been to a picnic in forever, and she had no clue what she was even supposed to cook. While he hauls in baskets of food, he breaks out about how thrilled he is for their first picnic, and the woman he loves matches his excitement, sharing the same warm joy. All those friends have been camped out at the house entrance for ages, and just then the main character steps out with a hat on his head, grinning as he greets everyone. Tok can't believe how bright and joyful he looks. As Flora slips up to Tok and Aisha, she whispers that Aldo is going on a picnic for the very first time, so yeah, the excitement practically bursts out of him. Aisha looks baffled because the four of them already picked their picnic plans together. And while she's confused, Aldo just stares off into the distance and soaks up the beautiful weather like it's made for him. The young man clenches his resolve and announces it's time to hit the road. Then Aisha slams in, stopping the idle cold, reminding him their real mission is to gather the eco fruits. The heroes push into a massive wheaten cornfield, and the scorching sun blazes overhead as green sprouts shoot up toward the sky. Everywhere you look, there are just tons of them. All four of them stride together, trading jokes and laughter like they're already warmed up, just moments away from diving into the fields and starting work. Flora steps out in her fresh summer outfit, looking light, bright, and totally adorable. When the compliment hits, her whole face lights up and she flashes a happy smile. The girl shoots the hero a sharp compliment. She says his clothes look amazing and that he's got that fresh, standout vibe too. Flora keeps getting praise and questions, and when they finally hit her hat, the hero's honest opinion lands. He says it's gorgeous and fits perfectly. She grins and swears she'll craft an even cuter straw hat next time. Blinded by the happy couple's shining smiles, Aisha misses the moment. Then she trips, goes sliding down the slope. Right then, Tok clamps his hand around her waist, yanks her close, and blurts out, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Aisha's cheeks burn as she spins around and trudges off in the other direction, mumbling that it was nothing. She just slipped like it happens. All four friends finally stumble up to the tree loaded with Eco's fruits. Then Flora blurts out, "What do we do with them?" And they tell her, "We turn them into the most insanely tasty jam you'll ever taste." Aisha lifts her chin and stares up at the tree, praying there's still something left, but Tok shoots down that hope, because the villagers aren't just waiting to find more, they want it all for themselves. Tok dumps the baskets of food behind him and urges everyone to spread out, hunting down more fruit-bearing trees. All four whip their heads around hunting for fruit, but the main character is lost in thought about something else, and he doesn't join in. Aisha clocks what's going on and whips around to Aldo, demanding answers, and he just stays cool, saying he's checking for any dangerous animals nearby. Laughing a little, she realizes the hero was bright and cheerful. Then, with a snap of his fingers, his whole vibe flips and she blurts out, "Don't make that terrifying face so suddenly." To get everyone's eyes on it, the main character jabs at a hollow tree and declares there are ferrets inside, and Aisha and the others edge closer to verify it. A tiny ferret pops out of the hollow and stares down the guests who showed up, and the young man explains the noise was coming from the tree, turning the what and the how into the exact habits of that kind of animal, so Aisha can't help asking why the hero is so locked in on details like that. The main character claims this trick is straight from his adventure days, so you've got nothing to fear. Then, while the girl and the guy are busy staring at the ferrets, a voice suddenly calls out about the found tree and totally pulls their attention away. All four of them rise side by side and stare ahead. After taking one hard look at the scene, Tok's convinced the fruits are exactly where they should be, but they're way too high to reach. Flora sighs that collecting them won't be easy, and Aisha nods right along, saying yep, just as tough. On other trees, Tok feels the same thing. Then the main character's beloved steps in and demands, "So what now? Is it even worth hunting for fruits somewhere else?" The hero shoots up with a plan. He's going to climb that tree, grab the fruits, and tells the girl, "Don't worry, because this is exactly the kind of thing he's insanely good at." Back when Aldo was still an adventurer, he climbed towering trees like it was nothing. Aisha even tells Flora she has nothing to stress about for nothing, because this guy is a former adventurer, so you can trust him. The young man leans in and begs for a favor. he needs the girls to point out where the fruits are on the tree, and they nod, ready to help. Up in that tree, the hero grins and announces, "I'm tossing the fruit," then dares himself to snatch every last one with his shirt. So the hero climbs up onto a high branch and suddenly wonders when he last scrambled up a tree, then decides to soak in the incredible view for a while. Breathing through his focus, the main character strides up to the first fruits and heaves them toward his face, then snatches every single one with his shirt like it's nothing, lifting the fabric high without a single struggle. The boy panicked, terrified he wouldn't grab those fruits in time, but he insisted his reflexes weren't as awful as Aisha claimed, so Flora cut the bickering short by snatching the fruit and tossing it straight into the basket. Aisha points the way to the fruits, 3 of them sitting on the left, and the hero spots them at last, but once he's tucked away in the bushes, his nerves spike like crazy, worried he won't manage to snatch them. Flora tells him that beyond this stretch there are 2, maybe even 4 more pieces waiting, as the young man sprints over and snatches the fruits right up. Sure, there are still a few fruits up there, but everyone agrees it's plenty, and the main character finally climbs down from those high branches. And yeah, there are more trees to check, so don't stop at just one. Toke stares down from that height and knows he can't possibly catch Aldo if he suddenly drops. At last, he hauled himself up another tree, slipping branch to branch like a pro. Then he flung the fruits first into his friend's shirt and watched them drop right into the basket for his beloved. At first, everyone swore the forest was hopeless, but thanks to Aldo's razor-sharp skills, those fruit baskets filled up to the very brim. After grinding through all that hard work, the 4 of them throw down a blanket and drop onto the ground, finally kicking off their long-awaited picnic. Aisha clocks how freaked out Flora is and blurts out some reassuring words. She's terrified her boyfriend might end up falling, yet bit by bit, Flora relaxes, starts enjoying herself, and eventually even jumps in to give the others instructions. Glancing away from her friends, the girl blurts that Aldo shot forward so fast and so slick that she couldn't help but grin, because it was actually kind of fun. Toke realizes that Flora's words didn't just help her, they snapped the main character out of his slump, lighting a spark in his mood too. She turns to her lover and shoots him a question, "Are you mad?" The young man grins because there's literally nothing to be angry about. The hero even finds the girl's mischievous side adorable. She snaps her hands to her cheeks in pure embarrassment and refuses to say a word. A friend of the young man starts asking whether the girl's wild antics come from her family blood, and the girl snaps, screaming that yes, it's possible, but she's nothing like her mother. Aisha suddenly flips off the blanket, plants her bare feet on it, and whips around to her friend with a serious face. Then she blurts out that it's all really, genuinely great. Then Aisha barrels over and yanks Flora into a hug, tears pouring down her face, and blurts, "Tell me, was all those 9 years worth it?" Before anything else can land, one thought slams into her. Flora's completely drunk because she's downed an entire bottle of wine all by herself. Whipping her head around, Aisha snaps at the guy to watch his step with Flora, because if he messes up, she won't forgive him, and her friend's hurt tears spill anyway. Honestly, it's wild and kind of humiliating for a girl to say it like that. With a gentle smile, he reassures the drunk girl that nothing's going to happen, and he pushes his own heart down, because protecting his beloved matters more than anything. A white-haired young man licks his finger, then leans into a girl pinned down by the flowers and asks why she's crying, plus if alcohol can really mess with her sensitivity like that. She snaps back by kicking him hard, all irritation and attitude. The boy tells her not to blush, while Flora and Aldo just watch every second, staying out of it completely. Toke slams a drunken girl onto his back, and she can barely cling on her hands, just grip his shoulder like it's the last lifeline, while one of Aisha's arms locks around him, and the other droops limply. Aldo stares at the whole wild sight, stunned and blown away. He flung the girl onto the sofa, then demanded she calm down, breathing hard as he dragged her from the forest to the house. Toke planted his hands on his hips and tried to talk her down, but she just kept screaming out nonsense. And the loudest part, louder still, pleased as punch that she'd managed to down that much. Nearby, Flora smirks and clocks it. Aisha sips with restraint, never really lets herself spiral, and that's super rare. The irritated man snaps his tongue, then scratches his head, frowning harder as he realizes Aisha's been acting suspicious for a while, especially ever since she found out about Flora's upcoming wedding. He steals one quiet, thoughtful look at his girlfriend, peacefully lost in a deep, intoxicating sleep. Then, right when he hears his best friend is getting married, these strange, confusing thoughts hit him out of nowhere and start swarming his mind. Toke spots Aisha dozing off, snaps into a loud, irritated yell, and demands she wake up, but her body doesn't even flinch at his screams. Flora only awkwardly chuckles, then tries to smooth things over by suggesting they might as well let the girl sleep a bit longer. Aldo yanks Flora's attention by whipping his head toward her and blurting out whether they can munch eco fruit raw or if it's only good for jam. Flora swings her gaze to him and flashes an approving smile, telling him, "Yep, you can eat it just like this." What? Fresh fruit and custard sandwiches sit neatly on the table, a tray of the same juicy fruit waits beside them, and a row of steaming mugs of tea lines up like a welcome party. Then the hero barks, "Come eat," and brings everyone running. Toke slouched at the table with his arms crossed, smirking as Flora stood beside him, and then she burst in with a steaming tray of teacups, grinning that it was ready. The moment the food hit his eyes, the man's mouth watered, and he blurted out in pure delight, unable to hide how amazed he was. Aisha mumbled in her sleep, then the moment that tempting scent of tea hit the air, she jolted upright so fast cold sweat broke out all over her. She snapped her head toward the dining table, fuming because the goodies started without her, then demanded why nobody told her, and right on cue, started stuffing herself like she'd been left out on purpose. She hauled herself off the sofa, staggered to the table clutching her head, and froze when she saw eco fruits sitting on a plate. Then Aisha started groaning about migraines, but Toke snapped that it was her own fault, because she was the one who downed a whole bottle of wine all by herself. The hero grins and proudly declares they've whipped up sandwiches with Stewart and custard, then invites everyone to dive into this wild combo, before pointing at the freshly sliced fruit, telling the girl she can try dipping them in a bunch of floral syrups and if luck's on their side, find something that hits just right. Soon Aisha lights up and admits she personally churned out syrups from different colors, then proudly shows them off, listing Ren, Ka, Ja, and Marie like she's presenting trophies. She gives a knowing nod about how to properly eat those fruits and talks her own thoughts with confidence. Aisha pushes back from the table, grips a fork like she owns the moment, and raises it high. Toke and Flora grin, then burst out in delighted approval as Aisha declares they can finally start the meal, and the whole table erupts in cheerful wishes for a delicious appetite. Carefully rolling an eco on a fork, he stares at it like it's art, then pops it into his mouth, savoring it. Flora leans in with pure curiosity, bites into a custard sandwich using both hands like she's hunting for every tiny flavor, while Toke goes all in, shoving a whole bite in without hesitation and chewing like she's determined to enjoy every last second. Aldo, mouth-stuffed, grins as he realizes the syrups can turn fruits into pure flavor magic, especially when sweet syrup and tangy fruit pair up just right. Toke shuts his eyes and Savor smiles, saying even fatigue melts away when sweets do the work, then he's hit with a sharp demand to be silent. Aisha chomps a piece of fruit and swears the jam tastes totally different, while Flora's cheeks burn with surprise as she insists you should pair that sour ego with sweet syrup for pure, maximum pleasure. Aldo stared at it like it was magic, loving how each syrup totally changed the flavor, and Aisha leaned in over her mug and said she adored the syrup made from Mari flour. The sweet and sour hit was exactly her kind of delicious. Buddy tells the main character that Aldo has a wonderful wife and that he's sipping tea from a mug. Then Flora turns, stares at him, and looks completely lost. Right away, the girl begs him to stop humiliating her. She just married the main character. Toke can't help it though, her panic totally amuses him. The boy spots that his girlfriend, Aisha, isn't feeling well, so he quickly offers her the syrup from the jar, swearing it'll crush a nasty hangover fast. And right away, you can practically hear the question burning in everyone's mind. Wait, what syrup? The young man leans in and tells him straight up, this syrup hits hard. It boosts your strength, eases the cough, and it's not bitter medicine, so you can actually swallow it without trouble. Out of all the mixtures Flora prepared, this one has the best, most powerful effects. Flora's jaw drops at Toke's crazy knowledge, like how does he even know all this? Aisha glances at him and admits she feels a bit better, but still, she can't wrap her head around how her friend knows so much. Toke remembered those days when he and his beekeeping friend teamed up, racing through the honey run, shooing off stubborn bees, and getting deep into the little secrets of the craft as they worked. A thunderous knock rattles the house door. He snaps his head around and declares he'll open it himself, while Aisha grabs Toke and begs to be taken to that same friend from the aviary, but the friend won't have any of it. Aisha's sister Aina storms right up to the doorstep, plants her hands on her hips, and roars that her soulmate is skipping out on work again, daring anyone to say it isn't true. The girl's migraine hits even harder, and she begs her sister to stop doom-scrolling so much only to make Aina snap even worse and demand if Aisha really got drunk again. Aina keeps boiling over and shrieks, did my sister not come to work because she got drunk here? While clutching her head like she's sick, Flora watches, panicked, trying to calm everything down. Toke chimes in that Aisha isn't usually like this. Aldo tells everyone that Aisha's friend is getting married, and that news hits her like a whirlwind, joy crashing into sadness, so she gets wildly drunk. Then one of the main character's friends snaps that if Aisha had spoken the truth from the start, things wouldn't have spiraled like this, and every attempt to block her from the mess only pours fuel on her rage. Flora steps in to drown out the chatter and leans close, asking Aina if she'll finally taste the eco fruits they've gathered, Aina pushes back and asks again about the fruits. Right now, a girl with her hair tied up plops her sister onto a chair, slides in a plate with a sandwich loaded with eco fruits, and hands it over, arms crossed, skeptical look and all. Then her sister gives the food a bite anyway, locking in her first taste. You can practically see it in her sister's eyes. She's absolutely loving every bite, and Flora bursts into a smile, glowing with joy. Then Ine leans in and says Aldo's lucky as hell, because he gets to stuff himself on food this delicious every single day. Her younger sister's scheme totally worked. Now Ine's burning desire has cooled off, and the sweetest part is that it all came down to the fact they were able to save money with whipped cream. The girl thrusts another plate into her hands with a sandwich, gushing that Aldo helped gather a whole mountain of these fruits so her sister can devour them to her heart's content, and then she leans in like, honestly. The main character is seriously cool. Everyone's packed around the same table. Flora can't stop admiring her husband, praising him like he's amazing, while Toke seizes the moment and drags a friend by jokingly calling him a monkey. Meanwhile, the hero shrugs it off, thinking that compared to how things used to be, this wasn't hard at all, nothing special. He remembers back on the missions, clawing up to way higher altitudes than this moment when he finally grabbed those eco fruits from the trees, and I swear I can already picture Klein there, stepping in with magic to help him. Right when the main character would stumble and hit the ground hard, his companion would slam in to save him, calling on his skills and magic to pull him back up. Now she's racking her brain over what that wedge even means for a teacher's role, and the wild thing is, even back in the days of adventurism, she clicked with the kids fast, and it's even stronger now. Old friend memories, Keel and Elliot, flash through the young man's mind, and he can't stop wondering where they've disappeared to and what they're doing right now. The story kicks off in the northeast of the Empire of Vespania, right at the village of Legacy, and the hotel where the old magic teacher is hiding out now. As she sipped her tea, the girl caught snippets of the adventurers' talk from the next table. Guys swearing monsters had wrecked the grain fields in the neighboring village, and that meant they had to go there and finish the job. Klein smiles at the men around the table, and suddenly she's right back with her squad, reliving every same talk they'd had, where to go, what jobs had to be done, and what sweet reward waited at the end. She pushes back from the table, heads straight for the reception desk, and calls the old lady over, then asks right away how long the trip takes on the map. The woman says it'll take about a month, and if you're going alone, it drags out even longer. The sorceress thought this route didn't fit her at all. She'd bet the way to Nultend would be quicker, but there was nothing she could do now. She'd just have to push on and reach her goal. Klein steps out of the hotel, grins at the hostess, and thanks her for taking care of him before they both say their goodbyes, while at the exact same moment, the Count's mercenary keeps his eyes locked on the sorceress from behind a wall, his black hood pulled up tight to conceal his face. He's stuck wondering where Aldred, the guy who killed that dragon, went, because the moment he vanished, everyone in the kingdom started hunting him, and Zoke is out on a mission meant to spy on just one person. To nab Aldred, Zoke has to track his old squad mate, Karan the magician, who's completely clueless about what's coming. He replays those surveillance moments in his head, and the way she moves and what she does next makes it crystal clear. She's almost definitely making a beeline for her old companion. Zoke slips out from the shadows, stands behind Kurun like a looming shadow, keeps his distance, and flashes a sly smile that's anything but kind. The girl has no clue what's coming, but that mercenary is already salivating for the instant he finally reaches Aldred and cuts him down on orders. The next morning, Flora dove into the garden, yanking up weeds and planting with fierce focus, while the main character crept up behind her, so quietly it barely made a sound. A young man's mind stirs up a nasty plan, and a grin creeps onto his face like it's got its own will. He reaches out with both hands toward the unsuspecting girl while she's down there picking fresh crops from the beds. Placing his palms over Flora's eyes, the guy demands to know who it is. She panics, lets out a terrified scream, and topples right onto him. Flora huffs, puffing her cheeks and telling him not to sneak up on her like that, and Aldo just laughs, because all he wanted was to catch her fear on her face. The moment she clocks it, she turns away, glaring with pure annoyance, and the main character finds the whole thing even funnier. He rushes in, apologizes to his beloved, grabs her hand, and hauls her back up. Then with his other hand he clamps onto her straw hat, shielding it from the blazing sun in the cool shadow. They all crane their necks toward the sun, squinting hard as the glare hits, and the guy blurts out, "When I first got here it was spring, and life moves so fast you barely even feel it passing." Flora and Aldo clasp hands beside one of the beds, and she whispers that there are only a few left. Soon they'll be out there picking beans and carrots. He nods, agrees with her, and figures they've got about 2 weeks left. Then she gestures to the other beds and says that in 3 weeks the herb and onion harvest kicks off, and after that the other crops roll in too. The man tells him that the seasons are about to turn, autumn is coming, and Flora's cheeks burn as she grips someone else's hand even tighter, insisting that the long-awaited event is finally about to happen at the Autumn Harvest Festival. She snaps the thought shut because when autumn rolls in and the holiday arrives, they'll finally become official husband and wife, and the joy practically bursts out of her. The girl hustles to gather food for him to hunt, then flashes a hopeful smile and tells him to go crush it, holding a small bag in her hands as she hands it to her lover, and he immediately pulls her close with a heartfelt thanks. Right as Aldo is about to step out, the girl suddenly grabs his cheek and plants a loud kiss, her face blazing red with embarrassment, leaving Aldo totally stunned. The young man taps his cheek and jerks back in shock while Flora just smirks. She winks, shuts one eye, and sticks her tongue out like it's the funniest thing in the world. Laughing, the two lock eyes, and Aldo grumbles with a teasing grin that his beloved just snatched a kiss right from him. All this time, his friend has been waiting outside the door, fuming about the brutal morning heat, until something catches his eye and he can't stop staring at the picture on the front of the house. Aldo and Flora are pressed against the door, hugging and kissing, and it instantly sets Toke off. He's screaming that there's nothing sweet about any of this, and it's way past time to leave. With his fist clenched and pure displeasure burning through him, Tok snaps that this couple has always been like this. Then the guy flashes back to what happened to him just a few hours ago, right there while he was eating breakfast at his place. He tore into a bun, savoring those eco sandwiches, grinning at how awesome it feels to have a wife, and now he's ready to find a woman just like Flora, kind, smart with money, and sweet as can be. All he can see is Aisha, his girlfriend, and the moment her face hits his mind, his eyes bulge, he chokes on his food, and he scrambles to run from that thought. Toke bolts and blames a pair of newlyweds for turning him into this, and while the main character's friend scrambles off too, Flora and Aldo just stare at him in total confusion. Meanwhile, Ina tries to rouse her sleepy sister. She yells for her to get up, grabs her, shakes her at the side, and screams that everyone's already left for the fields while she's still stuck in bed. Aisha blinks awake, claims she's already up, and then, bam, she drops right back into sleep, sprawls on a soft pillow, and her sister can't take how infuriating that is. Her little sister snaps and grumbles, refusing to drag herself out of bed, begging her to stay because she can't just leave her behind. Then Anna screams, so if you don't move, Aisha won't show up for work at all today. Still, after hauling the girl out of the house, the older sister snatches the phone, starts filling a wooden basin with water, and orders her half-asleep sister to wash up right now. Aisha, eyes half-lidded, pulls out a bar of soap and rubs it across her face, muttering that it's not soaping right, until her sister shrieks that the youngest is smearing tooth powder on her face, and the older one rushes in, wiping the girl down with a towel. The younger sister wrestles with her clothes and somehow ends up wearing an upside-down apron over her pants. Then Ine erupts in a scream, demanding she flip it the other way. The girl tries to scarf down a quick breakfast, but her older sister's yelling won't let up. Then she blinks through sleepy, half-closed eyes, and everything goes sideways. Right then, the younger one faceplants on the table and passes out again, so Annette has to slam the brakes, slow her down, and tell her to gather her strength. The action slips into the forest, where 3 wild deer stand frozen by the leaves, totally unaware that a hunter is about to turn them into prey. At this moment, the main character snaps the bowstring back, lines up his arrow on a deer, and then, flicking his fingers away, lets it fly clean through the bullseye, dropping his target instantly. Staring down at the dead creature, the guy realizes it's been a full month since Flora got mauled by a red bear. At first, every animal bolted, but then they came back to their home territory. Little magical creatures tag along, but Aldo handles the mess fast. Then he just hopes that pesky red bear finally stays gone, brushes it off, and keeps moving. Suddenly, he spots Karina tucked in the bushes, and when she's caught, she snaps that she was trying to stay unnoticed, while he just smirks, knowing this sneaky stunt won't fool him. With a pout full of resentment, the girl snaps that he's at it again, using those razor-sharp instincts. Karina darts a full 30 meters away, and it still doesn't matter. The main character grins and says everyone will know the difference the moment they sense a human instead of an animal. Karina's still furious. She refuses to believe Aldo's just some ordinary adventurer, especially since he crushed that red bear all by himself. Still smirking, the hero tells her to duck and hide with the wind at her back, because with that scent, finding someone is ridiculously easy. The girl freezes in shock, then blurts out, "How is this even possible?" And when the guy leans in toward the dark depths of the forest, he points and says that Lauren is coming from the north side right now. He grins, yep, his hunch is hit, then declares that Lauren's already here. Karina doesn't even clock him, and right after that, the main character offers to hunt down the hunter hiding in the bushes all by himself. Karina rises and turns toward the wind, first catching every sound, then leaning in to chase the scent with her nose. Karina pulls it off, then asks where that weird smell is coming from, and the guy just shrugs and tells her to figure out her own guess. Karina scoops up pebbles off the ground and hurls them straight at the spot they're aiming for. With a vicious thwack, all 5 stones rocket into the bushes, and that's where a man's brutal scream erupts because those rocks are slamming into him. A hunter peeks out from the bushes, glaring at a couple who are laughing and high-fiving because the prank landed perfectly. Then he steps closer, and Lauren asks if he really taught her that, but the hunter just shrugs and says he only gave advice. Laughing, Karina declares she tracked Lauren by the smell of ale, then claims the wind led him straight to her, so she instantly pinpointed where the man was. When the hunter finally realizes he's been caught red-handed, he pinches his temple and blurts out that he ate ale, and that the wind just happened to blow at the worst possible moment. Karina stares at the main character with shining admiration, because thanks to him, she's got a brand new skill now. The man gently strokes the girl's head, tells her she can act whenever she wants and that she's got a great nose. Then the only thing left is graduation. Right after that, the hunter assures them there are no issues in the north and urges the heroes to head out. Suddenly, the main character halts mid-step. He doesn't sense a monster or a beast at all, just a wave of terrifying, heavy magic. He lifted his head and froze. Karun was there, hiding in the foliage, staring at her with pure disbelief, because no way could she be real, so how in the world did a sorceress end up here? She's mortified they caught her so fast. She admits the main character was right, because she really tried to disappear and stay unnoticed, but it all backfired and they still found her. The guy blurts out in shock, "Why is Karun here?" And Karina and Lauren snap their eyes to the main character, then to the stranger, because they have no clue who's standing right in front of them now. Karun and Aldo meander through the village's charming streets, and the moment she takes in the whole vibe, pure joy hits her like lightning. She halts to stare at the neatly stacked houses, while Aldo, just a step behind, smirks softly, quietly soaking in her happiness. Side by side, they dive deeper into the alley where breathtaking flowers burst into bloom, and Karun swivels to Aldo, making it crystal clear he gets why Aldo chose this beautiful little corner. Aldo just nods, approval lighting up his face. At last they reach a small, warm little house, and the girl leans in to ask, "Is this the hero's place?" The guy just nods, "Yeah, it is." On the side, Flora stood there with her eyes wide and her breath caught, and those unsettling thoughts kept crashing through her mind, like the whole air was suddenly wrong. Aisha's sharp, furious shout cut through their walk out of nowhere, and she didn't waste a second. She told Aldo that Karina had just mentioned the return of his former lover. Flora jerked at the sound, tension snapping tight in her chest, while Aldo's anger burned hotter than ever. Karun felt heat creep up her neck, then, like she couldn't stand the tension, she lifted her hand and flashed a careful wave at a bunch of confused guys, trying to cool things down. She introduced herself and admitted that back when she and Aldo were both deep in the adventuring days, she'd been in the same squad, pulling focus just to stop the pressure from building. The sorceress asks if anyone can learn the names of the people here, then Toke takes a deep breath and blurts out, "I'm the one who fixes furniture," while Aisha grins and pats her chest, saying she tends to her family's vineyards. Flora forces down her excitement, strides up to her husband and proudly introduces herself, then beams that her father runs the whole village. Behind them, the girl stands watch, her eyes sharp with interest, and there's a little thrill in the air. Aisha crossed her arms over her chest, strutted up to the young people, and boldly announced that Flora left out something crucial. Flora and Aldo clash with pure confusion, and then wide-eyed they both freeze in shock, stunned by what just happened. Caught off guard, the main character shoots an embarrassed glance at Flora, and just like that, she blushes right back, turning the whole moment painfully awkward. Karun stared at what was unfolding, stuck between shock and anticipation, completely baffled by what was really happening between the two. In the end, Aldo flashes an unsure smile, blushes hard, scratches the back of his head, right when Flora, cheeks burning, drops her gaze, and they both blurt out that they're getting married soon. The sorceress freezes on the spot, completely stunned, and her breath stutters as she blurts out a messy, stumbling stream she can't hold back. Talk says that ever since then, the hero and his girlfriend have been living in pure peace, no chaos, just calm. Karuna smirks and says, after what happened with the Red Bear, their relationship exploded into a whole new level, and it even ended in a wedding. Back in the old days, the sorceress swears that when she joined the squad on missions, he never even bothered with small talk, he just stood there cold, locked in, and deadly serious. He didn't do heart-to-hearts, not even once. Aisha says she can't picture her friend like this, and the main character smiles back, admitting that hearing people talk about him like that is seriously embarrassing. Flora stared at the man she loved and admitted that once his aura used to summon nothing but trouble, yet she'd always known, deep in her heart, that he was a genuinely kind person. Karuna couldn't help wondering if Flora and Aldo had met before, until the girl said she first laid eyes on him in this very village 9 years ago, when she was 9 years old. The sorceress shot her a glare filled with disgust, and Aldo snapped back that her guesses were totally wrong. The table is already dressed with dishes piled high, and everyone gathered around the meal leans in, trading wishes for a truly pleasant appetite. Karun snatched a spoon in his hand and dug into the soup, chewing it like it was pure bliss. Then Aldo leaned in and asked how it tasted. Beaming, the sorceress declares that tomato soup and radish stew are just mind-blowing. No one in the capital has fresh vegetables like this. Then she turns to Aldo and asks, "Isn't it amazing how your life can change?" The main character grins, convinced it's all because of his friends. Flora grabs a plate, shoves it into the guests' hands, and tells them it's deer meat Aldo hunted by himself in the forest, says it's insanely tasty, and dares the sorceress to take a bite. With a fork, the magician spears the meat and studies it with a hungry, mouth-watering stare. Then he shoves it in his mouth and chews like every bite is a masterpiece. Karin grunts in delight, praising the meat as super tasty, soft and packed with juice. Then Flora beams and tells the girl to go on and eat even more. The main character dips his bite into the sauce, grins and insists it'll hit even harder with sweet and spicy heat. Then he takes a mouthful and savors every second. Aisha steps closer and tells you that if you make a meat and sauce sandwich, it hits even harder. Karun swears that way of eating is the tastiest. Right then, the girl out front clamps down on a massive bite of the sandwich and gulps it down without hesitation. It was a huge mistake. She coughs and chokes on a giant piece, begging for water, but when she grabs the glass, it's bone dry. Toke holds out a glass to the girl, but she's squinting because her throat hurts, and when he looks closer, the glass is empty. That just makes him grin harder, like he can't resist teasing her. Karuna steps in, says he'll help, and promises to bring water right away. The sorceress raises her hands, mutters a spell, and begs, "Oh, purest water, come to the tip of my finger." Then, just like that, after a few heartbeats, Aisha's glass fills with exactly what it needs. Finally, she chugs the entire glass in one gulp, slams it onto the table with a loud bang, and lets her anger snap at Toke's joke. Pinching her brows down toward the bridge of her nose, the girl snaps that her friend is awful. Then he just bursts into laughter because the prank totally worked. Aisha calls Kurun her savior, but the sorceress shrugs and insists she didn't do anything special. Aldo decides to corner Karun and ask what's going on with her teaching at the magic school, and whether everything will really be okay, because she vanished so suddenly and left everything behind. She blushes hard, looks away, and tells him to drop the topic for now, because she can't stand dragging up old, painful memories while they're sitting there eating something so good. The main character agrees to explain it later, but not right now. Aisha jumps in and says magic can pull water straight from nowhere, so you don't need a well at all. Then Aisha hesitates, can she even use magic herself? Flora grins and tells her, sure, if you've got the gift, like Karuna. The sorceress leans in and says, everyone has a grain of magic, so you can all master it. It doesn't matter who your family is or what other forces are at play. Karun shoots the question, wanna measure your magic level, even if it won't be perfectly accurate, and the girls light up instantly. Yes, absolutely. The sorceress begins with Aisha. She has the girl straighten up, then warns her that Karun's magic will crawl into someone else's power. And yeah, it might feel a bit uncomfortable, so hang in there, and the moment it starts, everything lights up around the girl, leaving her stunned. Flora stares in pure panic as Kurun snaps at the girl to stay put. Aisha trembles, convinced something is clawing at her from the inside. Then the sorceress grips her shoulder, shuts her eyes, and commits to the moment. Turns out that calculus hits the girl like a lightning bolt. She drops to her knees, shaking, muttering under her breath. Flora yells, her eyes going huge with shock. She lunges to close Aldo's eyes, begs him not to look, and refuses to explain why. The sorceress seals her verdict. Aisha's magic is painfully thin, and even with training it probably won't jump much, but it will creep upward. Next up is Flora, terrified and trembling, yet she still forces herself forward. Flora is shaking with nerves, begging everyone around the table to not stare at her, because if anyone catches her the way Aisha looks, it's going to turn into the most awkward disaster. Aisha instantly bristles with embarrassment, because it sounds like she's done something obscene, so Karani rushes in to reassure her that nothing shameful is going on, and it's not as serious as it sounds. Aisha shuts the main character's eyes, and he snaps them closed again, straight to his best friend, so rage erupts in him as he fumes, stunned that he's being told not to look. Aisha leans in and tells Kurun. When she touched her, her body reacted on instinct, no lies, just nature. And now Flora's feeling the same thing. She clamps her fists tight, growls in frustration, and draws her legs together like she can't wait another second. Flora's wild moan echoes through the whole room after the magic assessment turns her over to every manipulation imaginable, and her cheeks blaze red with embarrassment. The sorceress snaps her hand over the girl's mouth, warning her not to make those weird sounds, and the guys in the room just stare, shocked into silence. Then Aisha laughs and asks the main character if he wants to watch. Two voices hit the air at once, coming from the guy and from Toke, but Aldo just slams his hands even harder into his friend's face, yelling that it's impossible. Then the young man's eyes snap open, and he stares at his beloved. The main character clocks Sora pouting with her eyes shut, while the sorceress's hand rests on her shoulder, and then the guy starts to open his mouth only for his girlfriend to shut the moment down, calling it enough. Karun announces that the result is ready, grinning as she declares that Flora can finally use combat magic, thanks to the massive mana she's sitting on, yet the girl can't even bring herself to believe that happiness, and everyone in the room wears the same stunned, wide-eyed shock. Right as she can, the woman he loves barrels into his arms and blurts that maybe, just maybe, she can use magic, and Aldo's over the moon, stunned by the miracle. The sorceress declares that if this is aerial magic, she'll teach the girl. Right now, she's taking the role of her teacher. And in the guy's mind, it hits him hard. His girlfriend doesn't even flinch at magic. Bathed in puppy dog eyes, Flora blurts that once she masters air magic, she'll dry her lush, beautiful curls in a flash. He bursts out laughing, then gently pats his beloved on the head, because of course this is totally her style, while Toad scrambles in confusion and blurts, "So, this isn't combat magic. And you can really use this in everyday life, right?" The magician locks eyes with the hugging couple, and shockingly smiles back, feeling zero jealousy or anger at all. All she can't wrap her head around is this 9-year-long love. How in the world did Flora actually wait for Aldo, never even swap to someone else, and then somehow end up together with him now? Now the sorceress feels a jolt of shame. Back in her head, she used to fantasize about being the main character's bride before she ever stepped into the village, and Kurun quickly covers her cheeks to shove those old thoughts out of her mind. With a quick throat clear, the girl whips around to Aldo, beam bright, saying she's thrilled he found a good man, congratulating both of them for their wedding, then ending with a warm, "I wish you both happiness." After an old friend blessed her, Flora and the other person offered a grateful smile, thanking them for their sweet words and good wishes. After that, the guru doesn't bother testing his magic on the next person. He just erupts into a scream so loud you can hear it even outside the house. Competitions, cooking sweets, this girl marched in with a basket jam-packed with eggs, and around her flocked tons of big feathered chickens like they were ready for the show. She snapped in surprise like, "Wait, are we cooking sweets together?" Two girls by the sidelines nodded hard. Yeah, it's true. In their village, there's a tradition. If you marry during the harvest festival, you're on the hook to personally whip up treats for everyone. And today, right before the holiday, they're having a training session. The girl was so lost in her own head that a jolt ran through her, and even the eggs in her basket bounced like they were startled. Then Soku blurted out that Karuni was coming with them, and the stunned girl stared again, completely thrown. All three girls hauled up to the house, threw the doors open, and told Flora they'd come. From inside, someone practically shouted their loud thanks for the help. In the room, there were two girls and two other guys, and the girls who arrived were stunned to see Karina there too. One girl shot back for a quick moment, "Yeah, I'm here," and the others immediately noticed she wasn't exactly happy about it. Karina muttered that Aldo had ordered her to dial it back, clamp down on her mouth, and not cause trouble for anyone. Then she flashed back to the exact moment she burst in and started yelling that Aldo's ex had shown up. Karuna muttered it out like, "Yeah, it's me," and the girl beside me let out a heavy sigh, saying guys just never get the joke. Karina lowered her head and apologized with a humble heart for what had happened, and Kuru let out a sigh with a grin, telling her she didn't have a thing to worry about. Karina's cheeks burned red when Karun introduced herself. Karina's eyes widened as the girl stared back in curiosity and said, "You can call me Karina too." And just like that, it felt great to meet her. The girl stepped up to Karuna and gushed that she was stunning. Then Karuna's cheeks flamed as she stared back, eyes wide with a "what do you mean?" kind of confusion. Karina stared at Karuna in pure shock and demanded, "So you and Aldo really had nothing, nothing at all?" Meanwhile, the angry guy, arms locked across his chest, hovered over the girl like a storm. One of the girls blurted to Karina that she doesn't study, like it was the biggest clue ever. With Karina's head trapped between his hands, he demanded answers. Was this crime tied to Elgiz? Karun asked, and Karina snapped back to forgive her already, admitting, yes. Aisha marched her away, and the two finally clicked. Then Karina got her residence permit. Someone asked, "By the way, you're staying at Aisha's house too, right?" I shot back, "Yeah, I just didn't want to be a burden on that sweet couple this week." Then the two girls overheard it and snapped their attention toward us. Flora blushed hard, smiled anyway, and practically begged to start right now, because she's cooking a ton today. The girl beside her grinned and said she was already fully fired up too. Then Flora clapped her palms near her face and snapped back, "Yep," with a hotter flush than the stove. She felt it in her bones. This wasn't her first taste of cooking as a wife. Her cheeks burned red as she shut her eyes, blushing from head to toe, while the girl beside her looked mortified, then giggled and told Flora with a warm smile that she'd nailed the part. The guy beside me said he'd just carry on with their business, but the people nearby pressed in and asked if they truly needed help, because that guy was panicking hard. Flora smirked and said yes, then snapped that men weren't allowed anywhere near it. Kroon blinked in shock, and the second girl nodded like it was nothing, explaining it's a full-on ceremony made just for the bride. The guys spun toward the door and headed out, and Alder glanced back like, yeah, just if anything, they're the ones calling us. The girls waved it off, that's fine. Karina stared at Flora and demanded, so what do we have to do? With her arms crossed, Flora shot back that it meant Aina, Karina, Karuna, and her would tackle the dough. Flora called Aisha, telling her she'd start the baking, and when her face showed pure annoyance, Aisha reluctantly agreed. Then Ina called from behind her, and Flora spun toward Karina and Ina, announcing she'd hand the mixing of the ingredients over to them. Flora shoved a bowl of eggs and a whisk into Karuna's hands and told her, first whip the eggs till they turn frothy, and Karuna just awkwardly nodded, then blurted like white. She shoved a whisk into his line of sight with one shaky hand, then stared at him like, is this the right side? Next, she cracked the eggs into a bowl and started kneading, only for the bowl to keep slipping sideways, splattering the mix everywhere thanks to Karun's clumsy hands. Aisha strode nearby with logs in her arms, watching that girl try again and again. Right then, Karina huffed and blushed as she crushed the ingredients in a mortar, and right beside her, Ine grinned and shot her a "you've got this," while Karina chopped food with a knife. Flora rushed up to Karuna and asked how the test went, only to find Karuna standing there, head to toe buried in the bowl's contents like she'd been caught mid-disaster. Flora clutched the groceries and stared, awkward silence hanging in the air, while Karuna yanked the bowl behind her back to hide it fast. The girl dabbed at the filth in her hair with a napkin, and Karun blurted out an apology, swearing she just needed a little more before everything would click. Flora shut that down fast, telling her not to stress. Karuna spun around to the girl, wiping the top of her head, and told Flora to listen, then demanded how Aldo confessed to her. Flora blushed from head to toe right in front of her, and Karuna watched with a grin, still unable to wrap her head around Aldo acting like that. Aisha, balancing logs in her arms as she walked by, flashed a grin, and when she answered, she said Flora was the very first to confess. Flora whipped around with wide eyes, cheeks burning red. Karun winked, fired off a thumbs up, and told Flora she was brave, only for Flora to start stammering, I'm just. Then Aisha, grinning with a sly look, leaned in and said they had a special flower symbol meant to mark real recognition. Karni bolted upright, screaming in excitement and demanding what she meant. Flora's cheeks burned with shame. She slapped her hands up, eyes covered, and begged the girls to stop, but Aisha just grinned and asked if it was really so bad, and just like that, the two became a couple. Aisha shot Kuruma a wink and promised she'd talk later, and right then Flora was so embarrassed she trembled, screaming Aisha's name like she couldn't take it anymore. The guys hovering outside the table spun toward the house, and even from the street, those screams ripped through the air. Karun watched it all with a grin. Karun figured the capital would feel totally different, and the second she got here, she couldn't even bake cakes right. Turns out, you can't just whip up cakes with magic. Meanwhile, the girls were laughing and chatting nonstop, soaking up their time together like it was pure fun. Karun snapped to action, determined to get back on her feet ASAP. Smoke from the house's chimney curled down the street, and Karina clutched the cloth in her hands as drool slipped out while she gushed, that smells so good. Aina right behind her nodded hard, totally on the same page. Two dudes busted into the house, and the blonde grinned and said you can't resist that smell. Then he asked the girls if it was ready, and Aisha snapped to attention the second she heard them. With her hands on her hips, the girl let out a furious scream, you guys can't come in here. And the blonde man shot back, asking whether Mana was there, at least while they were training. Behind him, Aldo stood there scratching his head, looking completely awkward. Flora flashed them a smile and told them it wouldn't work just yet, because it needed a little time to cool down, and then she ordered, just wait a bit. Aisha shot the guy a glare and snapped, don't mess this up, you don't even have to treat them, and the guy demanded the answer with fury. Flora looked totally confused and blurted, how, we nailed the furniture today. Kareen stared at the guy in shock and blurted out whether he made every piece of furniture here himself, because the stuff looked insanely high quality. Karun flashed a smile, shut her eyes, and said she wanted to order furniture from him. Then the poor guy went bright red, scratched the back of his head, and nodded in embarrassed agreement. Karun beamed and praised the table like it was a masterpiece, and the guy, blushing hard, just stood beside her and soaked it all in, while Aisha and Ine hovered nearby in quiet silence, watching every word. Ina kept staring ahead, nerves buzzing as she realized Karun and Toko were actually hitting it off, so what now? My sister's going to freak out when she sees this charming girl from the capital, she thought, and the moment the girl heard it, her face went deathly pale as she clutched her palm to it. Aisha stood with her back to Aina, sniffling like it was nothing, while Aina freaked out, convinced her sister was frozen in shock. Aisha didn't even blink. She rubbed her nose and shrugged, saying it might just be a cold. Then Aina gasped and crumpled straight to the floor. Aisha pushed ahead past everyone, practically salivating as she said it smelled amazing and she had to go check it out. Meanwhile, Aina, shaking on the floor, stared up at her sister, and the others froze in shock. Forget everything else for a second. Right on the table sat 2 pies, and one of them wore gorgeous orange rings like sweet little jewels. Flora clutched a board stacked with 2 more pies, while Karina stood behind her, grinning at the treats like she couldn't wait to dig in. On the table sat several whole pies, and the already cut slices were waiting, with wrapping paper and ribbons laid out like a countdown, while the couch in the living room was buried under bags, packages, baskets, and aprons stuffed with fabric. Aldo took one bite of the pie and lit up like it was pure heaven, while Kurun scarfed down her slice and told Flora she always nails the flavor. Aisha shot her a grin and backed it up, because it's all for Aldo, and the moment those words landed, the girl's cheeks flared bright red. Ina leaned in and asked Flora how she felt, then Flora froze, palm over her mouth, staring straight ahead. She pointed at the pieces and snapped that the sugar was short, and even tried to correct it with, "You can throw in more spices here, but this part is a little tricky." Karun blinked in shock. "So it's like that, but it's so delicious." And someone shot back, "Then you've got to practice more." That hit, and Aisha's fury exploded. Flora flashed a charming smile and swore she could move mountains with her cooking, while Aid ate in total silence, already thinking that, for now, this meal was theirs. Flora stepped outside with Ohm and scanned the yard, eyes lighting up at a herb she wanted. Then she grinned and said she'd go grab it. Humming as she headed forward, she knelt and started filling a basket with grass right there beside her. Right behind the girl on the ground, 5 masked figures appeared out of nowhere, and the trees whipped their leaves into the air. She went chalk white as she stared down, and inside the house they heard Flora's razor-sharp scream. Then everyone went totally still. Shocked to the core, Kurum shrieked and demanded what kind of scream that was. Then Aldo bolted straight past her toward the exit. He burst outside, panicking, and yelled for Flora, because the uninvited guests were already backing out, and Flora hung limp over one of them like she'd passed out. Aldo froze with fear, eyes bulging ahead, while Flora dangled off some stranger's shoulder and didn't even flinch. Then a brutal explosion ripped the air open, and Aldo and Karun snapped their hands up to shield their faces. Flora's basket wrecked, cut up and smashed through the air straight for the hero, then ricocheted off the ground and dumped her to the side. Karun sprinted in panic, yelling at Aldo, "What is this?" While Aldo, shaken and bruised from the blast, stared forward, trembling as he tried to understand. He bolted ahead as the girl lunged her hand toward him, but the basket stayed sprawled on the ground. Aldo snatched it with both hands and immediately started inspecting it. He was trembling like a live wire, staring at it with eyes as wide as plates. His hands shook and clutched the thing, and with clenched teeth he snapped his gaze forward and shouted for Flora, because she'd been kidnapped and smoke still roared out from the explosion. Flora slowly blinked awake, dangling upside down from her captor's shoulder, while I snapped upright, staring at that guy in pure shock. Her eyes bulged as she swung her head to the side. The forest looked like it was burning from the inside out, tree after tree reduced to charred stumps, choking the air with black smoke. Then the 5 kidnappers in black suits surged forward, blasting a trail of destruction and flames behind them. The girl whipped around in terror, staring at the chaos. Shrees spiraled down, burning, then turning black from the flames. "Why would anyone kidnap Flora?" she gasped. Off in the distance, beyond the thick forest, a towering mountain rose, and right at its peak a fierce, bright glow blazed. At the mountain's very peak, Karuna planted herself with a glowing magic staff, bright enough to light up the distance. Eyes shut, she looked totally locked in, while a raincoat-clad girl stood behind her and shot the question, asking if Karuna knew where Flora was now. The girl said yes, pure firepower in human form, and because her magic was so strong, they tracked her location fast as lightning. The girl's face fell, her shoulders sagged, and she hung her head like everything hurt. She said there was one thing she couldn't ignore, but he cut in and demanded what it was. The girl gripped her magic staff and told Aldo that Flora was terrified. The guy bared his teeth, shut his eyes tight, and looked utterly broken. Korun snapped back, telling Aldo she'd faced this exact kind before, because the guy she met was tied to the guild of the Kingdom of Abalonia, and I'm pretty sure his name was Zoke. Aldo chewed on it for a second and said, "They've probably been sent by the kingdom to hunt me." But one thing kept gnawing at him: why would they kidnap Flora? And the worst part, they don't even bother to talk or bargain. Aisha and Toke burst after them, sprinting and shouting Aldo. At the top of their lungs, Aisha screamed, demanding what was happening and why it had to be Flora. The guy snapped his head toward them, and the guys stared at the hero in shock, at his clothes, at him. Aisha shook and shrieked, demanding he stop going silent. Tak slid his hand onto her shoulder, locked eyes with her for a beat, then nodded to the sides like he'd heard the signal. Aisha stared at him in stunned silence while the hero, still hunched on the sidelines, refused to speak a word. Then she spun back to Aldo and snapped, "I get it, I trust you." She called out to him, and Aldo finally looked back at her. Tears burned in her eyes as she stared him down and demanded he bring Flora back, no questions, no delays. Aldo didn't say a word, just kept staring forward with a savage, battle-ready look in his eyes. Tak flicked his fingers to the side and told him, "It's all ready, go over there." As the girls hurried off to fetch Tak, Karuna leaned in and asked what happened to Ina, and Aisha snapped back, "She's been sent home so she won't get in the way." And with everyone gone, the hero stood alone on the mountain, staring at the forest ahead as black smoke curled out of it. The kidnappers screeched to a stop. Flora dangled in midair, wrists lashed to a tree as a massive bonfire roared beneath her feet, and the five of them scattered in different directions, all while the watchman was left scrambling. Confusion twisted her face as the fire snapped hotter beneath her feet, and she stared at the man on a log, calmly sharpening his blade like nothing was happening. A girl slid in from the side and called out to Mr. Zoik, shouting that Mr. Clark had ordered only Aldred to be captured, so why was she here? Zoik didn't even look up, he kept grinding the blade sharper. Flora heard about Aldred and immediately panicked. Was it really Aldo they meant? She couldn't shake the worry until the man finally grinned and said it was a decoy, because that would make it way easier to bait an A-rank adventurer. When Flora heard him, she snapped her eyes wide and went, "Wait, an A-rank adventurer." The girl beside him burst into a scream, demanding to know if he was trying to kill him, because that would be royal treason. Flora stared at them, completely stunned. With a crazed stare, Zouk locks eyes on the flames and growls that surviving is the only thing that matters, because magic is going to help him do exactly what he wants. Flora trembled as terror clawed at her, staring ahead in wild horror. XOX partners snapped into alarm. The girl's gaze dropped like she might break into tears, and in that helpless moment she wondered what to do because they were determined to kill Aldo. The girl didn't even clock that Zouk had slid up beside her. Then the man snapped his head toward her, rage blazing, and pressed his sword right against her. Zouk grinned and shoved his sword right under the trembling throat of the terrified Flora, telling her she didn't have to worry about the... Wouldn't it be smarter to worry about yourself first? He shoved the sword right to her throat, so close she jerked her head back and shook harder, then she shut her eyes as the tears spilled. The man roared that she was Aldred's bait and that huge plans were coming for her, and the girl's scream tore out of her throat as a Zoic supporter lurked behind, sword gripped tight in both hands. Something suddenly drove straight through the guy's chest and he crumpled backward, while the mage girl snapped her mouth open in pure shock. Zote only grinned, and then an arrow with a razor-sharp tip screamed toward them at full speed. So many arrows slammed into Zox's companions. While the magician girl threw up a magic barrier to save herself, the hooded guy beside her took an arrow straight through the chest. Arrows kept raining down from on high, slamming another adventurer right in the chest as Zoic yanked his blade off Flora's throat, then snapped his hand up, catching the incoming arrow, which split cleanly in two on impact. He yanked his blade back, heaved his head up, and flung his bow aside. Just as a shadow dove in, Aldo thrust his sword forward from the air and rage surged through him, while Zillik, even with danger staring him down, just smiled with pure malice. Blade trembling in front of his face, the adventurer froze, and then boom, the clash detonated in a massive explosion. A violent gust of wind whipped up as men collided, and Flora's hair flew every which way until she shut her eyes tight. When the smoke finally started to thin, two men came into view, blades crashing as they crossed swords. The enraged hero snapped, "Why'd you do that, Zoke?" Zoke grinned and told him he did it so he could fight him again. Aldred finally grabbed his sword back from Zoke, lifted it to strike, and roared that the Flora had nothing to do with it. Then Zoke flashed a huge grin and laughed, "If you want her, it ends only over my dead body." Flora let out a ragged moan as she dangled from the tree, and the mage girl slipped out from the bushes beside her, staff clutched tight in both hands. Then she ground her teeth and unleashed magic, and a vile black slime-like substance started pouring from her staff. Flora snapped her worried eyes wide and stared right at him as the mage's projectile whooshed past, cutting across to the other side and blasting forward. The girl snapped her head that way. There was that creeping black sludge racing toward Aldo's back while he was locked in a fight with Zohak. Flora blared a warning to Aldo and he clenched his jaw, snapping his head around. Right behind him, a bright, swelling mass kept growing and glowing like it was seconds away from blowing up. A brutal explosion ripped the air open, and thick smoke swallowed every view of what was happening inside. But right after, Aldo was trapped as a massive, crystal-clear dome slammed into place around the blast. Flora was still tied to the tree, choking as thick smoke and dust rolled around her, while she screamed her lungs out with her eyes shut tight. The smoke twisted into a roaring vortex right in the heart of the chaos, and when it finally vanished, a colossal magic circle stood there like a shield, protecting the two figures behind it. Flora jerked her eyes open in pure shock, staring straight ahead, then burst out screaming for Karun, because a girl with a magic staff was guarding the hero's back, even as Karun still stood with his back turned to her. With the magic circles guarding the couple from every angle, Zoke crouched behind the stones and watched from the side, eyes fixed on the woman. Then he peeked out toward the hero and the girl, thoughts churning as he stared. Zoic shouted to the mage girl on his team, and she jerked in fear, teeth clenched, nerves blazing. He told her he was leaving Karun in her hands, then tore ahead past her into the lead. As he tore through the trees, a hero burst from the foliage at his side, slashing his sword straight for him, yet Zilak only grinned like he'd been waiting for it. The man snapped 3 razor blades out of his hands and aimed them at the hero. Aldo slammed a hand over his face, and the blades sank straight into it. The men crashed toward each other, weapons snapping up for a strike, while the Zoka mage unleashed a roaring blast of magic from her staff, Kirun, glowing protective circle ready, so her opponent's blow got easily turned aside. The magician's nerves screamed as she admitted she couldn't match Karuna, then she snapped her eyes shut, thrust her staff forward, and murmured a spell. The second the staff lifted, magic circles erupted overhead, floating and multiplying in the air. A blazing light sparked in the heart of every circle, and massive light rays blasted straight toward the magician as Karun thrust her staff forward. The hooded girl summoned magic to shield herself from the blow, then clapped her hand over her face as smoke swirled around her. Right when she snapped her staff toward Karuna, she finally realized it was broken. Karun beamed like she'd won, standing in the glow of the magic circles around her, while Zwaka's mage ground her teeth, stuck on the fact that the power gap was just too huge. Though the girl's face was wrapped in cloth, her confusion still practically screamed through her eyes. Right then Alda pounded Zoic with fierce strikes, but Zoic juked every single one and smirked, telling her it was great. Then he turned to the hero and asked if Flora was really that important to him. The hero snapped to a stop, turned his back to Flora, and slid his sword aside to shield her from behind. With eyes like a wild beast, he snarled at the adventurer that no one was getting anywhere near her. The hero's hand, clamped tight on his sword's hilt, started to glitter, and Zoic's eyes widened as if she'd just seen a ghost. Lightning-like magic started whipping and swirling around the blade. The hero's body shimmered, and with magic his sword stretched out in a brutal flash, blasting a blazing ribbon of light across the air. Zoic just stared ahead, utterly lost. Then Aldo slammed his blade into the ground and swore he'd protect her, no matter what. The adventurer snapped his gaze upward, froze in place, and stared into the blazing light above. Then the blast hit like a hammer, blasting straight out and stretching farther and farther across the endless land. Zox's jaw dropped as he stood there, unable to move, staring at whatever was closing in on him, while Kyujum and the magician Zoka gawked with mouths hanging open. Then a massive explosion tore through everything in its path. The trees Aldo smashed were shattered to splinters, just blackened, charred trunks left standing, while furious columns of smoke surged upward, right as the hero's strike tore a long moat into the earth beneath him, and Zoic was down on one knee inside it. The man gaped at the ground, stunned into silence, then snapped his head up and looked away through clenched teeth, because the hit was so brutal it carved the mountain behind them clean in half, gouging a scorched, deep, mile-long pit right in the middle. Zoic stood on the formed cliff and stared at what was happening behind him until the hero sprinted toward him. Zoic whipped around, eyes wide, and when he looked up, dread hit him hard. This was the raw power of an A-rank adventurer. The hero glared down at him, rage burning. Ashes blasted off the burnt mail and plants, swirling through the air like sparks, while Aldo snapped a small blade across the ropes, freeing Flora's arms. The freed girl sobbed as she clung to the hero, shouting for Aldo, while a worried guy with sad eyes grabbed Flora by the shoulders and called her name. The hero blurted out an apology for what happened, and the girl shot back that it was totally fine, because she truly believed he'd come through and save her. Karun, standing right beside them, let out a breath and smirked a little. The couple clasped hands as the guy shot Flora a worried look, asking if she was hurt. She shook her head and said she was totally fine. Then all three spun around and stared down from the cliff they were on, and Aldo swept Flora into a tight hug while she clung to him like she wouldn't let go. From below, the last magician and Zoic bolted as hard as they could, and Karun yelled that they'd gotten away, but the hero snapped, telling her they hadn't escaped at all, then ordered them to race and deliver a message to the king. Karun stared at the man and demanded to know if he was going to talk to the king. Then the guy snapped back that he would, because he wasn't letting it happen again. Tears streamed down Aisha's face as she sprinted toward them, with a panicked Toke right behind her, and she kept shouting Flora's name. Flora spun around and shouted for Aisha, and the girls instantly collided in a hug, Aisha beaming, relieved she wasn't hurt. Tears shimmered in her eyes as Flora smiled back, apologizing for scaring me, while Tak lingered behind them, letting out a tired sigh and a warm grin. Aisha shot Aldo a nasty glare. He just stood there near Karun, watching from the sidelines, so she grabbed her friend's shoulders tight, stared daggers at the two, and demanded answers about what went down. Then she barked at Aldo and Tak just stared back, completely lost. The hero said, "We're thugs from the kingdom of Abalonia and we came for you." And Tok gasped, blurting, "Again Abalonia, you traveled all this way." With her arms crossed tight, Aisha leaned forward and demanded to know why they were attacking. The hero stared at Flora right in front of him, and silence hit hard for a moment. Then he finally cracked and told the truth. They weren't here to bluff, they came to kill the A-rank adventurer, Aldred, that was his real name. Stunned, Aisha blurted out, "Is Aldo really an A-rank adventurer?" Tak went rigid beside her, firing off the same question, and then they pressed, "What about Karuna? Is she an A-rank too?" The girl nodded fast, confirming it was true. Aldo told Zoke, yeah, the guy who kidnapped Flora, that they'd come on a mission straight here to take him back to the kingdom. Aisha's face turned dark, her eyes hidden under her bangs, and pure rage burned in her voice as she demanded, "Did you kidnap Flora just to lure him out?" The hero snapped back that he figured they were using her as bait, and the girl's fist clenched hard. Then Aisha launched straight at him and drove her punch into his chin, while everyone else stared in stunned silence. She grabbed the guy by the chest and screamed that Flora was kind, so he wasn't getting hit. This one was for him, not her. An A-rank adventurer who killed a dragon, huh? She spat, and still, he blew it and couldn't protect the one he loved. Karun burst into tears, wiping them away with shaky hands as she cried that everything went wrong, and that it was all her fault. If she hadn't come to North End, none of this would have happened. The hero dropped his gaze, wore a heartbreaking expression, and insisted it wasn't her fault. He was the one who messed everything up. Tak blinked in confusion, scratched his head, and asked whether coming back to the days of a former A-rank adventurer was actually worth it. With tears in her eyes, Kurum told him that adventurers like Aldo don't just get praised, they sway the very people and even the government. So an important man shadowed him all the way to the king, handed everything over, and walked away with trust and real power. Rage boiled in Aisha's voice as she snapped that Aldo was just some nobody. Tak stared at her, smirked, and teased if people like that even existed, then pressed the guys for names, only for the hero to drop the truth. Earl Clark Raymond, the most influential and powerful of them all. Aisha crossed her arms and demanded if it meant they could show up here again, and the hero said he'd already fired off a message to start negotiations. Then he warned that if they tried to pull the same stunt again. The hero told her, "Don't worry, I'll handle it, I'm not turning back." Flora stood with her arms tucked behind her back, staring at the ground in silence, while the wind whipped her dress and hair like it was daring the world to stop her. A little later, at Flora and Aldo's place, Flora stood right behind the hero, saying it felt like he just popped out of thin air when he came for her, and she demanded to know how he did it. Even with a smile, To explained she could totally make a catapult, and Karun had backed it up with magic, but the girl still beamed and said it was perfect. Then she spotted a nasty wound on the guy's arm, yelled that he was bleeding, and watched him stare in shock at the torn skin. After his arm finally got bandaged, Flora leaned in and said how amazing it'd be if she could heal like Karun. Then the guy thanked her for the dressing. They sat on the bed in heavy silence. She stared at her hands in her lap, while he gently pressed his fingertips to the injury on his hand. Finally, the girl broke the quiet and demanded to know why he'd never told her he was an adventurer. He dropped his gaze in guilt and frustration, then admitted that back when he was out living for the thrill, he ran all kinds of jobs, slaying monsters, catching bandits, and even fought as a knight in the war, meaning he'd killed people. He craved a fresh start with none of those memories, and he was terrified that if she ever found out, she'd turn on him. The guy sat there with his head bowed, like the weight of it was crushing him. The girl admitted she was terrified to lose him too. Then his eyes snapped open in shock at her words. She bent down, and when the guy turned to her, he laid his hand on her shoulder, soothed her, said her name, and apologized. The girl blurted that today everything finally clicked. She snapped her gaze toward him, and tears shone in her eyes as she choked out the words, her first love. Her wish came true. He returned alive and unhurt. She can finally spill her grief and her joy to him, and she's desperate to know more about who he is. And whatever comes next, she refuses to hate him. Hearing her fish for him, Aldo's face instantly flared red. She begged him to let her stay by his side, and the boy, choking on tears, snapped forward and pulled her into a tight hug, shouting her name. Then the two of them clung together and cried without holding back. With the girl pulled tight to him, he vowed, no matter what storms hit, that he'd protect her and the village, no doubt at all. They stared into each other's eyes, hands cupping her partner's cheek, and the tears kept pouring. A sudden gust tore the street's flowers into every direction. while two lovers on the bed clung to each other and kept kissing like nothing else mattered. The hero and Flora stood right by the house door, and his fists clenched so hard the tension practically crackled in the air. Then he stared forward, unsure as his world held its breath, while Flora reached out and slipped her palm into his tight, trembling hand. He froze in embarrassment, shuddered from the surprise, and blushed hard. Meanwhile, the couple squeezed hands and stared at each other. Flora beamed at him, but he hesitated, lifting his hand just above the door like he couldn't bring himself to knock, and the girl beside me held a basket in her hands. A little later, all four of them sat at the table in dead silence, until the hero dropped his head in tense restraint, refusing to meet the girl's parents' eyes. Flora's father finally understood everything. Aldo wasn't just any adventurer, he was A-rank, and somehow the man stayed unnervingly calm, like that news didn't even rattle him. The guy with the guilty look apologized for keeping quiet for so long, then he doubled down, saying that if he hadn't been an A-rank adventurer, none of it would have happened to Flora. The man kept staring in silence, head bowed like he was carrying a secret, while the woman beside him wore pure worry. Flora lowered her gaze too, saying nothing at all. Then the father looked straight at his daughter, and when he glanced down, thoughts started churning in his mind. At last, the man finally spilled what he'd been keeping quiet, and you could tell there had to be a reason. Flora's father urged Aldo to lift his head. Aldo swallowed hard and looked into the man's eyes, full of guilt. The man suddenly flashed a grin at the guy and told him, "Thanks to you and your skills, Flora's already been saved 3 times." The man didn't judge him because with a burden like that, he probably wondered if coming here alone was even the right call. And as an adventurer, he never expected it, yet somehow he got yanked straight into a whirlwind of chaos, and it's in moments like these that he starts thinking about that flower field in the north. So yeah, he's really glad he came here. The man confessed he was rattled by what happened, but Flora, he, and every villager are convinced he's done nothing wrong, yet his words still broke Aldo, bringing tears to his eyes. Flora's mom grinned and winked, saying it was the truth, their family, and he just needed to trust them more. The guy smiled through the tears, wiped his eyes with his hand, then nodded, thanked them, and agreed. Flora beamed at the hero, cheeks warming to a blush, and happy tears shimmered in her eyes, just like the guy's, while her mother praised her with pride for scoring a marriage with an A-rank adventurer. So honorable. The man erupted in laughter and said, "If I'd known everything from the start, I never could have matched you on equal ground." Aldo froze, embarrassed, and blurted, "Can you talk to me like you usually do?" Flora snapped her fists tight and shot back, indignant, remembering just how brutal it was getting through to him with Aldo. The girl's mother closed in on her husband and with a pleased grin told him that he'd better look, like she already had her sights on him in that bold adventure wife way. Then the man snapped back, "Keep it up," and the girl instantly flushed, caught red-handed by their teasing. Flora blushed so hard she practically steamed, burst out, and yelled for her mom and dad to stop, while a tearful Aldo just grinned at her. The woman snapped, asking how the holiday prep was coming along, and Flora shuddered. She admitted, to be honest, the finish line is still way off, there's loads of work left, and even as she gasped, that was the truth. The girl dropped the parcels on the table, then came back with sweets and urged them, "Try these." Even though she handed the man a package of desserts and told him he ate them every day, he grinned and said he had the same thing. Then the girl rallied everyone for tea, while her mother clapped with pure joy. A massive vineyard sprawled out, heavy with already ripe grapes hanging from long, twisting vines, ripe enough to practically beg to be picked. Iana strolled past with a basket packed tight with ripe berries, then snapped her head toward the noise. "Hey Kurun," someone teased, "are you really going to wear that sour face for much longer?" She crouched behind a bush and watched the 3 of them huddle at the table, chatting away. Karun apologized for what happened that time, blaming it all on her own thoughtless act. Aisha waved it off, told her not to fret, and insisted everything was okay, but the excited Karun still couldn't shake worry about their friendship with Aldo. Toke flashed a reassuring smile at the girl, finally getting what she meant. Then he told her, "Don't worry," because she didn't strike him out of hatred. Aina clapped a hand over her mouth, stunned by the news of the blow, while Isha eyed the guy like he was guilty, then let out a tired sigh. Was he really ready to flip into best friend mode? When you look at it that way, Korn's not the only one who got hurt, she was too. She told them to shut this conversation down. Korn tried to protest, but right then, Tok's hand shot out toward the girl. He rested his hand on the girl's head, grinned, and told her she had nothing to fear. Then Karun froze, cheeks burning, eyes and mouth snapping wide in shock and pure embarrassment. Aina on the sidelines went wide-eyed and looked at him like, "What's going on?" Then Aisha snapped into anger. He slapped a hand on his head, and the guy carefully pinched the insect in his fingers, saying it was a fly. Karuna stared at him, cheeks burning bright. With Aisha slumped at the table, face hidden, the whole couple jolted in surprise and whipped their heads toward where Aina lay, Toke blurting, "What is it?" and Karun staring, shocked that Aina was there too. The girl burst into laughter and Tak yanked Diana up off the ground, wheeling toward the sound like, "What's so funny?" Aisha glanced at Kurun, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Aisha cleared her throat, grinned a little too awkwardly, and said, "If you really think about it, Flora's got insane luck. She snagged an A-rank adventurer, and he's actually good-looking too. So tell me, where do you even find someone like that?" Tak stared at her, confused. Kern stared at the girl like she'd just spoken in riddles, then said Aisha was getting married too, and when she spilled what it meant, the couple's faces went ice cold. Aisha gagged on her own breath while the guy's expression turned into something dead man still. They were trembling and scrunching up in annoyance, so Aisha fired off the question again and again, while the guy, clutching his head, demanded to know why he could hear bells, and Aina, sitting right beside me, had this sudden, bright thought that Kern was actually doing just fine. The guy snapped, "No way," then fired the same breath. He stared at Aisha and said he thought Karina was better, right as Aina dropped and fainted, while Aisha's face turned red with fury. She yelled that he said it, staring straight at the body, and the girl pressed Tak, "So you're really one of those," while someone else checked on Aina, shouting, "Are you okay?" Then Tak turned on Karuna and demanded help. A bit later, we were back at Flora and Aldo's house. The guy thanked me for today, said he finally had the nerve to be honest, and that it was all because of her. She just smiled and denied it. A guy with a band-aid on his arm took a sip from his glass, and the girl locked in on him. She asked the hero how bad the wound really was. He said it was all fine, and then she pushed harder, demanding he let her see for herself. She leaned in and studied his hand, tracing the skin like she meant it. Then she slid her touch a little farther, right as he started trembling and bursting into laughter, insisting she was tickling him. She just kept going, saying she had to check everything thoroughly. A burst of light started spilling from the girl's hair, so the guy snapped his attention to it with a sharp sniff, and when he leaned in, he felt her trembling, clutching his hand. Suddenly, she burst into tears, so he shot off the chair, dropped to the floor beside her, and reached out with both hands, grilling her excitedly. What happened? She was bawling and blurting apologies for showing up so suddenly, and he just froze, hands hovering on her face, totally lost for words. Flora stepped in and said, "When I touch him, I keep realizing it again and again, we're alive." What? With a sad face, that guy stared at Flora as he called out to her. Then his mind raced, asking if she was really that terrified. He stayed planted on the floor, squeezing her in his arms, swearing he'd never let her fear for him or her life again, as the two clung to each other and refused to let go. Flora's been guarded her whole life by someone who never let harm touch her, but now she's finally at the side of the person she loves. After all, it was him who saved her, and if she's going to repay that life, she'll do it by becoming his support forever. Hand in hand, the couple stepped out of the house and trekked toward the edge, trading bright smiles like nothing could touch them. Because they were standing high above a cliff, staring down at the house below and a swarm of people moving through their everyday lives. With his calm smile etched on his face, he stared straight ahead as the wind ruffled his hair and tossed leaves from the trees. Then he grinned and said he felt like he was living in a dream. Flora, standing beside him, just watched with the same sweet smile. She spun toward him, clutched his hand, and swore, "This isn't a dream." He snapped his gaze to her and softened instantly, promising, "You'll be my wife, no doubt." Pure joy flooded him, and she, blushing hard, couldn't help but look back at him. She clutched his hand, smiling with pure peace, then closed her eyes, until she opened them and stared ahead like, "This seriously feels like a dream." He brushed a gentle hand over her head, shut his eyes, and kept that warm smile locked on her words, like this sweet moment was a dream made for two. She promised she'd start practicing for the festival the second she got home. And then he said, "I gotta swing by Aisha's for raisins, because honestly, raisins are the best." Karina clutched her bow and sprinted through the trees, barreling into a towering cliff that somehow had greenery growing inside. The girl's foot snagged on something buried in the grass. She shrieked, toppled forward face first, and threw her hands out as Karina and her tumbled straight into the pit. Crawling on her knees with her head hanging low, she moaned through the pain, then jerked her head up in pure shock. Karina stared wide-eyed at the cliff she'd tumbled from straight into a massive pit, realizing just how insanely high it was. A colossal monster erupted beside her and charged straight at her, so she launched herself sideways in a flash to get out of its way. Her mouth fell open and her eyes went huge with terror as she whipped her gaze to the side. There, towering in front of her, was a monstrous boar-like beast, and when it exhaled, steaming breath blasted from its nostrils. The boar slammed its hooves into the dirt like a threat, and the girl cowered in a heap of leaves, clamping her hands over her head as terror shook her to the core. She stayed locked in place, barely breathing, until, when the attack didn't come, she yanked her hands away, whipped her gaze forward, and wore pure fear on her face. Cabana froze in place and stared forward. Right above Karina, a blazing light lit up the cliff, and the arrow-impaled monster jerked its gaze at it in pure confusion. That glow wasn't magic at all. It was a storm of arrows, ripping through the air past Karina and screaming straight toward the boar. Most of those shots slammed straight into the monster. Arrows had it shredded, so it toppled over and died on the ground, and through Karina's tears, she looked up just as two shadows dropped in on either side of her. Two men stood on the cliff's edge, and Karina shouted at the top of her lungs for the master and Mr. Aldred. Both were panting hard, staring down with terrified, worried eyes. Aldo wrapped a bandage tight around Karina's ankle as she sat on the ground, and Fiona's father just stood there in silence, watching from the sidelines. With his hand clamped over his head and his eyes shut tight, he admitted he should have protected her better and begged for forgiveness. Alda snapped her gaze toward him and stared. Guilt crushed the girl, and she stared down with wide, round eyes as the man kept his gaze locked on her. He demanded to know how she could not realize the danger, asked why she'd slipped so deep into the forest, and why she went there alone, and the girl shrank under his scolding, guilt washing over her as she bowed her head. She stayed crouched on the ground, glanced away, and blurted out her reason. She just bought this thing so she could catch prey, and with her own hands she started messing with a broken stick tied down with a rope. She was grilled on why she even bought it, but she shut down and stared, totally stuck. No answer would come. Then he pressed her again, asking when she bought it, and she finally blurted that she grabbed it in the morning, right before the trip. Aldo stared at the man, completely baffled, like terror was glowing on his face, and when he demanded to know why she kept looking away and what this morning was about, the whole situation suddenly felt heavy. The girl told them that with the tracking technique Aldred taught her, she'd been watching all along. Then the moment the man heard it, he snapped his head toward terrified Aldo. Both men went white with fear, staring straight at Karina and picturing the child, while her father let out a heavy, defeated sigh. He snapped, "Don't you get it? Hunting isn't something you do solo. Buying from strangers is just as risky. Who knows what they'll slip you?" The girl dropped her head, completely lost, and the man snapped that it didn't matter what the stakes were. Aldo realized she was probably thinking she could just take him out from afar with an arrow. She'd been warned once folks got close to winded demons, they'd snap into ruthless, violent rage, just like the boar that came charging and tore into her. With her skills, landing an arrow on them is going to be brutal, because the boar keeps dodging every shot, and those traps don't slow it down one bit. Aldo warned her that some demons would strike from far away, and she couldn't afford to forget the terrifying truth. Animals and demons might charge in full speed, throwing themselves aside for nothing just to reach her. Then that clash turns savage. Suddenly it's total melee, and the girl bolts straight at the demon bearing down on her, eyes lowered, whispering that this is exactly what happened back then. All she could do was run away from the battlefield like a coward, just to save her life. Tight ropes had been strung across the path, and she stumbled, then toppled off the cliff with him, watching herself rocket down into the pit with the boar. The men stared at each other, baffled, yet still shot Karina's father an awkward smile. He shut his eyes and demanded she understand what he meant, because she has to be insanely careful when she buys anything, since if he walks away and leaves her stuff unattended, an accident could strike fast. The girl kept her eyes on the ground, guilt crushing her like a wave since she'd messed up right in front of the two of them, her shame practically pouring off her. The man scratched the back of his head, clearly unsure, then reached out and gently ruffled the top of her head, telling her he didn't care about any of it, he was just relieved she was okay. Karina was furious with herself, choking out, "I'm so sorry, I can't believe I was that stupid." A little later, the men huddled in the forest and stuffed the rest of their gear into bags, while Karina sat off to the side and watched in silence. Then Aldo slid past her and gave her the word, "Everything's fine." Aldo leaned in and told Karina, "I'm just as young and clueless as you. Back then, I even failed to catch a demon." Then he laughed bitterly as he remembered how he'd once chased after a monster to prove himself, only to learn he wasn't that simple. And in his home country, they treated him like a sacred beast. He craved it with every fiber of his being. Then he snapped and attacked Aldo, only for the villagers to catch wind of his hunting and drag him to the stake, where they nearly tossed him into flames. Somehow he slipped through that fate. They strapped him to a tree and raised torches to burn him alive, but his companions threw themselves in and begged for mercy. Karina grinned and said it proved he'd failed too, and he nodded right along, admitting he'd messed up plenty. He swears learning from your mistakes is everything, and the girl nods, admitting he's right. Then the man glances over with a smile and just listens, staying out of it. He snapped his gaze away and let out a heavy sigh, finally relaxing, then strode up to Karina and Aldo and promised, "I'll teach you how to hunt monsters, and you two had better start cooking before the harvest festival." "Go on," asked Aldo. "What?" "Hunters show up for the harvest festival because it's their proud tradition. Every dish gets made only from the ingredients they've personally extracted themselves." Even though he got what it meant that Lauren could cook, the man still snapped that hunters were supposed to know how to do that kind of thing. Aldo asked what was in there, and the girl dropped her gaze. then told me it's wild boar meat simmering with mushrooms, and that mushrooms and rice cooked together are the stuff everyone's craving. Roast beef stacked with venison and stewed rabbit, then throw in some gut dishes for a wild kick with your drinks. Roasted hares crackled on an open flame and cooked up some serious nutrition, though the girl grimaced and admitted the smell there was anything but nice. Aldred told her to try an herb called sand soup to wipe out the smell, and the girl just stared like, I had no clue. One day her master's wife fed it to her, cooking snow rabbit meat with jam, and it tasted so damn good that her own man had to step in and snap, no, no, that's not a hunter's dish. That guy asked about the jam, and he couldn't even picture what it tasted like. The man scratched his head and muttered that it was way too sweet, then went on to say it was a local dish in the north. Karina lit up, saying she absolutely adored him, while the girl smiled, clearly happy as memories of him came back. The man remembered they even dried monster meat sometimes, and Karina swore you could cook up an unforgettable dish from it, so she pushed herself hard today, and he just smiled. The men snapped their focus onto the girl, and there she was again, jaw clenched, eyes down, clearly crushed. She used to think her mentor was just badgering her for nothing, but today it hit her, his words mattered, and he even questioned her about all that relentless pestering. She swore she'd do her best, then begged me not to leave her. Lauren couldn't tell if she was apologizing or just trying to hit me where it hurt. Karina spun to Aldo and called him over, thanking him for always watching her back and apologizing for the mess he'd caused, while he just shrugged and said the only thing that mattered was that she was okay. The girl finally admitted she could grab it herself, then snatched her bag from behind her back, held it tight with both hands, and shoved it into the guy's arms like, hold this is my wedding gift. The guy flinched, stared at the bag, then snatched it up in his hands, mortified, while Lauren blinked at him like, so that's it. The girl was totally lost, with her eyes shut tight, cheeks blazing. She dipped her head in a shy bow. Lauren and Aldo gaped at what was inside the bag, grinning from ear to ear. Is that a turkey? They asked, and they told Karina she was absolutely crushing it. Aldred beamed, saying he couldn't be happier, and he thanked Karina too, because Flora's going to be thrilled as well. The girl stared back at him with pure admiration. She broke into a huge smile, soaking up his words and the gratitude she felt for the gift she'd given. Then Lauren admitted she'd brought a charbai. A turkey in these woods near Northern isn't exactly easy to find. Aldo stared straight at the man. The man started to drop down, shouting for Karina, and she snapped her eyes to him. He crouched, shoved his hands back, and told her to climb in, but the girl stared at him in total shock. Lauren watched the moment unfold with a grin, then spun his head back and told her straight up that walking was getting hard for her. She stared at him with wide, stunned eyes, and Karina blurted that she wanted Aldo to carry her, leaving Lauren so shocked by her bold words that he couldn't help but marvel at it. Aldo crouched, scooped the girl onto his back, and surged forward, while she giggled like nothing in the world was wrong, even as Aldo stared ahead in pure confusion. Right behind them, Lauren loomed, menacing and furious about how this had all turned out. Karina snapped Aldo's name and made him listen. Could he catch a red bear for her? If he did, that holiday's main dish would be hers for sure, and she'd whip up jam herself. Lauren screamed at Karina from behind, and for a second you'd think she'd be ashamed, but Karina just looked clearly amused, like Lauren's words didn't even faze her. Honestly, what a little troublemaker. Lauren shot off an annoyed glare, and Karina burst out laughing like, it's starting. Then jutted her finger forward and told Aldo to go, leaving him staring back at her, confused and asking with his eyes. After he did what the girl said, Aldred sprinted ahead to the crowd of girls' cheers. Then Lauren behind them burst into a run too, shouting at them not to dare leaving someone older behind. Aldo, Flora, Aisha, and Toke stared ahead, mouths hanging open in pure shock because the two-story house was insanely huge. Aisha blurted out, is it too big? And even the magic room didn't feel this massive. Karuna burst out at the entrance, waving her hand and shouting, welcome. And then she explained the reason. Long ago, aristocrats lived right here in this very palace. With cheeks burning, she rubbed her head and thanked them for helping her clean up, and every single one of them said the same thing. Trying to clean the palace by herself is brutally hard. Frola thrust the bundle into the confused Karuna's hands and insisted it was a move-in gift, meant just for her. Hold it, she said, simple as it was. Karuna thanked her, and Frola shrugged it off with a grin. They'd come to help anyway, so it wasn't like she needed to pay extra. Flora grinned, jabbed a finger at the basket, then at Aldo's outstretched hands as the guy offered it over. Next, she said they even brought bento, so everyone would dig in and eat together. Karun shoved away from the aisle and barked for everyone to pass, and the four of them hurried after her into the massive house, where they couldn't stop gaping in awe, right up until they stopped at the long stairs in the corridor. Flora blurted that it was huge and demanded to know how many rooms there were, and Aisha stared in shock and said he was cool, while Tak just looked totally lost, asking whether they'd have to clean the whole thing up. The second he finished his words, everyone except Flora instantly flipped from awe to worry when they realized how enormous the future workload really was, and Karuna snapped at the guys, screaming not to lose heart since they hadn't even begun yet. Karuna told them this mansion's got a huge bathroom, and she asked if they'd wash up there, because that's exactly how she plans to thank them for everything today. Aldo jolted up and stammered about the bathroom, like he was back in that frantic search for a place to live. He just wanted one thing, a bath. Aisha snapped her attention onto him and shut it down with a cold stare. She shrieked that she wanted to swim, and Karina grinned, telling her they'd have a blast once they finished cleaning, so they should start right now. Aisha shot a well at Toke, and the guy, handkerchief pressed to his head, just stared back at her. She grinned and said his headscarf looked amazing on him, then asked if he wanted to be a janitor. He just smiled and said, yeah, sure, but it doesn't suit her at all. She ends up looking like a grandmother out in the garden. As Toke and Aisha marched their mops behind them, shooting annoyed glares, Stretch strolled right beside them like they didn't even exist. Aldred snapped his focus forward. There was Flora, back to him, tying her long hair into a ponytail as she held the hairband between her lips, then fumbled it all together with her fingers, and finally slid a headscarf over her head. When he looked at her, embarrassment exploded across his face, drowning it in a thick blush, so Flora turned to him, smiled, and asked what was going on. He was literally spewing hearts as he stared at his beloved, praising her adorable hairstyle, and right behind him Karun started wagging her tail like crazy, calling out that if he tied his hair in a ponytail too, he'd look just as cute. He shrugged her off and dryly shot back, saying it suits her too, then rattled on about cleaning and kept going, while a furious Karun stormed along behind him. Aldo cracked the window open and grinned as he leaned on the frame, soaking in a breathtaking view, lush trees rolling into towering mountains as far as the eye could see. Flora strode up to Aldo and shoved the brush into his hands, then gasped at how wild all these windows were. If every room is this big, they might have to crash here overnight, but no excuses. They've got to scrub this place until it shines. Karun stared at the toque beside her and asked if, once they were done cleaning, they'd finally sit down and figure out where the furniture would go. He nodded right away, then grabbed his measuring gear and headed out. Aisha clutched her brush in the corner and called out to Karun, saying she couldn't reach her wand no matter what, then asked if she could just do it that way. Karun said yes and told her to wait a sec, and Takaka, standing right beside him, added, I can do it. What? Karuna stepped into the corridor and called out to Aldo, asking if they had any rags. He snapped his head toward her and said they did, then told her to hold up for a second. He shoved a stack of rags into his girlfriend's hands, and Flora stared at them like, wait, how are these supposed to scrub the ceiling? The guys formed a tight circle, and Aldo ordered, watch her. Karun snapped into focus and started her spell, let my thoughts take life. Then telekinesis ripped through the air and her rags shot upward like they were alive. Everyone stared in disbelief, except Aldo, like he'd seen this 100 times. Rags shot up to the ceiling, and Aisha blinked hard, looking skeptical, muttering that it was the strangest, most surreal landscape ever. Rags started sticking to the palace's grimy ceiling, then squirmed and slid on their own, scraping off every speck of dirt. Flora stared in shock like, wait, we're cleaning this up. Tok stared at it and went, that's just how it is. He sneered, if she's got magic this convenient, why drag them here? Then the girl snapped her head around to meet his eyes. She blurted out that she'd actually be thrilled to clean it all with magic on her own, but her control still slips. Trying to juggle multiple objects at once makes it nearly impossible, so some spots won't get fully cleaned. And yeah, some things are totally off limits to magic. The person she was talking to shot back, and Flora nodded, staring up at the ceiling with starry eyes, thinking they were so cute, like little caterpillars. Even though they said Kurani was nearly done and urged everyone to keep cleaning, the rags kept going, scrubbing the ceiling clean of dirt all on their own. With another handkerchief tied over her nose and mouth, Flora grabbed a brush and started wiping down every dusty surface. Dust choked the walls so badly that Aldo, swaddled in a roiling cloud, felt like he couldn't breathe. Tok, buried in dust, let out a violent sneeze. Pow. Dust blasted through the open window like smoke, and he clamped both forearms as if they could hold his body together, groaning that all he'd done was work with a broom, but his hands were already worn out. Flora burst in from behind them, clutching rags, while Aldo hauled in a couple buckets of water and blurted, all right, now we clean this floor. Tok stared at him, stunned. Tok leaned on the railing, stared down, and called to Karun, asking if she could just magic clean the floor herself, only for her to snap back, irritated, no, I can't. Flora beamed and urged them to dig in a little harder for the Curran school. This was the final push. Then the girl below, all teary-eyed, stared up at Flora and called her name with big, desperate eyes. The guy dragged a rag along the stairs, railing, stared straight ahead, then dropped to a knee and asked her, do you think I need to put up a sign so people know there's a school of magic here? Aisha nodded hard, saying it was true. Right now, nobody felt even a flicker of magic being taught. Karun pressed her. Is that really true? Then the guy flipped open his notebook, started drawing, and asked what kind of sign he should make for her. He pulled out a sketch from his notebook and blurted out his idea. Then the girls stared at it and snapped back that it was terrible. He didn't stop there. He whipped up another option and showed it to them. Karun narrowed her eyes and demanded, "So you're in too?" Because if anyone else was coming, they'd make sure it was nothing for sure. In the end, she decided it was way too soon to obsess over the sign, so she grabbed his attention and told him to figure out where the chairs and tables would go, because we've got space to set up for 10 people. He flashed her a different version of the sign and demanded to know what she'd do if 20 or 30 people showed up, so he basically needed to be told twice because she was sure she needed a sign. The annoyed girl snapped back that they should just ignore him and keep cleaning, and yeah, she listened, because deep down she knew he was a fool. Everyone kept cleaning in dead silence. Aisha scrubbed the door while Aldo and Flora tackled the windows and the floor. Karun just watched her friends hustle through that massive place, smiling the whole time. Karin leaned in and told Toku, "We'll have to set out chairs and tables for the students here," and then Aisha snapped her gaze to the couple. Flora and Aldo, standing on the sidelines, traded looks, and Flora said they'd need baby chairs soon too. The guy nodded and pointed out there was even a children's room, while Aisha watched them from the side. In one room, Toke pushed for a few more boards to be hung, and Karan nodded right along. In another, Aldo insisted they needed a baby bed first, but Flora reached over and tapped his shoulder, telling him to slow down because he was moving way too fast. Aisha flicked her hand to the side, insisting Flora and Ard were already a couple so nothing was wrong. Yet these two were acting so sweetly it gave her chills, and the girl clutched her chest like she was about to launch a fake attack. Why did it feel like something was clawing at her chest? Red-faced, she shoved her palm over her eyes and tried to hide the panic. Then she looked at Toke and Karun, and her heart sank so hard she couldn't breathe. Seeing them smile, she knew, no doubt, this was a heart attack, and the girl looked utterly drained like she'd been fighting it all day. After what felt like forever, the palace stairs and walls finally gleamed, spotless and bright, so shiny the second floor looked brand new. They threw their hands up in triumph and cheered that the cleaning was finally done, while Flora clapped her hands like she couldn't contain her excitement. "All right," he's drooling, and that's somehow fine. Then Aisha barges into the bathroom and yells at him to wait a second. The annoyed girl snaps, "Let's settle it with a rock-paper-scissors showdown, because whoever wins gets to go first." They asked Flora if she wanted to play before their first victory or calmly negotiate afterward, but Flora said she knew him and that she wouldn't push for more, so they went with what she wanted. Toke and Aisha shot their hands up to kick off a game, where whoever wins gets to run to the bathroom first. Flora stared straight ahead, fists clenched tight against her chest like she couldn't breathe from awe, while Karun took one look at the massive bathroom and blinked in disbelief. Aisha just grinned and said you could actually swim in here, and Karun finished it off with, "Yeah, you've got to get a proper wash in this place." What? The girls started splashing themselves with water, and Aisha shot Flora a side glance as she passed by, then snatched at the cloth on her like, "You can't be here with a towel." But the second they ripped it away, everyone froze in pure shock. She groped the girl and insisted they'd gotten bigger. Then Flora froze and called out to Aisha, and Aisha shot back to Karun, telling her to come over, while still touching the girl and bragging that they felt soft and huge. Flora snapped that it only held her back, and she wished she could have a gorgeous body like theirs. Karani shot her a nasty glare, basically wishing her own problems on Flora, and Aisha declared that Flora deserved punishment for her greed. The girls started going off in the bathroom until Flora snapped, tears burning in her eyes as she decided to get her revenge. Outside the door, the guys just stood there, and Tok kept scribbling in his notebook. Then Aldo heard the chaos, whirled toward the door, and snapped into action. After a while, the guys finally hit the bathroom, came out looking satisfied, and you blurted, "Wow, what a massive bathroom," even as you felt instantly way better. The girls sat on the floor, waiting for them to come back, and Karun shot the two of them a heartfelt thanks for today, plus a quick apology for being the first ones to run off to the bathroom. Flora then reached out and offered them something to eat. Karun even apologized for having to eat off the floor, and Tok waved it off like it was no big deal. Just then Aisha chimed in that she'd had a heart attack after the bathroom. Tok stared at her completely thrown like, "Wait, what did you just say?" Aldo stared at Flora and realized her hair was already dry. She grinned and said Karuna used magic to dry it for her. Karuna kept watching the pair as Flora passed him the food, and today she went all out with crispy sandwiches, fried until both sides turned golden. Toke and Aldo dug in with full-on gusto, and when the girl asked, Aldo grinned and said the mustard oil spread on bread hits with a special, specific flavor. So good it's almost unreal, and yeah, I'm with him, it's delicious. Tak snapped his head toward Karuna and told her, straight up, that he was sure her school would take off, and Karuna lit up, smiling because a bunch of kids had already started asking about it. I'm pretty sure that means everything's totally fine, right? And speaking of magic, Karan's convinced it's not just for battles. It can actually help in everyday life too. Flora even gives a perfect example. You can use it to dry your hair. Aisha coughed into her fist, then grinned like she'd won the world. She'd really crushed it and earned her spot at the new Karan school. So she shot her glass up high, screamed through the laughter, and her friends clinked their drinks right along with her. Flora grinned and said, if you need anything else, just tell them. Karan stared back, cheeks burning, while Flora dipped her chin. Then she asked, can I call you Flora? She'll call her Karun, and when Flora hears it, her cheeks blaze red as she stares with wide, shocked eyes, while Aldo grins like he already knows it'll be perfect. The girl beams and says that, of course, Karun will be thrilled. 5 friends sat on the floor, grinning and laughing like they'd known each other forever, until that moment turned them into best friends. Karin blazed into the room, calling out to everyone, you ready? Then she jabbed at a massive, thick tree and declared, that's where I'm carving our blackboard. Toke stared at her, eyes bulging with shock, and demanded an answer again, while behind him, everyone else grinned like this was a win, because this tree was next to get turned into furniture for their magic school, and Toke wanted to know why they thought she'd dragged them into the forest. Tok stared at his friend, utterly baffled, and demanded what they wanted him to do with Karan, while Aldo froze at the sight of his face. Fear hit Karan so hard she blurted, wait, can't we turn that tree into furniture? Tok whipped his gaze back to the girl. Tok snapped back that yeah, they were urban folk after all, and the wood for furniture takes years to season, or else this tree will give you cracked, warped junk. She just won't let that happen. The girl stared at him with puppy-pleading eyes, begging him to let her just cut down the tree. Tok's face went ashen, and he stared back at her in a weirdly similar way. He let out a heavy sigh, planted his hands on his hips, and finally folded under their pressure, then asked, so you want me to try cutting down this tree? He pushed forward, promised he'd bring the tools right now, and told everyone to hang tight for a moment, while in his head he couldn't shake the question, why were these city folks so desperate to chop down this tree? Behind him, the 2 guys grinned wide and shot their hands up like they'd won. Then he remade the axe and pushed it to the girl, telling her to grab it. She snapped with gratitude and took the tool. With the axe tucked behind her back, she leaned back hard under his weight while the guys watched, hyped and wide-eyed. She let out a sharp sigh and swung an axe into the tree, but nothing happened, so the waiting ate at her fast. Aldo stood behind her, urging her on, telling her she could do this. Then she yanked her arms back, roaring that he was weighing her down, and right as she launched the swing, the axe slipped from her grip. The instrument screamed in at breakneck speed and slammed straight into the standing Toke, who stared with round, stunned eyes. Then right when the blade hovered inches from his face, the hero snatched the handle and yanked it to a stop. Shocked Toke went deathly pale and froze, while the hero strolled up and teased Karun, asking if she was already worn out, and laughing like he'd just started. He let out a quiet chuckle by the tree, studying it like it had secrets, then tightened his grip on the tool and drove it straight into the target. The shock hit like lightning racing through the plant, and the next second, crack, that massive tree split down the middle, opening like a wound, while the 2 behind it stared in stunned disbelief. The happy girl cheered him on, praising how he was doing great, while Toke beside her shook from head to toe, blurting that he'd smashed a 60-year-old tree with one swing, then insisting with total confidence that it would be enough for them to get aboard. But the evil Toke behind him snapped back, screaming, enough for what? Furious, the indignant guy shoved out his palm and demanded the axe, let me handle it myself, then gripped the weapon tight as the girl teased him, calling him a carpenter, and asked if he'd cut down a tree for furniture with them. In the middle of the forest, you could hear punches in the air. Tok kept pounding that instrument on the exact beat, perfectly timed as the couple stood by and watched. He swung the axe with sharp precision, each strike landing clean, and the way he locked in made it obvious. This wasn't his first time doing this. His friends stared at him, mouths hanging open, and then, crack, the tree started to shake. The guy slapped his hand onto the cut trunk and shoved, and when it finally crashed down, the whole trunk hit the ground still perfectly intact. The girl showered Toke with praise, saying he was doing great. Then Aldo jumped in, raving that he'd cut down so fast. Toke let out a steady breath, pride blazing in his chest, and snapped into a serious face. If he couldn't do it, he'd never have made it as a carpenter, so he cornered Aldo and asked, come on, isn't this easy for a former adventurer? Aldo shot back that it wasn't a big deal at all. He confessed he'd bought every scrap of furniture in the city, so when he chopped down the tree, Aldo snapped awake and realized he had no clue what to do with it. Tok told him if you ever want to be a carpenter, you've got to track down the right trees, cut them down for furniture, and depending on the situation, sometimes even grow the wood yourself. Karun said that chopping trees and building furniture by himself would be the best, most thrilling life ever, and when he said it, he looked away, scratched his face, then rubbed the back of his head like he was embarrassed. So he went and asked her, "Do you really think so?" She snapped her gaze up at him and asked what they were supposed to do next, and he told her that if they wanted to use that tree, they'd have to cut it down and let it dry for years. The hero blurted out in shock, asking how many years it would be. Then the girl cleared it up with the exact time, and he couldn't believe it. Even with a tree right there, it wouldn't be usable for 2 whole years. He told you, then scrap every insect-made piece and match the boards by color and size. Only then will that tree turn into real furniture, and Aldo instantly gets it. Tok isn't messing around when it comes to making it, and that's exactly why every piece costs a fortune. A little later, they burst into the workshop. Now it was time to pick their boards. The girl hummed thoughtfully as she mooed to herself, then snagged the exact option she needed. Her eyes snapped wide when she spotted something she loved. Then she snatched up the blackboard and swore they'd turn this one into a fresh blackboard. This wood also works perfectly for chairs and tables. Aldo grinned and teased, "Not a bad board, huh?" Then Tok leaned in and asked straight up about the bulletin board. Would they make it out of the same material? The girl shoved the board into his hands and told him, "Hold it tight." Tok stared at her, puzzled, and asked if something was wrong. Then the guy ran his palm over the wood and said it was still wet, so they needed to dry it with steam drying. When they pressed Tok again about the steam drying, he snapped that it won't dry a thing, it'll just soak them harder. They're dripping, not with water but with juice, and that juice is exactly what they'll vaporize. Karun mused about how steam dries things, then declared she could cook up heat, water, and pressure all by herself. Tok's eyes went wide and he blurted, "No way." Then he asked about magic and how long it'd take to dry, and the girl said it would take a while, but she swore they could speed it up if they just stacked all the boards together. They hauled every board outside, stacking them in tight little gaps so none of them touched, and once it was all set, Tok leaned in and asked, "Is this okay?" Right beside them, the girl stood there with a magic wand gripped in her hands. He said, "Yeah, it's fine, but if they cranked it up higher, it'd make the temperature easier to bring up." Then magic started blazing out of her staff. With her eyes shut tight, she started chanting, calling fire and water to obey, then pushed them to merge into one unstoppable force. With a snap of her staff, huge spirals of elements blasted straight ahead and slammed into the boards in front of her. Then the moment they collided, they wrapped the area in a rising storm, and hot steam burst out. Still clutching the spell, she demanded how many of them they should dry, roughly. The guy jabbed a finger at the board and said, "Once those cracks double in size, then you'll know you can finish." She asked if that cracking was normal, and he said it's the tree's way of showing it's ready. Those cracks only show up on the board edges, so they're totally fine. The tree started to split little by little, until the cracks suddenly yawned wide, and the guy grinned, saying it was perfect, it was enough, and ordering her to slowly, step by step, lower her temperature. Steam blasted up from the planks, curling into the sky, and Tok yanked the top board free, gripping it tight in both hands. He slammed his fist into the wood over and over, like only a true first-class adventurer would. Then the girl awkwardly admitted, "You told me what to do," and followed his orders. Aisha was waving like crazy while Flora clutched a basket, and together they headed straight for the trio of friends. Then the guys snapped around to face them. Aisha came striding up and waved at them, and her friend gasped, "Flora and Aisha." Flora announced they had food, and Karun practically lit up. She couldn't stop praising it, because after all that sorcery, she was starving. Tok eyed the girl with cold indifference, wondering why she'd even shown up, until Aisha snapped at him to shut up, because this definitely wasn't his place to stare, and Flora stepped in, saying she'd helped Aisha pick out a dress for the harvest festival. A little later in the workshop, Tok sat at the table, scribbling something in his notebook, eyes deep in thought, while the 4 other guys hovered in the doorway, just staring, saying nothing. Karuni went first, practically gushing that Tok was unreal. He cut down a tree so fast it felt impossible. Aisha just smirked, eyeing her like, "So, chopping trees is what blows your minds." Karuna flashed an awkward smile, clapped a hand over her mouth, and blurted out that they couldn't handle this task at all. Then Aisha stared at them like they'd just lost their minds. She let out a heavy sigh and said he was her age, yet he was already working with his own hands, trading for real, useful things, and Aldo just confirmed it all. When he went asking where to live, everyone started talking about the carpenter, because the guy was trusted all across the village. Even after everyone quickly believed him, Aisha refused to admit it or shower him with praise, so she shot back real quick that it could be. Everyone stared at the guy again, yelling that it was break time, and he nodded, saying he got it. Just give him a minute to wrap up what he was doing, then he'd rest. Flora and Aldo spun around and walked off, and suddenly the 2 girls were alone, staring straight ahead, while the guy in front sat with his back to them, still grinding away at his work. Karun stared at him with glowing admiration, praising how fiercely devoted he was to his work, like it was something truly wonderful, while Aisha stood right beside him, her face utterly blank. As she kept watching him work, dead focused and doing his job, she looked completely indifferent until her face finally shifted, and that blank expression crumbled into pure adoration. After a while, the wow in her face faded a bit, but that sparkle still blazed in her eyes as she took a sip of tea, and it spilled down past her mouth, dripping straight downward. The couple stared at her with worry, and Flora leaned in, asking Aisha if she was all right. Then Aisha, right after hearing the question, choked on her tea. She wiped the tea sliding off her chin with a shaky hand and admitted, nervously, yes. Then she snapped into a new topic, Harvest Festival, and asked who would be the main princess. Flora flushed hard with embarrassment as she kept wiping her face, and Karan let out a soft giggle, while Aldo stared at her with a puzzled look, like he had no clue what was going on. Karun gazed in awe and said the festival was only 3 days away, because a wedding at the Harvest Festival is pure romance. It's her very first Harvest Festival, so she has no idea how wild this place gets, because Ard was told to join in as a hunter, and he shot back right away that he'd be tied up and too busy. Flora beamed and promised that the sweets she'd made for Karun's help would be finished right here. Then Karun and Aldo went stone still, terror slamming into both of them at once as they realized they hadn't ended it. While the guys at the table cracked jokes and kept talking, Toke stayed locked in on his work in the next room, right behind those open doors. Aisha still wore a deep blush, sitting with her back turned to the guy, while Karun let out a soft giggle as she ate the sweets. That guy on stage was hyping everyone up, saying this year, thanks to all of them, they pulled off an amazing harvest festival, and the tents would be packed with everything you could dream of. Then he told the crowd to dive in and have a ton of fun today. First, he told everyone to start at the brand new gate, where grooms and brides line up to receive good luck, so Flora and Aldred stood there together in their wedding outfits, and the crowd erupted with shouts of blessings, thanking the heavens and wishing for a bountiful harvest. In the crowd, 4 smart girls, Karina, Ine, Karuna, and Aisha, clapped with bright, joyful grins, dressed to the nines, while Flora and Aldred locked eyes in their wedding dresses and burst into happy laughter. The whole crowd erupted with cheers for the 3 couples, chanting blessings for children, and then, out of nowhere, someone shouted, "Seal the alliance right now." The other residents caught it too, all wanting the same thing, but they stared at the crowd with sharp confusion, eyes locked on what was unfolding on the sidelines. While the crowd roared, a couple near them were lost in a heated kiss, and Aldo's eyes widened with shock. Then he spun to Flora, who stood right there, facing him, hands up covering her eyes. Red-faced and shaking, Aldo reached up to lift the wedding veil from Flora's face, his hands trembling the whole way, and the second it slipped, he saw it. Flora had her eyes shut tight, lips pushed forward, clearly waiting to be kissed. The guy inched closer and kissed her as the crowd erupted in cheers. Flora's father beamed and declared that, with these other couples, the sun would finally shine on everyone. Then he thanked the people for their support, while Aldo and Flora stood behind him with faces burning hot in embarrassment. Once the stage ceremony wrapped up, the couple strolled through the festival hand in hand, and Flora's mom couldn't stop gushing about how amazing it was that they both chose to show up. She beamed and told them everything was going great, then said it was finally time for gifts. Karina stood with the other girls and lifted her basket of treats like, "The sweets are here." At the festival, crowds surged between the stalls, and right ahead, a pair of newlyweds strolled together with baskets in hand, while the other girls drifted along behind them. Flora leaned in and asked Aldo if he even knew the tents were split into sectors, each one representing a different role. Then she pointed toward one tent and said the winemakers were right here, while the cheesemakers stood on the other side. Aisha glanced aside and Karun snapped her focus to the girl, yet when they suggested going around each one, Flora nodded and agreed. Friends hurried toward the winemaker's tent, where giant barrels of fresh grapes and rows of wine bottles gleamed nearby. Villagers pressed their baskets of treats into the couple's hands before they dashed off to the cheesemaker's tent. Sellers pressed a basket of goodies into their hands, cheese stacks lined the tables for tasting, and Aldo and Flora grabbed one piece each before darting through tent after tent. He begged forgiveness and even a friend, and when he spotted him, he called out his name. Rushing over, Tak declared today was a blessed harvest day and told them to let him thank everyone for showing up. The couple kept thanking the crowd for their gifts, right up until the people on the sidelines finally turned back. Aisha just stood there totally baffled, then the guy blurted out, "So what kind of horse outfit is this?" The girl snapped back, "What, you think you're something? He always shows up in dirty rags." They stared at each other with rage blazing, like they were about to explode into a fight, yet I didn't call her sister, while Karina and Karun watched from the sidelines, because the two had slipped back into their old ways. And still, he waved his hand and told everyone to go. Karani shoved a piece of food onto her fork and bit into it, gushing about how tender the meat was. Then Lauren burst out laughing, teasing, "Wait, is that for real?" Karani just smirked, saying it was his signature recipe, and told her to hurry up and eat. Lauren was over the moon that he managed to snare such a rare creature, even if the meat came out a bit tough. He was already planning to fix that by tossing it with fruit and honey. And honestly, the flavor's excellent. He still can't believe he pulled off something like this. Karina stared at the man and blurted out, asking if he was hurt. Then the man tried to deny it, only to admit he just cut himself. The man snapped, yelling that he had to have worn them out. Then someone fired back that he'd just say that again. Karina chimed in, "Aldo is my master," and the furious guy demanded answers one more time as the others erupted in laughter. Flora's mom stood face to face with the couple and said it looked like they'd finally greeted everyone, and Aldo nodded along. She felt bad, sure, but it was time for them to head back because the bride and groom had to rest for night one. So once they're done circling the tents, she has to escort them back. Old Joe snapped, completely fed up, and behind them Karina just kept munching, grinning as she raved about how delicious the meat was. Flora thrust the basket toward them and said, "Before we go, you can take it." Karan blinked in shock, asking what this was really about because Flora said she owes them a favor. Aldo thanked everyone for today, and the girls smiled, telling them to return next year. Karina yanked open one of the bags and boom, there was a cupcake and cookies inside, handed to her by a couple blessed on the day of the great harvest. So yeah, she's getting serious luck. Especially for the unmarried girls, Karun shot back with sharp sarcasm, whatever they said. Aisha stared at the bag, thinking whoever grabs it will be blessed too, and the moment she remembered Toke, heat rushed to her cheeks as she hurriedly denied it, acting like the whole idea grossed her out. They hiked up the hill farther from the festival's noise, and right when Flora stumbled out of nowhere, Aldo grabbed her before she could fall. Then he asked if she'd snagged a ribbon, and Flora blinked like, "No, my foot just hooked on my dress." What? Staring at her for a beat, the guy scooped the girl up in his arms. She blinked in confusion and asked if she was too heavy, and he just laughed, telling her she absolutely was. They finally made it back home, and he didn't let go, still clutching her in his arms all the way inside. Then at last he lowered her to the floor. She broke into a smile, thanked him, and they both burst into laughter. Flora called out to Aldo, and he turned his eyes toward her. She crushed the guy in a tight hug, shut her eyes, and blurted out that she was insanely happy, while he turned bright red with embarrassment. Then, finally, he hugged her back and admitted the same, cupped her cheek with his hand, and kissed her. Right when they tore apart, the guy snapped into a duck and slid underneath her wedding dress as she gawked in shock. Then the girl blurted out, cheeks burning, that she couldn't believe this and demanded he let her at least get the dress off.